Of course, the more clever individuals knew that Dian was doing this, so it was easier to keep an eye on his more powerful subordinates to make sure they weren't led astray, but they kept silent on this matter. After all, Dian was compensating them well. In order not to breed discontent, Dian made it clear that those clans who were selected for this privilege had already earned it. For example, Kedlam Pakal not only had the Azura faith seed, he was a false true god. As such, he was rated as an S-grade talent, though he didn't enter the academy, and a future pillar of Dian's empire. Who could deny that his family deserved good treatment? Dian used similar logic to bring the Elves and the Jafari clan to his side. He also officially enshrined the Ipsum clan. Considering they had 5 Dao experts, who would complain? They immediately became the strongest of the clans without question, though they were lacking in members. The final thing Dian did before he adjourned the meeting was lay a foundation for those who might not have a clan supporting them. After all, he himself didn't really have a clan. How would he survive in an environment that was entirely dependent on the strength of your clan? For those individuals, he not only lacks the requirements for entering the sects should they have started cultivating late, he also gave them priority in positions like academy instructor and some of the lesser posts of the administration. Up to now, the only way to earn the official title was to earn it through your clan. For example, a first-tier clan could only have one first-tier official. However, Dian created a path for those without clans to become officials as well, though it would be more difficult. These individuals would have to earn a certain number of merits of all 3 kinds, meaning military merits, talents merits, and contribution merits, plus they would have to have a certain number of total merits as well. To become a first-tier official without a clan, one would need 100 military merits, 100 talents merits, and 100 contribution merits. And they would have to have 1,000 merits overall. In this vein, Dian added many support programs and also laid plans to increase the academy total from 3 per planet to 10. Like this, the first mortal meeting came to an end. The months continued to trickle by. By the time Dian had spent a full year in Sol Rend universe, even celebrating both Little Aiden's and Junior's birthdays, the clans had finally settled into their own. As things stood now, Dian had 72 clans under his charge, both large and small. On Sol Planet, however, there sat the Jafari clan, the Ipsum clan, the Elven clan, the Pakal clan, the Mino clan, the Belmont clan, the Keeds clan, and finally, the Sicharo clan. Dian decided to allow the elves to fly under one banner. One had to remember that the reason they could all fit on a single island on Earth was because their birth rates were so poor. Elves were gifted with lifespans 3 times that of humans and beasts, but their birth rate was correspondingly lower as well. This wasn't the only reason Dian allowed this either. He still remembered all of those orphans without a family that he helped all those years ago. Although they had grown into their own by now, they didn't have any clans supporting them. In this way, the elves would be one and could help each other. Over time, their original bloodlines and names would start to lose their meaning. At this moment, Kedlam was sitting on a platform in silence. As the reason his clan could receive such good treatment, he was obviously given a sizable piece of land to himself. Considering the Pakal clan was now a probationary first-tier clan, they had 5% of Sol Planet to themselves, leaving them with 25 million square kilometers of space. So one could imagine the kind of freedom Kedlam had. Kedlam's long black hair whipped silently in the wind, his red skin steaming as a product of his cultivation. All he had to do was open his eyes to be greeted by a vast ocean. His chosen dwelling was built into the side of a cliff with nothing but raging white rapids below. To a mortal, such a place would be perilous, but to a cultivator, it was simply a beautiful sight to behold. "I assume since you allowed me to detect you because you wanted to talk?" Kedlam suddenly said. He was a man of few words, but one of the minority of individuals he would allow to hear his voice was the man right before him now. Dian Sicharo. Dian smiled lightly. "Of course. Can't I come say hi to an old friend?" "An old friend." Kedlam opened his eyes, staring toward Dian who stood in the air. "I'm not sure that I have any friends." Dian shook his head. The first time he met Kedlam, they had had a similar interaction. It seemed that the Pakal clan's third young master wasn't fond of having friends at all. Back then, the Pakals wanted to retrieve their stolen blood sacrifice technique from the Ragnars, the very same one the Ragnars used to kill thousands of Focus Academy students, all to open the Demon Sage's legacy world. Kedlam agreed to work with Diane only because he knew that Madeline was his girlfriend at the time and that Ava's father, the guardian of the royal god clan's family, would be in the mix as well. He made this clear back then, almost as if he wanted to ensure he remained at arm's length from Diane. Still so cold, Diane said, slightly amused. Why are you here? Kedlam asked. I'm here to understand. Understand what exactly? What your Pakal clan is seeking. The demon sage you all worship is here, yet you haven't even asked me to see him a single time. You wanted to get revenge on the Emperor God Pakal clan, did you not? Didn't you say that you wanted this revenge for the demon sage? Well now, not only have I brought the demon sage here, I've thrown the Emperor God Pakal clan into chaos, and I've taken the demon sage's daughter as my woman. So, tell me, why is it that the Pakal clan seems to want nothing to do with me when we're so intertwined now? By all rights, the matriarch of your clan is technically my wife after all, no. From the very beginning, the Pakal clan, much like the Elven clan, split into two, the weaker of which fled to Diane's home. It was in large part due to Diane that the Pakals chose to side with the Belmont clan instead of siding with the Ragnars. So, Diane was truly confused by their behavior. Kedlam looked up at Diane. What makes you think that the Pakal clan is pulling away from you? This is just how we've always been. If Mistress Amphrey wants to come back and rule our clan, we also wouldn't be in any real position to stop her, as she technically is the most qualified. Diane felt that this conversation was getting him nowhere. He wanted to make Kedlam one of his commanding demon generals, but how could he when his personality was like this? Although Diane had set up military factions, he didn't dissolve the demon generals. Instead, they were in prime position for leadership roles. But he really had no idea how to crack this Kedlam character. Suddenly, Kedlam coughed awkwardly. Diane could swear he saw a blush, but considering Kedlam's skin was red, it was too difficult to tell. Since you're here, I was wondering if you had seen Demon General Ava Sicarius. Thadia suggested that I learn some socializing skills from her, since she was able to ingratiate herself with the demon generals so quickly. At that moment, Diane suddenly remembered the last time he had seen Kedlam display a burst of emotion. Back then, Diane had mentioned that the daughter of the Sicarius clan head went to Focus Academy. Now that he thought about it, Kedlam's reaction had been a bit too excited hearing such words. After knowing Kedlam for such a long time, he wasn't someone who would normally react like that even if the world was falling apart. Thinking this far, Diane suddenly grinned. It seemed he was blowing a small problem out of proportion. Kedlam was just suffering from unrequited love. On yet another day of Diane's extended vacation, he lay to the back of Soul Palace once more, half asleep. Why didn't you tell me about the Shadows faction? Clara suddenly asked. By now, it had been several weeks since Diane spoke to Kedlam, and it seemed Clara finally couldn't hold in her questions any longer. Not to mention the family heads, no one but Diane knew the details of the Shadows faction. This was an odd feeling for Clara, who had technically drafted more than 90% of the current laws of their mortal alliance. She had known that Diane refined a lot of the smaller details, but adding a whole faction unbeknownst to her was a bit shocking. Diane laughed. You know more about it than you think. What is it? Clara asked. How can we hope to conquer lands quickly without information? The reason no one ever succeeded in creating an Emperor God clan in a single lifetime wasn't because no one was powerful enough. It was because the scope of the martial world is too large. Think about it. When we lived in the mortal realm, we didn't even understand all the truths of our planet alone. Even the solar system was incomprehensibly large to us, while the universe was our infinite. Even if we have millions of lifetimes, we couldn't delve into the secrets of them all. Clara nodded. She, of course, knew the value of information. Now imagine blindly trying to conquer a universe. You know nothing about its structure, or even the location of your enemies. You might even have to blindly jump from star to star looking for life. To make matters worse, our lives as cultivators are actually long enough for the life cycle of universes to affect us. Maybe not insofar as its death, but we definitely have to worry about planetary and star orbits. If we spend thousands of years attempting to conquer a single universe, suddenly, the landscape we thought we knew so well would become a completely different one. This wasn't even something Dian thought of until his master told him the location of the celestial deersec's remaining legacy. Back then, Esmeralda hadn't described an exact location, but instead she said this: according to the year it is, and calculating the orbits of the universes, planets, and galaxies. The 25th White Mother spoke quickly. Using an ancient calculation means to provide Dian the exact position of the legacy world. You don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Orbits of such large bodies are very slow, so at least for the next 10,000 years, the position I've given you won't be too far from what I've told you. But you'll have to recalculate the position of the planet when the time comes, or else you'll have to search the entire solar system. It was then that Dian realized that the scope of what he was undertaking was beyond his imagining. How could he coordinate billions, even trillions, of warriors with any sort of consistency in that sort of situation? In this case, Dian was only dealing with a single legacy that wasn't moving. But what if he suddenly had to deal with dozens of powerful enemies with hundreds of subordinate clans spread across countless solar systems? Just how would he deal with that? He needed information. He needed it quickly, and he needed it efficiently. If he didn't get it, he could forget about ever accumulating enough fate to match the entity in battle. A single campaign might last hundreds of years, larger ones might even last thousands. This was why large-scale wars normally didn't continue past the gates. It simply took too much out of both sides. But what would happen if you suddenly had information to the tiniest details about your enemies? If you could meticulously lay traps time and time again, and route them completely? This was what Dian was after. The Shadows faction is our information network. You've laid down the groundwork for it already by creating the Sapientia network. Once we implement Phase 3, it will become too large a problem for the Sapientia to water down themselves. At that point, they can only accept the reality. Clara's eyes widened. Phase 3. How could she have forgotten about Phase 3? The first phase was a one-sided affair. It allowed the Sapientia clan to disseminate information to the people. Because of the control they felt, the Sapientia felt comfortable. Nothing had changed, they were still controlling information and making money hand over fist. However, that was when Clara and Dian implemented Phase 2. At first, the Sapientia had been slightly reluctant, but after seeing just how much money they were making, they allowed it. In fact, without this steady stream of funds, Dian would have already run dry by now. But now, his vaults were overflowing with so much money that he was actually worrying about how to spend it all efficiently. Then there was Phase 3. This was a point where the Sapientia would lose almost all control over the behemoth they helped create. And it would allow Dian and Clara to suddenly infiltrate the affairs of all 100-plus tower quadrants with a simple thought. That isn't enough, though, Clara said after thinking a while. Who knows how long it will take for clans to begin trust the Sapientia network with their most hidden secrets. Cultivators simply aren't like mortals. Their memories are too good to need to store things consistently, and their lives are too long, making them quite stubborn. Dian smiled. The third phase is just one part. The second part are our little scouts. Little scouts. Clara looked toward Dian in confusion. Oh! It was at that moment that Clara finally remembered. Almost 9 years ago now, Dian had Sarid, Aoife, and Stella capture hundreds of thousands of rodent-type beasts in exchange for pills and techniques they might want. Sure, Dian was exploiting child labor, but one couldn't deny that the results were fantastic. During this past near decade, Dian had been diligently nurturing these rodents, improving their body constitutions and potential ceilings. Dian's purpose was quite lofty. He wanted to create an army of celestial hamsters capable of scouting out universes he planned to attack. If he could accomplish such a goal, the boon would be unimaginable. One had to know that even a higher existence couldn't sense the presence of little Yang and Yi now unless they specialized in time will. And it had to be known that little Yang and Yi weren't even fully mature yet. They were mere babies in the large scheme of things and had yet to unlock their battle bloodlines. This said, it also had to be noted that the twins were royals. As such, their abilities far exceeded that of other celestial hamsters due to their prestigious bloodline. However, that didn't mean fostering other celestial hamsters would be useless. It just meant that it would take time for them to show their full potential. It had to be known that while only a bit less than 9 years passed in the true timeline, Dian had been fostering these rodents for almost 100 years now. 53 years within Chaos Universe plus 25 years within the Demon Sage's mystical world, not to mention another 5 or so years since he left that universe entirely. The best of the bunch had slowly crept to the top in this way. Now, the best of them could even be considered heaven-grade beasts. Still, this was a far cry from the peak supreme-grade beasts Little Yang and Yin were. At this point, one might point to the fate-breaking pill. Why was it that Dian hadn't used it yet? After all, he had a vat of supreme-grade celestial hamster blood. What was he waiting for? Well, there were two main issues with this. The first was that the ingredients for the barrier-breaking pill didn't grow on just any tree. It took Dian decades to find all the pieces he needed. And even then, it was only because of the Golden Flame mystical world's existence that he was finally able to complete it. As things stood now, Dian only had enough material to concoct 12 batches of barrier-breaking pills, which thanks to the battle cauldron, would total 120 pills in all, one of which had already been used by his mother-in-law. The second issue was that simply taking the barrier-breaking pill tempered into fate-breaking pill didn't guarantee success. One had to remember that the kitsune were already supreme-grade beasts, despite their being in decline. On top of this, Kawa was both a faith seed wielder and a 9-tailed kitsune. She was already a small distance, relatively speaking, in comparison to the lofty celestial fox. However, comparing the rodents within the Belmont catacombs to the celestial hamsters was like comparing shit to gold. The gap between a common grade beast and a supreme grade one was simply unimaginable. The mere concept of breaking a barrier accepts the premise that a barrier must be broken. This barrier would logically be stronger the more heaven-defying a change you want to undergo. If Dian fed a barrier-breaking pill baptized in celestial hamster blood to a mere common-grade rodent, not only would he waste the pill, the beast would die as well. This said, Dian had a cheat, a beautiful treasure that fell from the immortal plane, the Demon Sage Tower. While the first floor allowed one to allow weapons to swallow each other to raise their grades, the second floor allowed beasts to raise their grade by fusing with blood. The heaven-defying act of this floor was that it didn't require blood essence to work. Normal blood would work just fine. However, should you go a step further and utilize blood essence, let alone supreme-grade blood essence, the results could be imagined. This was what Dian had been doing. For almost 100 years every day he would send a batch of the rodents to the second floor. He would then provide them with a quarter of a drop of celestial hamster blood and allow them to incubate. Over this time, many of the rodents died. Although Dian tried to treat them as humanely as possible, there was only so much he could do. He treated them well while they weren't in incubation, feeding them foods they could never dream of, but he could only imagine the amount of pain they endured on the second floor. Still, Dian couldn't allow a frail heart to act as a roadblock to him. However, it had paid off. Of the original several 100,000, only just above 6,000 remained. 5,000 of them had progressed to the Earth grade, while the remaining 1,000 had entered the Heaven grade. In fact, there were about 50 poised to break that final wall and transcend. Once they became transcendent grade beasts, Dian would finally be confident enough to feed them the fate-breaking pill. If he succeeded, the war drums would finally begin to beat. His first true campaign would begin. The months seemed to flow like water. Still, the name Dian Sicharo remained at the tips of everyone's tongue. How could it be so easy to forget the name of such a man? True gods were existences who had the highest chance of becoming higher existences in the future. Unless word of their death spread, they would never be forgotten. Still, Dian didn't seem to care that the public was awaiting his arrival. He spent his days either slowly nurturing his empire or teasing his wives. It became a simple time for him. Eventually, the anxiety he felt drained away day after day. His spirit was overwhelmed by a sense of calm and comfort. That fiery, youthful spirit that always seemed ready to flame to life became smaller. These days, Dian remembered memories of his father a lot. A cold, stoic man who didn't seem to have any emotions of his own. Yet, it was that same man that always wrapped his arms around him as a child, that same man who was a sturdy shoulder Dian could always lean upon. Though Dian was now far more powerful than his father had ever been in a literal sense, he felt that he was leagues away from General Sicharo in terms of character. How sad such a reality was when he had already lived more than double the length of time his father had. This was why Dian realized the pursuit of power was too blinding. He wasted so many years of his life chasing after something that, maybe, wasn't entirely meaningless, but definitely wasn't what was most important. He lacked the perspective a mortal with a short life would have. He took his time for granted. Dian came to understand this just a short time ago. It was for this reason that he chose to name his fledgling empire the Mortal Alliance. It was why he named their convening the Mortal Meeting and also why he called their place of evolution the Mortal Hall. He never wanted to forget what he learned in these years again. He never wanted to forget what it meant to be mortal because in a lot of ways the weak were far more impressive than the strong. Dian had no way of knowing for sure, but he had a feeling that if his father had faced the reality of the chaos flame, that he wouldn't have flinched. Dian's father was the very man who, even as a mortal, faced the threats of the martial world with his back as straight as a line between the earth and heavens. That was the kind of man Dian aspired to be. On this particular day, 2 years after Dian returned from the Golden Flame mystical world, he suddenly shot into the skies and roared at the top of his lungs. Not just Sol Planet, but even the very solar system it sat in seemed to quake under his might. The barrier to Emperor-grade presence shattered for the second time in Dian's life, causing a qualitative change within himself. Even without cultivating for even a moment during these past 2 years, Dian's strength had suddenly leapt forward by an unimaginable degree. What did it mean for an individual who had their presence fused into every fiber of their being to suddenly break such a watershed barrier? Even Dian didn't know just yet, but he was itching to find out. It's time. Dian looked up into the skies, seemingly oblivious to the countless individuals below looking up to him in reverence. By now, the outer sect was flowing with disciples. Although they could only count as a few hundred, a drop in the bucket compared to the monstrous clans Dian planned to face, the growth was undeniable. This time was complete, unlike the past where Dian was just a fleeting legend they knew little about. After 2 years, Dian became an idol not just the disciples, but even normal citizens revered. His laws of order had caused a wave of change that almost resulted in him being worshipped as a god. Dian looked down, smiling lightly to the disciples below before disappearing. As though his roar had been a call, numerous familiar faces began to gather in Soul Hall. His wives, Meiying, and even many of the demon generals were no exception. "Boss, it's about time," Thaddeus boisterously laughed. "The celestial floors are in chaos. You know things always get wild when a ranking tournament is coming up soon. Everybody's scrambling for a place." What Thaddeus didn't say was that the tower was synced with ancient battlefield. No one knew how exactly they were connected or related, but what was clear was that every time the ancient battlefield prepped itself to be opened, the tower would respond in kind. The result was a free for all the likes of which even the powerful wouldn't come out unscathed. Dian smiled. Although he didn't say a word, everyone could sense the change in his eyes. An oppressive, almost uncontrollable aura spilled from him. Even his skin seemed to glow. Did he get more handsome again? The 3 sister wives looked at each other before giggling lightly. "Master Sacharo, it's been 2 years. Can you unseal me now?" Damaris suddenly called out, her pleading voice lightening the atmosphere and causing an airy laughter. With a wave of his hand, Damaris was lightened of her burden. A repressed draconic aura swept through the hall, but it seemed to be immediately stifled by Dian's presence. In fact, Dian pretended as though he hadn't sensed anything at all. "I guess it's about time we go wreak some havoc again," he said softly. It seems they've been taking the demon generals too lightly lately. For many, the idea of stepping onto the celestial floors is a lifelong dream. With the age capped on the saint floors at just 1,000 years old, one could imagine just how few manage to make this dream a reality. To those like Dian who had their sights set high, the idea of becoming a celestial was just a shrug-worthy affair, even with this age cap taken into account. However, for more than 50% of the tower quadrants, becoming a celestial was all that there was. One might not come across a single Dao formation expert until you crossed into the top 60 quadrants, and even then, it would only be 1 or 2. It wasn't until one reached the top 40 quadrants that Dao experts became a bit more commonplace, but how could they not still be rare existence? Plus, with the age cap of the celestial floors being 5,000 years old, many of those so-called experts were no longer able to enter the tower at all. Due to all of these factors, The celestial floors became a watershed for many, where stepping onto its grounds was akin to marking your name in history. The importance of the celestial floors couldn't be understated. The treasures found on its grounds were the foundation by which clans were built. As such, their competition in some ways was even fiercer than what you'd find on the Dao floors. Knowing all of this, it was no wonder why the doors to the celestial floor never tired of spectators. This was only helped by the fact they hung so close to Central City. Central City was just as bustling as ever. Since the last time Dian met Ri here after more than 13 years in his trials, he had yet to come back. It wasn't because he hated the place, but he simply didn't have the time. Because of how successful the opening of the Celestial Deer Corner had been, Central City had honestly taken quite a bit of a hit. In the past, its structures might have clearly outshone Meiying's architecture. But after constant eras of modification and changes, it had become a normal city that, although was better than most, wasn't good enough to be considered among the best. Still, there was one attraction that Central City had that Dian couldn't match. Well, two. The first was that this was a city that hung in the skies. No matter what Dian did to his corner, there was a level of beauty to that he could never match. The second were the celestial doors. Hanging from the northern face of Central City, 7 magnificent doors, each larger than the last, sat in the skies. With the largest in the center, the doors shrunk in size as one looked outward. These doors were none other than the representation of the 7 trial difficulties. Viscount, Earl, Marquise, Duke, King, Emperor, and finally, the central door, God. Do you think anything exciting is going to happen today? A young man asked in anticipation. His quadrant rank wasn't too bad, ranking in the 40s. Since he had just completed his trials, becoming a duke, he was highly excited to start involving himself in the epistemic tower culture. He thought that the best way to do this was to set a goal for himself, so he immediately came to the celestial doors, hoping to catch a glimpse of something special. You missed out, kid. Someone nearby replied. Just a few days ago, True God Hydra took his, and a couple years before that, True God Anik took on the God Celestial Door and passed in just 10 moves. We haven't seen a display like that since True God Tatsuya from 5 or so years back. Now, of the True Gods, only True God Sacharo remains on the Saint floor. The young man fell to despair. Since he wasn't very talented, it took him over 30 years to finish his Duke trials, so not to mention Dian, he hadn't even heard of Anik or Falker before. He was also shocked to see everyone carrying around array tablets that swirled with news and information. It wasn't until he got one for himself that he suddenly caught up with all the stories of the past 2 decades. So, though he had never seen their exploits personally, he revered them just like everyone else. If only he had finished his trial a few days earlier, he would have seen something spectacular. Another individual side. Before, we weaklings would have never been able to get any information on what was happening on the celestial floors. But now with the Sapientia network, it's almost like we're there. True God Sacharo is falling too far behind, with the faction wars heating up so much. If he doesn't step onto the celestial floors soon, there'll be problems. Many nodded in agreement. While Falker and Anik had clans who already had presence on the celestial floors and could thus do much of the work for them, everyone knew that the natives of the Celestial Deer Quadrant had only just reappeared. Plus, there were numerous reports of the demon generals getting beaten back continuously. If it wasn't for the tower rules protecting a quadrant's right to a minimum amount of land, the demon generals wouldn't have anything to defend at all. The celestial floors weren't like the saint floors. The gap between experts was simply too large. Many were skeptical if Dian could make a difference even if he did appear. It was at that moment that a golden yacht streaked through the skies without any care for Central City's no-flying rule. Those in attendance looked up in awe, their eyes lighting up with excitement. True God Sacharo is here. Dian's appearance caused a massive stir. News spread like wildfire. It wasn't long until the Sapientia posted on their own personal forum about his appearance. For matters that were newsworthy, but not necessarily worth an entire article to themselves, the Sapientia made use of the forum system the second phase implemented, allowing quick snapshots of recent events. It wasn't long before many started rushing toward Central City. By the time Dian was in range to see the celestial doors clearly, the crowd size had tripled. The golden yacht shrunk in size, disappearing into Dian's body. Wait, what just happened? Someone within the crowd asked in shock. What are you losing your mind over? You idiot, don't you understand? The only treasures that can disappear into and fuse with the body are supreme grade ones. But it's only possible to do this after you've refined it to 100%. How can someone who just became a celestial refine a supreme grade treasure to 100%? These words were like a bomb over the crowd. It took even Dao experts hundreds of years to fully refine high-level supreme grade treasures. How did Diane do it? The shock was so palpable that they almost didn't notice the domineering lineup Diane appeared with. However, it only took but a moment for the stifling pressure to force them to silence. Diane stood at the helm, his demeanor incredibly relaxed. He wore his usual crisp, blemishless white shirt along with black sweats rolled to his calves. His gait was casual as he strolled through the air, acting as though the several-kilometer drop below his bare feet was actually nothing more than a paved carpet. Directly to his back, 11 valiant warriors stood. Each of them wore sleek black armor, even the women among them. Unlike what one might expect, the female demon generals weren't scantily clad. Instead, their armor was slimmer, clinging to their curves and carrying a feminine air but still protecting them just as much as the male armor did. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but contract when their eyes laid on these 11. They were absolute experts, though the crowd didn't know it now. Each and every one of them was a 10th-order warrior. These were none other than Diane's vice-commanders. Before, there had only been 10 of them. Galia, Greya, Helena, Kita, Malashira, Aridhel, Jason, Ithiri, Jornos, and Celeborn. However, there was now an 11th. Geralda. There was a faint familiarity others felt when they laid eyes on Geralda. Her crystalline-like hair, her valiant, draconic aura, those eyes shimmering in light pinks, violets, and blues. She was an absolute beauty, the likes of which were rarely seen. That said, this wasn't the reason she stood out. Whether it was Galia, Greya, Helena, Kita, or Malashira, they were all beauties that didn't lose out to Geralda or Diane's wives in the least. It was just that when others looked at Geralda, they felt they were looking at a slumbering dragon. Even behind these 11, more than 2,000 others stood. Though their black armor didn't have the same hues of gold as the vice-commanders, they each exuded their own valiant aura. Not a single one of them stood was below the 6th order in combat prowess. It was only now that everyone below began to understand. The demon generals currently on the celestial floors couldn't even be considered the cream of the crop. In truth, Diane had only sent a few dozen demon generals to the celestial floors so that he wouldn't be walking in blind. But it seemed that the world took it to mean that that was all he had. One had to remember that the demon generals were talents that the demon sage himself had hand-selected across space and time. While he fleeted between timelines, he plucked all the outstanding geniuses he could find who didn't have homes of their own. Simply put, had Inner World, Sanctuary, not been such a difficult technique to train in, every single last one of Diane's demon generals would be gods. The absolute worst of them would be of the 8th grade, with the vast majority being of the 9th. However, Diane knew how important Inner World, Sanctuary, was. The trade-off in cultivation speed and combat prowess would be well worth it when they began to attack other universes. Only with Inner World, Sanctuary could they somewhat ignore universe and quadrant-level suppression. Just as Diane was about to wave his arm and allow the demon generals to begin their trials to enter the celestial floor, he paused. His gaze turned back to notice a flock of a dozen or so individuals streaking through the skies. Their origin? Sapientia Tower. Their leader? Aritzia Sapientia. The golden-eyed beauty seemed just as relaxed and in command as she usually was. Diane remembered when he first met her. It was within the Valley of Geniuses. Back then, she had been standing before Liliana's statue. She was also the one who told him about the history of the Holy Princesses. Of course, back then, Diane had been in his masked wife-stealer disguise. So this was this and that was that. Aritzia didn't know he was both individuals, so the reason she was coming over this time had to have a completely different purpose entirely. Since he was curious, Diane decided to wait. It wasn't long before Aritzia stood about 5 meters from him, followed by a group of Sapientia clan disciples, each with slightly colored, crystal frames glasses. Aritzia smiled. Should I call you True God Sacharo? Or Moon Lord Sacharo? The crowd was shocked by Aritzia's word. In reality, Dian had revealed that he was a Moon Lord years ago, yet no one spoke of it. He couldn't be bothered to care about the why. If he went out of his way to disseminate this information, it would make him look desperate. So he said nothing. In the end, news like the death of God Goldine overshadowed many things. Although Christian III wasn't a true god, he was still a god in existence many couldn't even fathom. With that title came prestige that was only a tick below that of a true god. Normally, geniuses of his caliber wouldn't die so early. It was no wonder the finer details got lost in the shuffle. After all, Dian revealed his identity as a Moon Lord less than 1 year into the mystical world's first phase, while God Goldine died near the end. It was obvious which news was at the forefront of everyone's mind. But now Aritzia let it all lay bare. Dian shrugged, his hands not leaving his pockets. Both are true. Dian's words caused Aritzia's brows to furrow slightly. This wasn't because he said anything rude, or because he was dismissive. Rather, his words made Aritzia feel like something was tugging at her heartstrings, as though he was subtly manipulating her emotions. But it was clear and obvious that Dian wasn't using a charming technique. There weren't even any energy fluctuations coming from him. How could Aritzia know that this was because Dian's presence had fused into every fiber of his being, including his voice? It was possible for him to force people into despair, or raise their morale to inconceivable heights with just a few words. She's quite sharp. Dian chuckled to himself lightly. I'm sure Lady Aritzia didn't come here to ask me such a question, correct? Aritzia shook her head, trying to clear her mind. No matter how handsome Dian was, she wouldn't lose herself like this for no reason. But she didn't know what that reason could be. In reality, it was simple. Aritzia's cultivation was too far lacking in comparison to Dian's. In addition, since she gave up her right as key wielder, the best Sapientia protective treasures went to their current god and not her. These truths, in combination with the fact that Dian's presence was far stronger than those of a similar level to him, and it was a recipe for her disaster. Suddenly, Aritzia's eyes laid upon Geralda. In her confused mind state, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had descended from the skies. Geralda? Geralda Agios? That name rang like thunder in the ears of everyone here. Geralda? She was a true god, was she not? No one knew what happened to her. Suddenly, one day, her name disappeared from the rankings and the Agios clan's key became Damaris. Now, she had suddenly reappeared, but as one of Dian's demon generals? That was impossible. When those words left Aritzia's mouth, she felt like kicking herself. What was wrong with her today? She would normally never let such an important piece of information out. She would usually keep it for herself and see if it was possible to exploit it for her own gain. But she had actually made such a rookie mistake. My name is Geralda Ricci. Geralda responded lightly, her voice as smooth as water. She seemed unperturbed by the scrutiny she was receiving. Dian nor Geralda bothered to explain anything, but Geralda's words were enough. Her name change, especially to such an odd, niche name, definitely meant that she had married. The reason she was with Dian now likely meant that someone among Dian's clan, or even among his demon generals, had taken Geralda's heart. This made perfect sense. Since Geralda decided to enter a new clan, of course she would send the key back to her paternal clan, leaving it for her little sister to take. And back then, over 200 years ago now, there was no Sapientia network. And even if there was, what reason did Geralda have to tell everyone her business? Who she married was up to her. Plus, with the eccentric nature of most dragons, the elders hadn't even batted an eye when Geralda disappeared. They just assumed she wanted to go off and start her own clan like many dragon and Chelan youths did. I see. I apologize for my rudeness. Aritzia bowed in embarrassment. She couldn't remember the last time she blushed. Yet, it had happened today all because of this man. I wish you happiness. Geralda nodded lightly but didn't say anything more. There was no point. Clearing her throat, Aritzia continued. I came here today to ask for cooperation, she said, turning her attention toward Dian. Although your clan might look down on us, we Tower Quadrants do indeed have a very scarce supply of Moon Lords. Not just that, But also the quality of our goods are far lacking in comparison to you. Normal clans would never admit these things out loud, and definitely not in public. They would rather save face by calling for a private meeting. However, this fit perfectly with the public face of the Sapientia. They were meant to be a neutral clan, not fighting for anything other than the pursuit of knowledge. So, lowering themselves in front of an audience like this was actually to their benefit. Diane smiled. So, you would like me to help raise the standard of the Sapientia guilds? Yes, if you could do so, we'll be willing to compensate you accordingly. Are you sure you're aware of the value of my knowledge? Diane asked lightly. We've all seen the majesty of the celestial deer corner, how could I not? Good. Diane nodded. I'll help you in exchange for 30% share of the Sapientia network. A cold wind seemed to blow following Diane's words. The combination of the shock of the crowd and the Sapientia and the deadpan expression of Diane and the demon generals only made the atmosphere all the more stifling. A true god's words were heavy, but what he was actually asking for made them all the heavier. By now, the Sapientia network had grown into an absolute behemoth. Just based on the fees needed to take part in the second phase, the network as a whole was bringing in the revenue a top 20 quadrant brought in a year in just a single month. In fact, it was still expanding wildly. It seemed like every other day, some business-savvy individual would come up with a new idea. Now, there were forums for everything from typical auctions to brothels to even mercenary services. The longer the Sapientia network stayed active, the more trust people began to place into it, and thus the greater it became. It wouldn't be more than 10 years before the Sapientia network's revenue matched a top 10 quadrant, and no more than 100 before it made what the top 3 quadrants made in a year consistently. It was no wonder Diane was overflowing with more money than he knew what to do with. As things stood now, he only had to support a single universe. On top of that, the singular universe he was supporting wasn't even filled to capacity like much of the top-tier quadrants experienced. In addition to this, there were only about 8 to 9 more months before the Dark Ocean was completely sealed off, which would cause Diane's wealth to reach an unimaginable level. And this was even before Phase 3 was implemented. Yet, he was asking for 30%. This was shocking enough already, but Diane and his demon generals knew something Aritzia and the Sapientia did not. While the Sapientia controlled 70% now, who was it that controlled 30%? Was it not Diane's very own wife, Clara? If they signed over 30% to Diane now, it would be the equivalent of handing 60% of the Sapientia network to the Sacharo clan. By then, their fates would be sealed. That's quite an ask. Aritzia hollowly chuckled. In any other circumstance, she wouldn't have even flinched at such a high asking price. Instead, she would smile and laugh, maintaining proper decorum. But, unfortunately, Diane had thrown her mind out of focus, forcing her into a state where she couldn't control her own emotions. Is it? I don't think so. I was actually planning on asking for 50% originally. Diane responded. The fact you feel this way only means that you definitely do not understand the value of my knowledge. Diane shrugged. I don't blame you. You don't seem to have much knowledge of what it means to be a moon lord at my age. Aritzia's brows twitched, not liking what Diane was insinuating. Are you aware of how much the Sapientia network is worth? Are you aware of why it's called the Sapientia network to begin with? Do you believe my clan to be so narcissistic that it would slap its name onto an invention created by Comet Lord Gallagher? Diane nodded. You're saying that the network only has value because the people trust your clan. Except you're wrong. I guarantee you that neither the Star Clan, the Sprite clans, nor the Dragon clans trust your Sapientia clan even the smallest bit. In fact, just listing 3 is a bit of an understatement in my view. Yet, did they not also begin to use your network? Aritzia began to feel like she was losing control of the conversation. It wasn't in her or her clan's best interest that such things became public knowledge. They relied too much on laymen blindly believing in their integrity. Let's leave that alone for a moment. Let me ask you some questions instead. Diane smiled. Seeing Aritzia sigh in relief, he knew he had firmly gained the upper hand. Are you aware of what the Celestial Deer Corner sells? Are you aware of the revenue it generates? Do you believe that we need it? Diane's words struck Aritzia one after another, leaving her speechless. We only sell pills that Sapientia don't monopolize the market on. Do you really believe that I don't have superior recipes to pills you already sell? Or is it that you believe we are afraid of a clan of librarians? Those watching Diane's mighty display couldn't help but intake a sharp breath. Afraid of the Sapientia clan? How could a clan capable of breeding a genius like Diane be afraid of such a thing? If I so chose, the Sapientia wouldn't be able to sell a single pill, weapon, or array to anyone. I could suffocate you to the point of bankruptcy with a single thought. Diane's words grew more imposing, a calm presence wafting out from within him as the flickering lights of moon chi slowly rose into existence. But Diane's imposing aura vanished in an instant. I have no desire to do such a thing. The only reason I began selling pills in Celestial Corner to begin with was to reaccumulate the faith my Sicharo clan has been sorely lacking. But now you've come to me, asking for my knowledge. And yet you have no concept of what that knowledge is worth. You tell me, Lady Aritzia Sapientia, how much is everything the Sapientia have built to now worth? How much are your alchemy, formation, and weapons master guilds worth? Since you've decided to piss me off, how much do you think your Sapientia clan's place in this martial world is worth? Diane didn't seem to care for Aritzia's response. For the first time in her life, Aritzia felt completely ignored. Could it really be that Diane didn't care for her or her emotions at all? Begin! Diane's voice roared like thunder. I've heard that quite a few individuals have been running their mouths. Let them know who the demon generals are. In that moment, the deadpan demon generals roared into the skies, presences of untold magnitudes layering atop each other to quake Central City itself. The 2,000 demon generals behind Diane surged forward, leaving only himself and the 11 vice commanders. Those around watched in shock as they headed toward the doors, not just because of their powerful display, but also because not a single one approached a door ranked below Emperor. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing. Weren't dukes supposed to be rare? And if dukes were rare, what did that mean for kings? And if it meant that for kings, then what about emperors? Diane knew the reality of the matter well. A large majority of his demon generals had only completed king trials, with only the vice commanders having completed emperor trials. So, despite this, why was it that they all swarmed the emperor grade door? It was simple. King wasn't their limit. One had to remember that much like Diane, his demon generals took their trials with their cultivation sealed. However, unlike Diane, they didn't have the innate comprehension of array alchemy needed in order to perfectly clear the second trial, nor did they have the demon sage's blood essence to rely upon to strengthen their bodies. Many of the demon generals weren't body path cultivators, or, at the very least, it wasn't their absolute focus. Yet, they were all forced to rely on nothing but their bodies to pass their trials. One might think that Diane was at a disadvantage during his trials, but the reality was that his demon generals were handicapped even more so. An army of sentinels appeared before the Emperor Gate, charging toward Diane's army of demon generals with impunity. There were 2 stages to the celestial doors. Only after passing both would one be allowed to leave the Saint floor and cross into the celestial floors. Depending on the door you chose and the level of perfection of your passing, you would receive certain advantages on the celestial floor. The first stage was the aura stage. The higher grade the door, the stronger the presence wafting from it, and as such, the stronger the suppression one would face in battle beneath its influence. However, the demon generals charged into range of the door so quickly some began to wonder if such a stage even existed. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Then there was the second stage, the fight against the Guardians. Much like the first stage, it didn't matter how many attacked at once because the doors would respond appropriately. Since over 2,000 demon generals attacked, over 2,000 sentinels appeared. What no one expected was for it to be an absolute rout. Although the aura and roars of the demon generals were unbridled and wild, their approach to war was beyond organized. The battle didn't even last 5 minutes. The demon generals shredded apart the sentinels as though they were made of wet paper. There was no suspense, no longer drawn warfare, it was just a simple destruction the likes of which those here had never seen before. Some even began to wonder if there was something wrong with the celestial doors. There had to be, right? The demon generals paused before the massive celestial emperor doors before turning and bowing. There was no question who the bow was for. Without another word, they disappeared through the door, entering the celestial floor. Diane didn't have much of a reaction to this. Instead, he waved his hand once more. This time, the 11 vice commanders all simultaneously headed for the celestial god door. Those who were already on the edge of their seats felt that they would faint from shock. What did it mean for a single clan to have almost 3,000 emperors? What did it mean for a single clan to have 11 gods? What did it mean for a clan to have a talent on Dian's level? These numbers, especially concentrated into just one generation, blew even the top 3 clans out of the water. Only if the Star Clan, the Sprites, and the Dragons combined their talents together could they match the Sicharo clan. This was the reality they were all facing right now. Many could only hope that they had overestimated themselves, that maybe the 11 vice commanders would fail. But when they remembered the true god Geralda was only qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, they swallowed whatever hopes they had, sinking into a deep depression as they watched the scene unfold before them. Unlike the Emperor door, which tracked its score based on time taken, the God door tracked its score based on number of moves. The threshold for a true god had always been to win with 15 moves, with the best winning within 10. Only lesser gods would take 20 or more moves, with the worst of them taking days to complete the task. However, it was once more a complete wash. Galia, 7 moves. Gria, 7 moves. Helena, 7 moves. Kita, 9 moves. Malashira, 3 moves. Aridhel, 7 moves. Jassine, 7 moves. Ithiri, 3 moves. Kornos, 6 moves. Celeborn, 6 moves. Geralda, 3 moves. Dian glided forward to take his turn. He moved so easily that it was as though he couldn't feel the king-grade presence raining down upon him. In that moment, a golden-armored sentinel appeared before him. It stood at over 20 meters tall, twice the height of everyone else's. But he didn't flinch. In fact, his hands never left his pockets. As though it was waiting for him, the god doors inexplicably opened as Dian silently walked by the sentinel, his 11 vice commanders following to his back. Before the crowd could ask why the sentinel wasn't attacking, it folded in on itself as though a black hole had formed in its gut, crumpling into a pile of scrap metal. Just before Dian disappeared into the door, he spoke once more. "It's 40% now." Dian's eyes were suddenly blinded by a bright light, but his divine sense allowed him to comprehend that he was entering a new plane of reality so incredibly vast that even his divine sense could hardly comprehend the scope of a single percent of it. The tower floors had always been incredibly vast. Although the laws of physics didn't allow excessively large pieces of land to exist in reality, in a fabricated land like the epistemic tower, it was very much possible for the Earth to stretch millions of miles in every direction. Dian didn't spend much time on the Saint floors, but it also had an obscenely large scale. There simply wasn't any worth to exploring at all. Thanks to Eli's contributions, the Mortal Alliance could have its own sustained field of Grandmaster-grade spiritual ingredients in incomprehensibly large numbers. In fact, Dian's life ring hardly had any space for the celestial Deersex ruins due to the endless fields Eli cared for. Since Eli laid the groundwork, there was nothing of use to Dian on the Saint floors. Once Dian's eyes adjusted to his surroundings, he found himself standing above a city in ruin. It was quite a familiar scene. Though Celestial Deer Corner was now becoming a beautiful hub of its own, it had once looked exactly like this. In fact, it had also been overrun with serpent vines as well. While these particular ruins weren't filled with serpent vines, the level of ruin they experienced was far worse. The Celestial Deer Corner on the Saint floors had been ruined due to the flow of time, but these ruins were the product of war. There was no more hand holding on the celestial floors, though the tower's rules wouldn't allow the conquering of a certain minimum size of territory. It didn't stop others from destroying everything within that territory. Dian took a deep breath. Despite the scene around him, the air was quite refreshing with several suns hanging high in the sky. It wasn't long before his demon generals were all around him, happily chatting as they waited for Dian's direction. Though they were absolutely strict with themselves in the presence of outside company, when alone, they treated Dian like a younger brother of theirs. "What do you think, Dian? They're probably quaking in their boots already." "Huh." Thaddeus boisterously laughed, wrapping his arms around Dian's shoulders. Dian grinned. That was just the beginning. Not to mention this lowest celestial floor will lay waste to upper 3 tiers as well. Unlike the Saint floors, the celestial floors were pieced into 4 tiers. In addition, travel between these tiers weren't as restricted either. While descending from the celestial floor to the saint floor could only be done on incredibly rare occasions, as long as one passed the trials for the middle, higher, and peak tiers, it was incredibly easy to go from one tier to the next. This said, after one ascended to the Dao floors, it once more became incredibly difficult to descend. In addition, they would be restricted as well. Simply put, the only way to descend from the celestial floors to the saint floor, or from the Dao floors to the celestial floors, one must first earn the privilege by accumulating enough merit. In addition, one cannot have passed the age restriction. And lastly, you'd have to accept cultivation and will suppression. Meaning, a Dao expert can't descend then rampantly use their Dao wills to dominate. The process was so incredibly difficult that many just conceded the fact it was impossible to do so. Why even go through so much trouble to descend to a less than floor anyway? Not long later, the demon generals who had come ahead to scout out the celestial floors for Dian made their way back. There were only about 100 of them, and though they seemed a bit tired, they were in decent condition despite their roughed-up appearance. Still, it seemed they had been harassed quite a bit. Dian frowned when he saw the sight, the demon generals behind him becoming significantly quieter. They had all grown up together. Without families of their own, those here were their family. How could they stand the sight of their brothers and sisters suffering in such a way? What happened? Dian asked with a hardly hidden layer of killing intent. Thatch rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Thatch was one of the demon generals Madeline and Ree were quite fond of. Back during the events that ended the world tournament, he was the one that protected their backs when they were forced to fight the Dayu and Niveus armies with only 3,000 warriors. In fact, he even stood up against the Belmont ancestor Lionel Awakened as a last resort. Though he didn't end up having to fight that ancestor, his bravery in even attempting was more than commendable. Because of this, there was no question that Dian was quite attached to Thatch as well. He had never properly repaid him for protecting his wives back then. So, seeing him in such a sorry state, how could Dian not be pissed off? Still, Thatch was quite a quiet and stoic individual who usually went about his business silently. So, when he saw Dian and the rest getting so angry for him, he was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to do with the warmth in his heart. Not a single soul here wasn't prepared to lay waste to the bastards that dared touch their reverse scales in such a way. Thatch shifted awkwardly, but finally began telling his story. We've been on the celestial floor for almost 10 years already. But although we were harassed, it wasn't too bad. Things only started to get bad around 2 years ago. No one here needed to think too much to understand what might have instigated that. Dian didn't exit the Golden Flame mystical world until 2 years ago. After that, many of his exploits came to be known. There were even videos circulating of him defeating the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sect heirs. Something Dian assumed must have been Titus' handiwork. After all, he was the only one in position to do such a thing. It was likely revenge for him, exposing that he was the one who killed Christian 3. After that, not only did the Golden Crow sect cultivators react violently, but a lot of shameless bastards who wanted to use your name to make a path to fame for themselves started harassing us one after another. But those people were just clowns, they weren't a match for us. It wasn't until the true gods and their factions started to get involved that we ran into some issues. Dian's eyes narrowed. Before he exited the tower, he knew that there were 2 true gods on the saint floors, but there were 8 more in total excluding himself, not to mention an unknown number of false true gods as well. From what Dian knew, the Star Clans and the Sprite's true god had both gone to the Dao floors. In addition, according to rumors, another true god of a certain Chilan clan had also recently broken through and entered the Dao floors as well. Plus, both Falker and Anik had ascended to the celestial floors as well. This meant that if one included Dian, there were 8 true gods on the celestial floors alone. Back when Dian allowed the celestial Deer Corners barrier to lift, Falker began to harass his people to no end, all in order to draw him out. How could the prideful true gods sit back knowing that Dian commanded first place on not just one trial, but 4 of them? They were sick and tired of listening to people talk about how Dian might be in a class all to his own. Unfortunately, when they wanted to find Dian to vent their frustrations, he disappeared for several years at a time, taking his sweet time as though he didn't place them in his eyes at all. These sorts of sentiments were rampant not just among true gods, but also among false true gods who believed they were on the same level. This sort of thing made Dian public enemy number one. They didn't care what reasons he had, nor did they care he had just had a child. They wanted nothing more than to prove themselves by using him as a stepping stone. On this lowest celestial tier there was Dian, Falker, Titus, and Anik. However, one had to remember that the celestial floors allowed free movement between them. This meant that the four others could freely assault them to their will. Of course, Damaris was among this number. That meant that Dian had one less true god to worry about. However, this didn't account for the number of false true gods there were. Aside from those Dian had already named, there were 3 other true gods, all of whom were from the Drago-Chelan lands. They were arrogant without compare. It was no wonder they were so oppressive and violent. True god Drathel Orim, a peak celestial expert of the Orim dragon clan. His demeanor was actually on the calmer side, a silent arrogance exuding from him. Dian's golden dragon scale was from an ancestor of the Orim dragon clan. There was no doubt that if Drathel ever found out about such a thing that he would not rest until he had trampled upon Dian's everything. The Orim clan was known for more than just their beautiful golden scales, much like how the Crystal Dragon clan had their own specialization in mental energy. The Orim clan was known for having very potent dragon souls. Their strength at a certain tier of dragon soul was as much as double that other dragons of a similar tier. This referred not to just its strength, but also its range. True god Ral Lux. She was a pseudo-Dao expert of the Lux-Chelan clan. Only they had a beauty that could match the Orim clan due to their specialty in light will. The Lux clan disdained the idea that light will was an inferior will. In fact, they had a special bloodline that made their light will not lose out to a supreme law in any way. Not only did this special path of light give them ungodly speed, the likes of which no one of a similar cultivation could match, it also came with a higher realm that gave them a level of attack potency that made even the fiercest warlords run in the opposite direction. Finally, there was true god Kir Nativis, a pseudo-Dao expert. She was a member of the Kir Chelan clan, a clan of Chelans known for their mastery of the elements. Much like the Lux clan, they disdained the idea that their bloodline will legacy was inferior. Many tended to look down on elemental wills, believing them to be subpar and weak due to how easy they were to learn for most. However, the Kir clan's use of the elements was unlike anything to ever exist before. Any one of these 3 could give Dian a great battle. In fact, he definitely hadn't closed the gap to pseudo-Dao expert yet, meaning he only stood a real chance against Drathel. Yet, this was the situation he was tossed into. Where are Ava, Kedlam, and Thor? Dian frowned. Looking around, he didn't see any of them. In fact, there were others missing as well, like River, Ronica, and Arios. Currently, since Dian had appointed Aladar as the head of the Shadows faction, he was away preparing himself to be useful in the near future. This left the demon generals he sent here without a leader. So, though Dian noticed that they were missing, he didn't think much of it until he heard Thatch's response. We actually got a signal to group up from them. But, before we could make our way there, we got word that you were here. Since our city is in ruins, it takes too long for us to go from place to place without teleportation formations. So we thought it would be better if we came here first. Thatch explained. There really was no more hand-holding on the celestial floors. Even the travel that was so incredibly easy on the Saint floors due to the copious number of teleportation formations were nowhere to be found here. Without them, it really was too difficult to get around. Luckily, Dian gave his demon generals the advantage of communication. With his improvement in array alchemy, even communicating across several million miles was no real problem, especially if he used the Sapientia network as a proxy. What happened? Dian's frown deepened. Some bastard of the enigmatic sect has been harassing Ava. When her heaven-grade constitution became public knowledge, there was no shortage of individuals trying to take advantage. A baleful aura leaked from Dian's body. He had spent the last 2 years in too much calm. So many repressed emotions seemed to want to bubble upward. Ava might not be one of his wives, but she was most definitely one of his reverse scales in the same way Delia was. Dian knew how valuable a heaven-grade constitution was. With god constitutions being so incredibly rare, even among true gods, the heaven grade was the peakmost of what a genius could be. There was a reason why Madeline and Rhee's constitution reveals were such shockers. One could imagine how valuable the primordial een of a heaven-grade constitution was. They had a lot of nerve trying to take advantage of one of his own in this way. Give me your communication device. Dian reached out his hand and took an array plate from Thatch. The enigmatic sect, huh? Dian sneered. He knew very well that the enigmatic sect was the 7th-ranked quadrant. Their power lost out in no way to the Golden Crow sect. In fact, they were even a step above due to the fact they were without opponent in their home quadrant. However, would Dian care about such a thing? Dian closed his eyes. He immediately sensed that Ava was more than 2 million miles to his east. The main issue was that much of the land between here and there were filled with beasts and various environmental dangers. That said, Dian had no need to go through such a hassle. A single comet-grade teleportation array was enough. You all stay here. It would take me too long to draw an array capable of taking you all. Dian knew that he and his demon generals received rewards for passing through the celestial doors, but he could only push his accepting of them back. A fair distance away, Ava's delicate features were brimming with anger. She had 6 others with her, including Kedlum, Thor, River, Ronica, and her elder brother, Arios. However, they were currently in quite sorry states. In truth, Kedlum, Ava, and Thor were all worthy of being vice-commanders, with River, Ronica, and Arios just being a single notch below. The only reason Dian hadn't promoted them just yet was because they had yet to accumulate enough merits within the demon generals. One might wonder why Geralda had, but they hadn't, and the answer to that was simple. Dian had exchanged the Star-Grade Divine Pulse Pill in exchange for the right to enter the Agios clan's Calming Lake. Considering the level of natural treasure the Calming Lake was, it was most definitely worth countless merits. This aside, the very quiet 6th person that had yet to be mentioned was none other than Ava's former best friend, Tammy. Ava's figure was just as fiery as ever. It definitely didn't help that she was wearing her usual skin-tight leather at all. However, this only made their opponents stare at her with even more desire. Currently, the group stood before large city gates. Without a central hub like Central City, those on the celestial floors usually relied on nearby powers to rest and restock. This was exactly what Ava and the rest had come here to do. In the beginning, everything had been going smoothly. They stayed here for a few days, then planned to go to the nearby danger zone to train like they always did. However, who would have known that before they could attempt to leave the city, they would be stopped a gang of hooligans led by God Malthur, the key wielder of the enigmatic sect. Malthur was too disgusting of an individual. Even though he kept a dignified expression, the depraved light within his eyes was impossible to hide. Even now, he pretended to be in the right. Since the city was controlled by the enigmatic sect, who would dare to defy him? Return what you've stolen, he roared. Malthur, if you don't get out of my way right now, I'll start slaughtering enigmatic sect disciples one by one. Ava's fair skin reddened with anger, her ample chest heaving. Each one of her comrades had stepped out to protect her, but how could they be a match? Although this was the lowest tier, free travel was allowed between the celestial floors. Malthur was already a higher celestial, and his personal army were made of individuals who had already passed the middle and higher tier trials. Some of them had even already passed the peak tier trial. How could they be a match for more than 1,000 warriors with just 7 of them? Ava gripped her twin daggers, her body lighting up with a faint light, then soon manifested a full body of black armor. Right now, she was a demon general. She refused to do anything that would harm Dian's reputation. I see. So the true god Sacharo seems to believe that his demon generals should be allowed to get away with any crimes they commit? Is that the legacy of the Sacharo clan? How dare you? 7 enraged roared tore through low enigmatic city. The one thing the demon generals would never accept was disrespect toward Dian. Even Tammy, who Dian had only interacted with one time before, felt the same way. From a distance, she felt nothing but respect for Dian. In truth, she wasn't a member of the demon generals. The only reason she was here was because Thor had supported her all this time as her elder brother. Still, if it wasn't for Dian, where would her and her brother be? They probably would have been hunted down by the Ragnar Emperor God clan by now. Yet, because of Dian, they escaped both Loki's and their clan's chains. How could she not feel unending respect for Dian? At the same time, Tammy had sworn a blood oath to spend the rest of her life pursuing nothing but Ava's happiness. She didn't care whether Ava forgave her or not. All she cared about was making sure Ava's path was as smooth as possible, even to the point where she didn't care if it meant never being happy in her own life. Due to this, the love that had once existed between her and Arios was purposely ignored by her. Plus, she knew that even if she opened her heart to Arios, could he open his to her? How could he even think of forgiving someone who forced his little sister to endure such a horrible thing? Tammy's bob-cut blonde hair gave her a mature air it hadn't before. If previously it made her look like a child, now she was a grown woman who had lived through many years of hardship. She saw no purpose in her life other than making up for her past mistakes. Her blue eyes sparkled with determination. "I'll create a path. We'll directly pierce through." Before anyone could react to her words, Tammy had already charged forward. A silver spear appeared in her hands as she flashed forward, utilizing the heaven-grade lightning step to dodge her elder brother's attempt to stop her. "Even to now, you still resist," Malthor sneered. Thor's eyes contracted when he saw his sister's action. There was only one technique she could possibly think of using in this situation. If he was correct, her life was in danger. "Cripple her," Malthor roared. "To so boldly come to my city, yet reject my invitation. I'll definitely get my hands on your primordial Een and become a true god." Malthor's malicious thoughts shone through. Cripple who? In that moment, the gravity of low enigmatic city seemed to increase tenfold. A gentle wind will appeared beneath Tammy's feet. She tried to resist, thinking it was the attempt of one of her allies to stop her from risking her life, but she suddenly realized it was futile. She couldn't for the life of her understand why such a gentle will was so powerful. She found herself floating backward. Before she understood what happened, she was already standing beside her brother once more. Everyone looked up to find a calm young man wearing black sweats and a crisp white shirt. He didn't seem to care that he faced an army of 1,000, neither did the army seem to realize that he was just one man. Dian descended from the skies, smiling when he saw Ava. "Look at you. The Ava I know would have made him a eunuch by now." Ava involuntarily jumped into Dian's arms, hugging him tightly. Hey, I can't breathe." Dian laughed, rubbing Ava's head. It really had been too long since he had seen her. Seeing this scene, Malthor suddenly felt inexplicably nervous. The only reason he dared to do this was because he assumed that Dian wouldn't care much for his subordinates. Even if he took advantage of one or two, how much could he possibly retaliate? Plus, he had only just entered the celestial realm. What chance did he stand against him? After all, he was far better than those flame rebirth and fiery lotus heirs. Yet he felt a tangible weight on his heart. That's true God Sacharo. When did he get onto the celestial floors? Quickly. Who has a network tablet? Someone must have recorded his celestial door test, right? The crowd grew lively. However, Dian's eyes had trained entirely on God Malthor. Dian's eyes left Malthor for a moment, sweeping over his demon generals. Seeing their disheveled appearances, a deep-seated killing intent wafted from him. If Thaddeus saw his wives, River and Ronica, in this sort of state, there's no doubt he would lay waste to this entire city. "Ava, how many danger zones does the city have control over?" Dian suddenly asked. Danger zones were both heavenly training grounds and places ripe with resources. There were some areas with battle scars of long-fought battles, other areas with rare abyssal cores, and still yet other areas with precious minerals and spiritual ingredients. However, all of these danger zones, of course, had a level of danger associated with them. While studying the battle scars of sword masters could greatly improve your sword will, it was also possible for latent sword chi to shatter your soul. At the same time, while it was possible to find precious minerals and spiritual ingredients, it was practically guaranteed that they'd be protected by powerful beasts. That said, though, danger zones were the symbol of power for any stronghold, not to mention a great source of income. By forcing those not under your flag to pay a certain fee to enter your danger zones, one could imagine how easy it would be to accumulate energy stones. As the 7th-ranked quadrant, there was no question that the enigmatic sect controlled quite a few danger zones on every tier. One had to remember that the resources garnered on the celestial and Tao floors were incredibly important to a sect's foundation. Knowing this, how could the 7th-ranked quadrant not invest properly in controlling them? Low Enigmatic City controls a territory of 13 bronze danger zones and 3 silver danger zones. Ava responded despite not knowing what Diane was getting at. Every celestial tier had exactly 999 static danger zones. This essentially meant that no matter the day or time you enter, these 999 static danger zones would always be here. These were the kind of danger zones that could be claimed and controlled. That said, the ownership of danger zones was incredibly fluid. Some of the more volatile ones changed ownership every other month. Only incredibly powerful clans and sects could maintain power for extended periods of time. In fact, this fluidity was often decided by key wielders. Key wielders had special rights and were thus in better position to protect in comparison to a normal powerful individual. This was why the Watermist sect had such strict rules about when their key could be passed on. This aside, with the existence of static danger zones, there were, of course, dynamic danger zones. These were danger zones that appeared and disappeared. Some dynamic danger zones had a set cycle that could be timed and managed. However, there were also some that appeared and disappeared at will without rhyme or reason. In truth, the ancient battlefield was the most enigmatic of all dynamic danger zones. This wasn't only because its appearance was erratic, but also because it didn't care for a person's cultivation when it did appear. Anyone, whether Dao expert, celestial, or even saint, could enter as long as they were kings as a minimum. In fact, even this king rule was tossed out for some. After all, the outer quadrants participated in its appearance as well. It was truly an enigma no one could understand. The last important point about danger zones were their ranks. Static danger zones came in 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. There were 900 bronze danger zones, 90 silver, and just 9 gold. One could see how valuable gold danger zones were considering even the enigmatic sect wasn't qualified to control one. Is that so? Diane smiled. The Sicharo clan will be taking control of all of your danger zones. You have 2 options. The first is to fight me and leave half dead. Or you can make the smarter decision and simply leave now. The choice is yours. When Ava heard Diane's words, she simply left his arms and smiled, falling backward. In that moment, not just her, but the other 5 also felt a keen sense of security. Since Diane had said he'd do it, he could do it. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. The matters of city strongholds and danger zones wasn't as simple as a squabble between the younger generation. Although even behemoth-like clans allowed their youths to fight and earn these things, no one doubted how important it was to a clan as a whole. If Diane suddenly seized all of the enigmatic sect's territory in the lower tier, even their secluded elders would hear about it. Malthur stared at Diane, trying to gauge whether it was serious or not. Surprisingly, his immediate reaction wasn't unbridled anger. "How funny," he suddenly said. "First your people steal like a bunch of beggars, and now their leader comes to steal as well." Diane waved his arm, stopping those behind him from protesting. "Wrong. I didn't come to steal, I've come to take. For your words today, not only will Low Enigmatic City lose its danger zones on this tier, I'll be taking the stronghold as well. It just so happens that one of my rewards is the right to claim a territory that disallows outside attacks for 5 years. I've decided that I'll be taking this one." What did he just say? He's got to be bluffing. There's never been such an outrageous reward before. Even when the rewards are combined, one might get a few weeks, maybe a month or 2 of protection at most. Who's ever heard of 5 years? That's not even the most glaring point. Someone else hopped in. The size of Low Enigmatic City's territory is massive. How could a territory reward be so large? Plus, isn't the territory you chose only allowed to be unclaimed? Since when could you choose to take over an already claimed territory? Plus, isn't there supposed to be a minimum territory amount that each clan and sect is allowed? I've heard of taking claimed danger zones as a reward, but territory is a completely different matter entirely. Someone else supplemented. One had to know that while danger zones were the most coveted, territories outside them were decently valuable as well. They often had lower-tier spiritual ingredients and minerals in high volumes. So, territories were incredibly important for foundations as well, making them far less volatile and fluid in their ownership in comparison to danger zones. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder and more incredulous. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, but they also didn't believe Dian was a fool who would simply spout nonsense. The rewards given to those who completed their trials to a certain bar were well known by many, particularly because of how high-profile some of these undertakings were. For example, after Anik defeated the celestial god Door Key Sentinel in just 10 moves, he was given the right to claim 1 silver danger zone for his own. One had to know that the Key Sentinel only appeared for key wielders, and only by defeating it to a certain standard would you be allowed to claim already owned danger zones. This was one of the advantages of being a key wielder, and was also why Dian's Sentinel was twice as tall as the ones his demon generals faced. Malthur frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense? Never that." Dian smiled lightly. "I'm allowed to claim 50 bronze danger zones, 10 silver danger zones, and 1 gold danger zone. I'm also allowed to claim 3% of the lower tiers land for myself. My danger zones will be protected from reconquering for 6 months, and my territory will be protected for 5 years. So I'll ask you again. Will you walk out of here, or crawl out?" Truth be told, Dian didn't care for these rewards at all. The so-called danger zones on this mere lower tier were nothing but a joke to him. They wouldn't improve his strength at all. This was the reason why there was no point in waiting until you grew more powerful before taking the Celestial Door test. No matter how hard you tried, the rewards you received would be restricted to the lower tier, so what was the point? However, these resources were invaluable to his demon generals. As things stood now, aside from Damaris, all of his demon generals were mere lower celestials. Dian had left them too far behind. If he wanted them to improve, they needed these training ground. So he would provide them. Plus, there was a reason there were more trials to the middle, higher, and peak tiers. Dian had 3 more opportunities to reap these rewards. Without waiting for Malthur to respond, Dian's key split from his forearm and swirled in the air. At that moment, the surrounding territory became awash with light. Malthur, who had a key of his own, suddenly felt like something was being stripped from him. All of the privileges he had in this territory disappeared. Even the suppression effects he was using to bully Ava and the rest so easily flipped, landing on his body instead. "Originally, I wanted to carefully choose my danger zones. But I guess your enigmatic sect wouldn't have chosen too badly, right? You." The rage Malthur had been holding and suddenly couldn't be held in anymore. But just as he was about to attack, a very familiar scene replayed itself. Dian remembered when he first exited his trials, the first person he went to see was Ri. Back then, Aki decided that it was the perfect time to harass his wife and charged after Dian. However, Aki acted very foolishly back then. Due to his misjudgment, his attack landed on the tower's teleportation formation after Dian and Ri had already disappeared. As a result, the tower registered this attack as an act on itself and retaliated violently. Those videos of Aki being sent flying and Dian's voice calling him a dumbass were still circulating to this day. Of course, Dian didn't want to draw too many connections between him and the masked wife-stealer. So he didn't repeat what he said back then as Malthur was sent flying. But he couldn't help but smirk. "Seems you want to crawl out." The crowd watched in shock. Malthur was a godly figure in their eyes. After all, just how many gods could there be? He was only a notch below true gods and false true gods. Yet he had been toyed with so thoroughly. At that moment, they began to believe Dian's words. But there was something even more important to be discussed. Just how overwhelming were Dian's results for him to receive such a reward? To put matters into perspective, not even 5 minutes had passed since Dian walked by Aritzia and entered the celestial floors. Those here simply hadn't had the time to see the news yet. Without fail, each and everyone began pulling out their array tablets. They needed to know, just what had he done? A wave surged over the martial world once more. It seemed like with every appearance, even after several years, Dian couldn't help but make a splash. When others saw just how easily he completed his trial, they were in absolute shock. Some were enraged that Dian had stolen his spotlight once more and tried to point out that Dian had disappeared for 2 years even after he had broken into the celestial realm. Obviously, that meant that he had more time to consolidate his foundation than others did. Therefore, it should be obvious that he would perform better. However, those individuals, most of whom were from the enigmatic sect, were completely drowned out. For one, it wasn't rare for individuals to consolidate their foundations before taking the trials. In fact, 2 years was actually on the lesser side of things. Some took 10, 20, or even 50 years to do so. One had to remember that the celestial realm was a completely different ballpark. One could take 900 years to cross it and still be considered a genius. So what did 10 years mean? Secondly, Dian was very clearly still a first-stage celestial. Although his cultivation was difficult to detect because of how pure his energy was, there was no doubting this. How could just 2 years allow a normal first-stage celestial to defeat the God Key Sentinel in just one move? In fact, it was a move that utilized chi manipulation. Looking down on such a feat simply made you look stupid and bitter. Still, while many could accept that Dian's strength was otherworldly, they simply couldn't accept that his reward was so exaggerated. Although defeating the Key Sentinel in less than 10 moves was rare, it wasn't unprecedented. For example, Anna could have defeated the Key Sentinel in less than 10 moves if he consolidated his foundation first, but he was so aggrieved by his humiliating loss to the masked wife-stealer that he rushed to step onto the celestial floors. If it wasn't for this, he could have beaten the Key Sentinel in 7 moves or less like Falker and Titus did. It was simply his impatience that had led to this result. But this wasn't the key point. The fact of the matter was that there were individuals who had defeated the Key Sentinel in just 2 moves. Daisho Ken's elder brother, True God Daisho, defeated the Key Sentinel in just 2 moves. True God Star also defeated the Key Sentinel in just 2 moves. However, their reward paled in comparison to Dian's. Both received 20 bronze danger zones, 5 silver danger zones, and no gold danger zones. On top of this, their protection only lasted 1 month. How could a single move difference be so exaggerated? There was an even more blatant and recent example of this as well. Emithius, leader of the Brotherhood of Guardians, defeated his Key Sentinel in just 5 moves, but he only received 5 bronze danger zones and just 1 silver danger zone with only 3 days of protection. This wasn't even the most shocking portion of Dian's rewards. 3% of the lower tiers territory. What the hell? One had to know that there were only 100 power centers in the tower quadrants. If you add a little to take into consideration power centers with multiple figureheads like the Dragons or the Golden Flame quadrant, you wouldn't exceed 150. But then, if you subtract the clans without enough talent or resources to produce celestials younger than 1,000 years old, you're left with only about 50 powers total. Any simple math would tell you that that meant that each power would be allowed, on average, 2% of the territory, but this would be a wrong. One had to subtract out the no-go lands where dynamic danger zones would appear, and you also had to subtract static danger zones since they didn't count as part of territories. After you did this, you were left with just 50% of the total lands left, of which each clan would be allowed, on average, about 1/50th of. Obviously, it didn't work out this way, with large clans like the Star Clan controlling upwards of 5% of these territory lands. However, this didn't change the fact that Dian would be allowed, on average, 3 times the land of anyone else. On top of that, no one would be allowed to touch him or his people for 5 years. As if this news wasn't enough, the next round made people want to faint from anger. One had to remember that key wielders weren't the only ones allowed to receive rewards from their trials. Others could receive rewards as well, or else it wouldn't be very fair. Some of the weaker rewards included the right to enter danger zones for a period of time without being charged by the clan or sect that controlled it. This could be considered a sort of beginner's grace. But who would have known that Dian's demon generals would perform so well that they too received one of the highest form of rewards? Territory protection. Since they weren't key wielders, the demon generals could only earn a few days each, but what did multiplying that by 300 result in? The demon generals all gained an average of 1.5 days of protection. This meant that Dian's new 3% territory on top of 5 years from him would gain an additional 4,500 days of protection. This meant that for the next 17 years, no one could even think of touching Dian's territory. As the martial world was losing their minds over Dian's achievements, Dian himself had already gotten to work once more. The first thing he did was purge low enigmatic city of enigmatic sect influences. Though this might seem simple with the protection he received, it was actually more complex than one might expect. Low enigmatic city wasn't just a territory. It functioned as its own nation of sorts, a nation crafted for and by celestials. Many had no hope of reaching the Tao realm at all, and instead settled to spend their 10,000 years of life in leisure. As a result, this city and others like it were hubs of entertainment as much as they were strongholds. The enigmatic sect took advantage of this to contract many businesses under them. And obviously, even with Diane's interference, these businesses were still being controlled by the enigmatic sect. Considering the binding nature of martial world contracts, it was no simple task to pull them out from under their thumb. Diane had three choices. The first was to pay an exorbitant sum to prematurely terminate the contracts of these business owners. The second was to allow them to remain under contract. And the third was to force them to leave the city. Obviously, the first was too wasteful. How could Diane spend such an ungodly amount of Tao stones on such a venture? The second was even more impossible because that would be akin to Diane running the enigmatic sex city, all for them to gain profits while he gained nothing. As for the last option, it seemed like the most viable. But it would also gut the city of everything that drew people to it. Though some used low enigmatic city as a break from danger zones that were nearby, most didn't care for training and putting their lives on the line in such a fashion. Those individuals would choose to leave entirely if Diane chose the third option. Plus, even if Diane bit the bullet and went with the third option, he wouldn't have enough people to keep the city functioning properly. After all, only 3,000 or so of his mortal alliance had stepped onto this floor. Compared to others who had millions of individuals, it was far too lacking. Luckily, Diane found a hidden fourth option. After poring over their contracts, most of these business owners were tied to low enigmatic city. This stipulation made sense. After all, if you contracted a business but they left to take their services elsewhere, although you would still receive some of their profits, your city would lose some of its stature. The whole appeal of having businesses attached to low enigmatic city was so that visitors could feel as though they had everything they could possibly want at their fingertips. Clearly, the problem with this was obvious. There was no such thing as low enigmatic city anymore. Using this loophole, Diane changed the name of low enigmatic city to low Sicharo city. Instantly, more than 70% of the contracts were completely voided. Of course, these contracts were tied to lesser businesses that the enigmatic sect gave generic contracts to. These were businesses they could afford to lose without blinking an eye. However, there was a smaller 20 to 30% number that the enigmatic sect used unique contracts for, unique contracts that had far stricter wordings. Diane had no choice but to let these businesses go, kicking them out of low Sicharo city entirely. However, this had saved him trouble. Although many of the more popular businesses were gone, it wasn't to the point where the city was gutted. With this done, Diane immediately got to work filling in the void those businesses left. First, he established the second branch of the Sicharo Pill Pavilion. This was a shop identical to what could be found on the Saint floors. Considering the popularity it had already garnered there, this filled much of the void that was missing. Second, he contacted Madeline. This wife of his had stepped onto the celestial floors long ago. In fact, she had already entered the middle tier just recently. With her help, the Flaming Lily sect had gained a sizable reward since she was now the Golden Flame Quadrant's key wielder. As a female-only sect, the Flaming Lily sect controlled many entertainment businesses of their own, namely the famous Violet's Bloom Pavilion. This was a place where a collection of talented women sold their companionship. Whether it be a game of Go, or simply some lovely playing of the lyre, cultured men and women loved to take part in their entertainment. Obviously, the celestial tiers only had one Violet's Bloom Pavilion per tier. This led to those who wanted to partake having no choice but to go to Flaming Lily sect strongholds to enjoy this high-class entertainment. However, as the husband of their key wielder, Diane had special privileges others didn't. Therefore, for the first time ever, Violet's Bloom Pavilion would be coming to a city not owned by the Flaming Lily sect. And rumors had it that the leading mistress would be the famous legatee Empress Yandavir. Just like that, those who had been wondering if it was even worth staying in Low Sicharo City did a complete 180. No matter what, they had to be there for opening day. As for who would be designing the pavilion, who better than Maying? Entering the celestial floors wasn't as easy as entering the saint floors. One doesn't even have to complete their trials first to enter the saint floors. However, the same couldn't be said about the celestial tiers. However, Diane had once entered the saint floors with Amphory in his inner world. So why couldn't he do the same now for Maying? Although she couldn't step out, Diane could be her eyes and ears, allowing her to properly gain a feel for her surroundings. After she understood the lands properly, she could draw up city plans that would take advantage of the area's feng shui. Obviously, she didn't need to be there personally as her designs were built. Diane spent a few days taking Maying around. It was quite amusing to listen to her moan about how trashy the former low, enigmatic city was. Considering how beautiful the city was, anyone who heard her would think she was insane, until they saw her work on the Saint floors, that is. Once Maying finished using Diane's help to scout the area, she got to work on her designs. It would likely take her a few weeks to finish, not to mention a ridiculous amount of resources to finish it all, so Diane could only go off and do other things. What should I do now? Diane thought to himself as he meditated in silence. Currently, his master and the 11 titled spirits were building their bodies. There were two things slowing the process. The first was that their soul strengths weren't remotely on Diane's level. So, it took them much longer to influence their vessels into the proper form. The second issue was that their souls were not complete. As such, much like Diane had, they needed time to heal before they could even solve the first problem. To deal with the second issue, Diane left the soul tome with them since only it could heal a partial soul into a full soul. As for the first issue, it could only be solved with time. Since they were Tao experts in their lives, it would take even longer than if they were mere mortals because not only their souls were stronger than usual, and thus took more effort to heal, but their bodies would take longer to construct for the same reason. Plus, there was only one soul tome but 12 of them. 13 if the demon sage was included as well. In truth, the demon sage was in an even worse situation because he had been a 12th stage Tao expert before his death. He would take exponentially longer than the others. This was all to say that Diane didn't have any guidance right now. Without his master, he was flying blind just like he had in the past. My first priority should be to improve my planet Qi and planet-grade array alchemy comprehension. Without it, I won't be able to implement my and Eli's plan. My second priority is the proper training of the demon generals. They're talented enough to improve without my direct interference, but that doesn't mean they won't do good with guidance. In this vein, the beast babies are in a better situation since they have their clan elders. Diane frowned deeply. The issue of the demon generals' training was a problem, but it was just a symptom of a much deeper disease. Diane was lacking in top-level experts. Ava. Diane's divine sense stretched out, sending a message to Ava. Ava, who had been training in one of the training centers of Lo Sicharo City, one of the smaller businesses Diane managed to keep a hold of, looked around in confusion before realizing Diane was speaking into her mind. Oh, do you need me? You don't need to move, I just had a question. What are the 9 gold danger zones? I still need to claim one of them, but I don't want to do so blindly. Oh, Ava nodded. She had wanted to enter the gold danger zones for a long time, but the demon generals were heavily discriminated against by the top-level geniuses due to Diane. So, even if they were willing to pay the fee, they weren't allowed in. The 9 gold danger zones, the same on every tier, I believe. There's the elemental gold zone, the weapons gold zone, the demon gold zone, the presence gold zone, the mirror gold zone, the spirit gold zone, the gravity gold zone, the tribulation gold zone, and the mind gold zone. The elemental and weapons gold zones focus on wills. The presence, gravity, and mind gold zones focus on presence, improving the quality and control of Qi, and tempering willpower and mental stamina respectively. The demon and mirror gold zones focus on combat prowess. In the demon gold zone, you fight powerful demons and devils lords of the past. In the mirror gold zone, you fight yourself. It's similar to the 4th trial we all faced. However, this time, the mirror image continuously improves as you improve instead of staying static. How well you perform depends on your continuous improvement, so therefore you're timed for how long you can last. The spirit gold zone is one of the very few soul path danger zones. Soul cultivation is faster, but it can also work to improve your control, etc. It has many aspects. Finally, there's the tribulation zone. As you might have guessed, you can face the many famous tribulations to have appeared in the past. There were even 2-color lightning cloud tribulations. On the peak tier, there are 5-color tribulation clouds. Hearing Clara's explanation, Diane had half a mind to claim all of the gold zones for himself. He had assumed that all of the lower-tier danger zones would be useless to him. But if what Ava said was true, then many of them would be greatly beneficial to him. Which do you think is the most useful? Diane asked. This. Ava blushed in embarrassment, something that was rare for her. I don't know. Diane frowned when he heard these words. Why? Ava coughed, the blush on her cheeks deepening even further. She didn't know how to face Diane right now. She didn't even want to bother him with such a thing. I've never been to any of them. After Diane listened to Ava's explanation, he felt so angry that he began to laugh. The fury bubbled up within him, his aura becoming stifling. His blood boiled and his heart thumped like raging thunder. The darkness in his eyes deepened and a demonic sort of violence rippled into the surroundings. What audacity! The 9 gold danger zones were all located in the same area. Unlike the other danger zones that were located on open land, the gold danger zones were each large pagodas separated into tiers that stretched into the skies. Much like the epistemic tower within the gates that seemed to stretch to infinity, so too did the gold danger zones. As of right now, since the Star Clan and Sprite Clan true gods had left to the Dao floors, their perpetual monopoly over the gold danger zones had loosened. So, the Aurum, Lux, and Nativist clans each controlled 2 since their true gods were the most powerful. As for the final 3, one was maintained by the Star Clan, the other was controlled by the Daisho clan of the 3rd-ranked Sprite Quadrant, and the last was controlled by the Agios clan thanks to Damaris' combat prowess. Damaris hadn't been in the public eye for over 2 years now. But before, she had been just as angry that Diane had the spotlight as the other geniuses had been. So, of course she followed suit and banned the demon generals from entering. You stay here. By the end of the day, I'll see if anyone dares to continue bullying the demon generals. Diane forgot all about his plans to set a path for the future. He shot into the skies and began drawing a brilliant formation. Those in the city looked up, completely mesmerized by the sight they were witnessing. Minutes ticked by as they remained in this trance. Then Diane disappeared. At the very center of the lower tier, there was a sight few would ever witness in their lifetime. Too few were even qualified to even make their way to the gold danger zones, let alone pay for entry. So, this scene was rare even for those on this floor. 9 pagodas stood to form a circle, stretching so high into the skies that their end couldn't be seen. Even the clouds and the suns in the sky seemed to stand lower than them. They were brilliantly designed. Some were embroidered in beautiful red and gold, others shone with royal blues and silver, while one stood as a sleek, unending black. One would seem small standing at their feet, even though they looked like normal-sized buildings from the distance. Once one approached, it soon became obvious that even the smallest of them stretched an entire kilometer in every direction. Just the 9 pagodas' bases alone took up almost 100 square miles. At this moment, the elites of the celestial floor gathered at the base of these towers. If you could stand here, you were without a doubt a king. Even a duke was unqualified to face the majesty of the towers. Several smaller buildings stood around, creating a beautiful city at the center of the 9 pagodas known as Low Gold City. It was also colloquially known as the City of Elites. This was truly a place where the powerful reigned supreme. It was this place Diane appeared above. Hey, who is that? Doesn't he know flying in any of the gold cities is prohibited? I don't know, he's standing too high up for me to see him clearly. What is he trying to prove? You all better control your mouths better. Who here isn't an elite? How many of us are stupid? If he's confident enough to do that, in all likelihood, he could kill you with a single finger. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even making it to the gold danger zones required crossing dozens of silver danger zones. Even emperors could die in those places. Of course, there were teleportation formations, but they were reserved for those who had conquered the gold danger zones. No clan would accept money for the right to use them. It was a strictly controlled advantage. Knowing how correct this person was, those who were speaking shut their mouths. At this moment, though, the Gold City protectors had begun to move. These protectors kept law and order here. They were all made up of stronger kings that had already ascended to higher tiers but came here in order to earn a decent salary and benefits. So no one dared to look down on them. You up there? A squad captain wearing golden armor shouted into the skies. You have 3 seconds to get down here, or you'll face the attack of the protectors. Diane swept his gaze down. At that moment, the squad captain felt a cold seep into his soul. All members of the Aurum, Lux, Nativus, Star, and Daisho clans have exactly 3 seconds to scram. For the next 30 years, none of you are allowed to enter the gold danger zones. Anyone found disobeying my rules will be sent back to their clan half-dead. If this rule is violated twice, your clan will only receive a corpse. Diane's voice boomed over Low Gold City. In that moment, it was as though time itself had frozen over. Low Gold City became awash in shock. Many couldn't help but replay the events in their minds, wondering if they had heard correctly. The Aurum, Lux, and Nativus clans were all among the very few King God Dragon clans. On top of this, they were protected by a peak celestial true god and 2 pseudo-Dao true gods, respectively. The Daisho clan reigned supreme among the third-ranked quadrant sprite clans. Not only did they have true god Daisho, an existence only matched by true god Star of the first-ranked quadrant, they were currently protected by the magic swordsman, Daisho Ken. This didn't even mention the fact that the Heavenly Sword Guild's influence was practically unmatched on the Celestial and Dao floors. To make matters worse, this mysterious person sought to ban the Star Clan as well, a godly existence that controlled 2 quadrants to themselves. A mighty 2 Comet Grade clan. Who the hell is this clown? Diane's words were met with a roar. The crowd remained absolutely silent. The one who had spoken was a captain of the Heavenly Sword Guild, a man who claimed the same rank as Daisho Ken, Okatana Paku. Paku wasn't even meant to be on the lower celestial floor. However, with the sudden influx new true gods on this lowest tier, the Daisho clan needed to make sure they had a powerful presence so that they didn't lose their remaining gold danger zone. It was alright if they didn't control 3 like they had in the past, but controlling none was unacceptable. In truth, Paku was greatly disgruntled about being given such a task. There were 112 captains of the Heavenly Sword Guild and he was ranked around 90 or so within them, so why the hell was he sent? It was too unfair. He was already pissed off enough. Then some clown actually showed up to kick his Daisho clan out? He would definitely vent his frustration now. There were others in a similar position to Paku, but they had much better control over their emotions. Why not let Paku go probe this person first? Though the martial world didn't have a shortage of idiots, none of them would believe that someone could be stupid to the level of provoking so many clans without something to back it up. In the distance, sitting on the terrace of a large tea house, one such man was Vespak Star. This young man seemed to glisten to a level that made him nearly irresistibly handsome. His pupils were black, but silver flecks twinkled within, almost giving them the depth of the universe. But his hair was a shimmering white. He was a member of the Star Force, a group only rivaled by the Heavenly Sword Guild, and an emperor of the Star Clan. 3. Diane didn't respond to Paku's call. His count had already begun. Yet Paku didn't seem intent on waiting for him to finish. A baleful aura spun around his body, causing his body to seemingly blink into and out of existence. The last time Diane witnessed something like this was when he first met Daisho Ken. This feeling of real and unreal. It was a feeling that only the sprites could give. The sprite quadrants were ruled by sword sprites, specifically the 5 blade families. The Katana clan, the Nagamaki clan, the Odachi clan, the Okatana clan, and, last but not least, the Daisho clan. Paku was a member of the Okatana clan. Though his family was not as strong as the Daisho clan, the difference wasn't so exaggerated that one could completely ignore the other. Paku had his own pride, yet this unknown individual was trying to stomp on it. His long black hair billowed under his own aura, the faint image of a long, slender sword with a circular handle appearing to his back. No, there was no handle at all. Instead, the hilt was completely replaced by a circular blade. Paku shot into the skies, tearing through the city's semblance of a no-flight array with absolute ease. In a mere instant, he had appeared before Diane. Good. Diane's eyes blazed to life. I'll send you back to your clan half-dead. When Paku shot into the air and closed the distance, he had already seen Diane's face clearly. This was a face not a single soul in the martial world wouldn't recognize. True God Sacharo. So you finally crawled out of your hole. When the crowd heard these words, they suddenly understood. Who else would dare to be so bold? Who else would have a grudge against these clans? For the last 3 years, the demon generals had been stifled to the point where they could hardly raise their heads. But now, their leader was here. Not just that, but he actually wanted to repay these clans tenfold, banning them from entry for 30 years. Dian's fist clenched. He seemingly hardly thought about his move before he threw it outward. Paku? A higher celestial? Who cared? Anyone below the ninth order was worthless to him. Paku's eyes contracted. He could only throw a fist of his own, immediately regretting the fact he hadn't taken out his sword. But he was a sword sprite, a mighty existence even among all sprites themselves. His body was his sword. Body as a sword. Paku immediately circulated the treasured technique of the sprite, one only they could execute. But that was the moment he suddenly felt as though the whole world was weighing down on him. Sprites were meant to be the newest and highest evolution of humanoids. Well, half sprites that was. However, they had one glaring weakness: presence. Ethereal and spirit-like things found the body to be their direct opposite. Unfortunately for them, presence was based entirely on the body, as it was one of the most ancient martial arts to survive to this day. Wasn't it too foolish for a sprite who wasn't even Dian's match to begin with to fight him despite knowing he had the presence of a true god? Paku's transformation was directly interrupted. He felt like his face was shattering under the weight of 1,000 planets as Dian's fist connected with his jawline. His only saving grace was that he lost consciousness immediately. He didn't feel it when he streaked across the skies like a meteor, nor did he feel it when he slammed into the city's grounds, wiping out several hundred meters worth of real estate with him. 2. Those of the clans Dian listed were caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, they knew that none of them here were a match for him, but they also knew that they couldn't spit on the pride of their clans so easily. More than half of them were dragons and Chilants, and the other half were from the mighty sprite races. How could they not be prideful? He came here alone, someone roared. Attack him together. The dragons and Chilants didn't move an inch toward Dian. Instead, they began to make their ways to the various teleportation arrays. They were too prideful to gang up on a single man. But they also knew that they couldn't defeat Dian alone. Their only choice was to wait for True God Aurum, Lux, and Nativus to get word of today's events. Then they would come back to vent their anger. However, the sprites were a completely different matter. They surged upward in the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands even. Of course, they weren't all sprites. Much like elves, sprites suffered from terrible birth rates. This was simply the curse of greater evolved species. However, they did have many talented subordinate clans under their charge, all of whom would suffer under Dian's ban. So, how could they not act? Dian couldn't help but involuntarily smile. Actually, it could be described as more a grin. He had spent too long cooped up. Sure, spending every day with his wives was great. Even diligently spending time on his array alchemy brought him happiness like almost no other thing could. But there was simply nothing like fighting an insurmountable enemy on your own, the kind of enemy no one expected you to defeat. All of the geniuses here before him, every single last one of them, had names that rang like thunder in the ears of the common people. Yet today they had banded together to face him alone. In that moment, someone immediately began to record the events. One of the newest ventures those business-savvy individuals created were platforms where events would be recorded and broadcasted live. Large companies would pay recorders of these events a certain commission, and in return, the person who recorded these events could use the name recognition of those large companies to get as many eyes on their recordings as possible. What event could be more worthy of watching than Dian facing off against the whole of Low Gold City alone? Dian's body flickered and disappeared, a devastatingly handsome grin lighting his face as he dove into the crowd. Dian knew in the back of his mind that he didn't have to do this. After taking over the enigmatic sex territory, he still had just under 2% more territory to claim. If he wanted, he could claim Low Gold City right now and kick all of these people out without another word. But wouldn't that be too boring? It was complete devastation. Every time Dian disappeared and appeared, another swath of geniuses would fall, agonizing screams following their demises. Most of those here were mere lower celestials. After all, the gold danger zones here were meant for them. But how could lower celestials be a match for Dian? If anything, they were just cannon fodder. Realizing their mistake in ganging up on such a genius with numbers, they began to pull back, focusing on attacking together instead of overwhelming Dian so simply. It was only then that they began to slow Dian to even the smallest extent. Good. Dian's body seemed to glow with a golden hue. Before, he had only used his body, but now he set his chi alight, manipulating the energy in the air as though it all was birthed from him. The celestials around him felt as though were they fish pulled out of water. Much of the reason celestials were so much stronger than saints was because they weren't restricted to the energy just in their bodies. They could pull from the atmosphere around them to supplement their strength. But Dian's chi manipulation was so far and away above theirs that it felt as though they were starving for food but couldn't even get a scrap to eat. Massive golden palms appeared in the air as Dian continued to fight. Blood coated his fists, and his once crisp white shirt was bathed in crimson. But none of it was his own. Descending palm. Dian's uproarious laughter shook Low Gold City to its core. Swaths of golden palms descended from the skies, taking out dozens of cultivators with each one. The devastation left the millions that had swarmed to the live castings without words. Those weren't mere cannon fodder, those were kings at worst. Many of them were emperors. Yet, they fell through the skies one by one, crashing into the city like meteors. Stop him. The protectors finally couldn't stand idle anymore. If they did, how would they earn their salaries? The clans that controlled the gold danger zones paid them too handsomely. They had to act. It's about time I let loose. Those watching felt the urge to fall out of their chairs. You had already taken out thousands of kings and at least several dozen emperors. If that wasn't the definition of letting loose, then just what was? Fortunately for them, and unfortunately for the protectors, they soon found their answers. Half-step Daos began blooming behind Dian one after another. Many had to rub their eyes to make sure they were seeing correctly. Was it even possible for a single man to comprehend so many wills? Not to mention the difficulty of just comprehending that many, but bringing them all to the ninth intent realm. That was simply too unimaginable. Dian's attacks gained an added sharpness. Sometimes he was as swift as the wind. During other times, explosions of black fire would cause devastating cries that seemed to reach to the abyss of hell to call out. And still during other times, blinding chi strokes of mighty swords, spears, glaives and halberds swarmed outward, devastating what remained of Dian's competitors. The demon generals stood watching these events take place. Ava had rushed to gather them, knowing well that Dian was about to do something stupid and reckless. But who would have known that they would see such scene? They felt as though their 3 years of toil and strife were being paid back in full. They each felt a burning desire to grow stronger, to one day stand worthy of such a leader. Chaotic halberd, 3 forms blade, isolated peak, iron will. The repertoire of Dian's techniques seemed unending. Whenever he spoke, a swirl of chi would immediately take form, spinning with all sorts of wills. At first, they believed that at least the protectors would last at least one move, but who would have known that even they were unworthy of doing so? This is ridiculous. He's just a lower celestial. No one knew who said it first, but the words felt like a massive boulder falling from the skies. If he was this powerful already, what would it be like when he was a middle celestial? Would he already be able to fight pseudo-Dao experts? What about when he was a higher or peak celestial? Dian's smile only seemed to get wider. He wanted more to come. He wanted them to be stronger. He felt his repressed Titan blood surging, refusing to be tempered down. After almost 2 years of being suppressed, it flowed outward like an unending torrent. Striking chain, Dian's sword chi whipped outward, laying atop of each other like chains. They snaked forward like they had a mind of their own, cutting through swaths of experts left and right. Rapid change. The sword chi suddenly exploded, sending sharp needles flooding outward. Dian was like a madman. The warriors here refused to cower, but it felt like they were facing an undefeatable mountain. One built so high that its peak even surpassed the unimaginably tall gold danger zones. Some even felt that attacking it all was a mistake, maybe they really should give in. However, Dian didn't relent. Revolution's art. Dian struck his palm into the sky, a roar escaping his lips that lit his music half-step Dao. The conical shape of his bellow blasted several dozen away even as a fiery ball of black appeared above him. The flames began to revolve violently, gaining RPM with each passing moment even as it grew larger. Realizing the devastation such an attack could cause, many tried to push past the ridiculous spike in heat to reach Dian. However, it was at that moment that formations began to appear in the skies, each one spiraling with a bloody red. Weaken. The number of arrays continuously doubled before they began raining down like a bloody precipitation. Crimson spears blotted out the skies, falling under a slowly growing black sun. It felt like doomsday was upon them. There was nothing they could do but wait for their deaths. At that moment, Vespak's star stood. Dian was far too powerful. There was nothing even he could do alone. He didn't know how, but Dian's every attack was perfectly fused with presence. Even their protective treasures couldn't perfectly block it. He had actually reached Emperor-grade presence too. The general population might call the third-ranked quadrant the Sprite Quadrant, but that was just out of habit. One had to remember that the Star Clan was only a recent addition to the Tower Quadrants. But they too were sprites. Sprites of an equal grade to the Sword Sprites, the Star Sprites. As a result, they shared the same weakness other sprites did. They were simply too vulnerable to presence. With that final thought, Vespak rushed into the teleportation formation before Dian destroyed them all. But that wasn't before he heard a chuckling enter his ear that sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly activated the formation, only for a bloody spear to follow right after him. 3 seconds passed long ago. Dian spoke to him with a sneer. Vespak couldn't believe that amidst all of this mayhem, Dian still had the time to monitor his movements. Even as the revolving black sun descended on his attackers below and Vespak finally disappeared into the teleportation formation with a bleeding hole just inches from his heart, Dian continued to smile down upon the destruction. That day became known by only one title, a name that would never be forgotten for generations to come. The Day of the Black Sun. The whole of the martial world watched as the glorious low gold city was razed to the ground. Maybe the most shocking part was that the massive blast of fire will left those not of the clans Dian mentioned completely untouched. That level of comprehension, control, and power, if any one of them were told that they could be packaged into a single person, they would die of laughter and kick the speaker out of their homes. Yet this was what was playing before them now. This was the power of the man who placed first in 4 of the 5 god trials. This was the power of the man who perfectly cleared the impossible second trial. This was true God Sacharo. Madeline smiled and shook her head as she watched the scene. Her husband really was too over the top. Just minutes ago, they had been communicating with their soul necklaces, talking about plans for Violet's Bloom Pavilion. Then in the next instant he had hopped up and gone to wreak havoc. Poor Ava probably felt just as incredulous about the whole thing as she did. As for Ree and Clara, they were shaking their heads as well. This is what happens when you leave your husband cooped up for too long. The flaming lily sect disciples around Madeline giggled, giving her suggestive glances. The one who spoke was a core disciple of the sect, Sherry. She was ranked fairly well among core disciples as well, though she was still a middle celestial. Madeline laughed lightly, but didn't say much more. Maddie, are you going to take your god trials? Sherry suddenly asked. We've all been wondering. The rewards are too good. Madeline thought for a bit, but in the end, she shook her head. Completing the god trials, even at the fastest pace, would take 20 years at a minimum. Even Dian, who placed first in 4 separate categorizes, took just over 13 years to finish. It was unfortunate that Madeline didn't know that the second trial had disappeared from the god trials. In fact, to now, only Sarah was aware of this. But she was currently stuck in her 3rd trial and had no way of telling others this. Though, it wouldn't be long until she was out, considering how quickly the 4th and 5th trials were in comparison. Even with its time distortion, the 2nd trial always took the longest time, followed closely by the 1st and 3rd trials. With it gone, a talent like Madeline could finish her god trials in just 10 years. But even if she knew this, it was unlikely she'd agree to leave Dian's side, even if it meant getting her hands on some supreme-grade treasures. We have to continue applying pressure on the Golden Crow sect. I can't leave, Madeline explained. The girls giggled. We know it's because you don't want to leave that handsome husband of yours. Let me know if he's taking applications for concubines. Sherry joked. Madeline could only shake her head in laughter. These girls were too much. Dian overlooked what remained of Low Gold City. It wasn't until all of his enemies had dragged their battered and bruised bodies to what remained of the teleportation formations that he awoke from his battle-crazed daze. Usually, Dian wouldn't use his black flames so wantonly. He didn't know what had gotten into him. Luckily, he hadn't stimulated his flames characteristic, so they just appeared as ordinary mutated flames. This wasn't too rare, truthfully speaking. For example, the Goldine and Crow clans of the Golden Crow sect had golden flames. Though those golden flames descended from the godly sovereign flame, as of now, other than being golden, there wasn't anything too special about them. This was the same for the Amen clan's golden flame. Not that the Amen clan had many talents remaining anyway. Those of you not from the clans I've mentioned, feel free to use the gold danger zones for the next week. Don't worry about fees for now. The crowd was stunned by Dian's words. Did he not know how much the gold danger zones made in a week? That sort of wealth to a single person was astronomical. And that was just if you counted a single tower. But right now Dian controlled 9 of them. In addition, despite his performance, they knew he wouldn't be able to control them all for long. It wasn't that they didn't see how disgustingly powerful Dian was. It was just because he had angered a peak celestial true god and 2 pseudo-Dao true gods. Maybe with his combat prowess he would be able to hold his own against true god Aurum, but the pseudo-Dao realm was a completely different beast. Even peak celestial true gods would struggle against a mere 3rd-grade pseudo-expert. If this was true, just how powerful was a true god pseudo-Dao expert? In their opinions, Dian should take advantage of his control while he could. After all, true gods didn't have time to spend idle. Many of them were often off training, so they wouldn't be able to respond instantly. But it seemed he didn't care at all. After Dian said his piece, he disappeared without a care. It wasn't until the demon generals started appearing one after another that those below really understood that Dian didn't care. Filled with pride and their backs standing as tall as javelins, the demon generals picked the danger zone pagodas they wanted to enter and flooded in one after another. Maybe by some tacit agreement, the geniuses who gained Dian permission to enter for free held back, waiting for the demon generals. In the next moment, they got a notification that helped them understand just why Dian was so nonchalant. The low gold city territory was now True God Sicharo's, and it would be protected for 17 years. How are you two? Dian, no longer caring about the matters of low gold city, leisurely reclined high up in the skies where even cultivators below couldn't see him. Shockingly, even this high up, he still couldn't see the end of the 9 pagodas. Of course, the 2 he was speaking to were Clara and Ri. Their pitiful figures appeared before his eyes in the sky. They were currently bedridden, much like Madeline had been back then. They only awoke occasionally. This was obviously because they had taken the Divine Pulse pill, then foolishly forged 3 meridians at once just like Madeline had. These wives of his were truly a headache. It's not so bad, Ri said with a weak smile despite the fact her pale expression told a completely different story. Like this, they would definitely be incapacitated for over a year just like Madeline had. Luckily, it was slightly easier for Clara. She would recover in just a couple months. This was because she had yet to become a celestial, so there were less changes the pill had to make to her body. Unfortunately, this meant that when Amphrey took the pill, she could very well be out of it for over a decade. Nothing of note has happened? Nothing at all? How are the twins? Everything is still running smoothly. Even though the demon generals aren't here, Zabia and the Ipsum disciples are, so no one dares to cause trouble. Plus, they're too invested in making sure they don't lose their status as first-tier clans to worry about anything else. Clara answered, but Dian could tell that she had skirted around the issue of the twins. The twins won't last more than 1 or 2 more months, Ri said softly. Dian felt a pang when he heard this. He sighed and looked up into the skies. If the luck of the martial world was decided on how good of a person you were, Mia and Bella would live the lives of empresses. Yet this was the hand they were dealt. He had tried everything he could for them in the last 2 years. He had even tried giving them sovereign sparks. Despite only being able to produce 1 a year, he didn't hesitate to give them to the twins. Yet, they were swallowed into their bodies and only seemed to marginally make them better. In fact, without the sparks, they would have died already. But Dian felt that all he had done was prolong their suffering. Was it selfish of me to leave when I did? Was it really because I was ready, or because I couldn't face their last carefree smile? Dian sighed again. All right, you two rest, I still have other things to handle. Dian dove down to Low Gold City. The first thing he did was use 10,000 or so Dao stones and his men core to repair the city from the ground up. He planned on having Mei Ying renovate the lands, but this would obviously take a while. So this would have to do for now. The business owners were very thankful for Dian's help. They didn't know what magical device he had used to accomplish such a thing, but by now, Dian was basically a god in the eyes of many. Luckily, since Low Gold City was never expressly owned by anyone, the shop owners here were free entities of their own without contracts tied to specific clans. They only had to pay a small protection tax so that powerful, arrogant geniuses couldn't wantonly destroy their shops. This made things far easier on Dian. He simply drew up a new protection contract that was actually far more generous than what they received before. Instead of paying a percentage, Dian allowed them to pay a fixed fee depending on the size of their shop. Also, Dian felt the Low Gold City was an excellent market to begin selling some of the treasures he deemed were useless from Orcus' mystical world. While he found them useless, they were drool-worthy to many others. So, he opened an auction house named Sacharo Auctions. After everything was handled, Dian turned his gaze toward the 9 pagodas. Dian? Dian. Ava's voice suddenly woke Dian from his thoughts. She was followed by the same group she had been with previously, including Thor and Tammy. It also seemed Thaddeus had reunited with his wives. Hey, Dian responded with a light smile. Are you sure this is okay? Even though you control this territory, the gold danger zones are still up for grabs. Dian shook his head. It's no problem. The reason Low Gold City was built here was because it's the only safe area from several 100,000 miles. In order to enter the 9 danger zones, you must first enter this city. After all, the entrances are all facing us. Dian smiled deviously. He couldn't control all of the towers because he was only allowed to claim 1 gold danger zone. However, he could control who could enter freely. This was why Low Gold City had never been permanently owned by one clan or sect. It was too important. Oh, Ava nodded in understanding. If that's the case, I'll stop worrying then. Ava practically sprinted away, not because she was running from Dian, but because she had been wanting to enter the gold danger zones for so long already. This was finally her chance. Seeing her run off so carefree, Dian couldn't help but smile. Whenever there was darkness, there'd always be light somewhere. The twins might be dying, but it seemed Ava was slowly becoming her usual self again. Dian winked at Kedlum, who was standing dumbly, and booted him toward Ava's fleeing figure. Tammy faintly smiled at this scene while Thaddeus laughed lewdly only to have his hips pinched to hell by River and Ronica. Dian didn't understand why he had been so eager to leave such a happy atmosphere in the past. Dian explained his plan to Ava simply so she wouldn't worry, but it was actually more complicated than he let on. Even if Dian closed off access to Low Gold City and its teleportation formations, others could still take the long way to reach the gold danger zones. Although several silver danger zones surrounded them, for the enemies Dian had angered, they would be no more than a joke. In fact, gods wouldn't even waste their time on danger zones below gold, let alone true gods. In order to handle this loophole, Dian directly used his remaining silver danger zone claims on the 9 silver danger zones that surrounded the pagodas. To do this, he had no choice but to relinquish the rights to 2 of the 3 silver danger zones he claimed from the enigmatic sect. With those danger zones under Dian's control, along with his monopoly of Low Gold City, no one would be able to enter this area without his permission. The only unfortunate part was that unlike his territory protection, he could only lay claim to danger zones for the next 6 months. This left his demon generals half a year to use the pagodas to their heart's content. By the end, Dian would need to come up with another countermeasure to deal with the inevitable anger of True God Aurum, Lux and Nativus, not to mention the Daisho and Star clans. However, what did Dian have to worry about? Since he had chosen to do this, let them come. Nothing was more important to him than helping his demon generals pursue their path of cultivation. They had helped him out greatly when he was too weak to protect himself. Now that their roles had flipped, he wouldn't forget about them. With this in mind, Dian got to work doing what he did best. With Mei Ying's help, he grasped full understanding of the feng shui in and out of Low Gold City. With this firmly in mind, he started mapping out the largest formation he had ever built himself. Even back during his second trial, although Dian provided the formation, It was actually Amphrey's mother of her first life that handled laying it down. After all, his soul was sealed back then. And, even if it wasn't, he was a mere grandmaster at the time. However, now things were different. Dian chose to lay two formations. One was a defensive formation that relied on pockets of heavy earth will, and the second was an offensive formation. The defensive formation was known as Gaia's will. It relied heavily on a comprehension of sturdiness and stability inherent in earth will. Obviously, Dian had no comprehension of earth will. As a result, he could only rely on Mei Ying's abilities to supplement what he lacked. This was the power of a feng shui master. Dian didn't have years to lay down the full formation. After all, he was only one man. Usually, such large-scale formations were laid down by entire teams of array alchemists, which was why he created an entire faction dedicated to them. Unfortunately, that faction was nowhere near prepared. Many of them hadn't even broken into the Saint Realm. So, Dian was alone. As such, he couldn't even replicate 1% of this comet-grade formation. The second formation was known as Infinite Heart. It was actually a puppet master formation. What puppets struggled with most were appropriate energy sources. A large part of why Dian never used the puppets the Demon Sage Tower awarded him was precisely because of this. Luckily, the Infinite Heart formation mitigated this issue. The only problem was that it limited the range a puppet could travel in. Obviously, if a puppet left the range of the formation, there would be no more energy supplementing them. Infinite Heart came in 3 tiers, with each tier separated into 4 grades. The lowest tier could power Saint Puppets, the second Celestial Puppets, and the third Dao Puppets. As for the grades, it corresponded to the divisions within those cultivation realms: lower, middle, higher, and peak. Though Dian met the minimum requirement for drawing the Dao tier as a planet lord, he, once more, didn't have the time. In addition, Infinite Heart was a moon-grade formation, as such it was even more difficult to draw than Gaia's will. Dian could only settle for the peak celestial tier version of the formation. Even more unfortunately, with the 2-month time limit he gave himself, his puppets had a range of 100 kilometers from the center of the formation at most. Considering how large the celestial floors were, it was near negligible. Luckily, a 100 kilometers radius covered the most core portions of Low Gold City. As for the outer regions, Gaia's will would have to protect them. The last piece of the puzzle Dian needed were the energy sources the Infinite Heart formation would need. These were provided by energy stone veins. It was once more up to Mei Ying to find. Luckily, she didn't let him down. Even though Dian was greatly dissatisfied with his performance in laying these 2 formations, all of the Low Gold City was completely mesmerized. Videos of Dian's overwhelming soul chi sweeping through the city for almost 2 months took up what seemed like the entirety of the Sapientia forums. When the Sapientia guilds caught wind of these videos, they sucked in a cold breath. Months ago, when they heard Dian's demand of 30-40% of the Sapientia network, they had snorted in disdain. Dian might be a genius in combat, but the secondary professions were a completely different beast. But seeing these images, they could only shrink back at their own inferiority. It was then that Wuxia was called in for a meeting with the Sapientia upper echelon. As these things were occurring, Dian wiped off a final bead of sweat as he finished etching in the final symbol. He had invested more than just his own stamina into this. Large-scale formations required an ungodly amount of resources. Dian easily spent 500,000 Dao stones gathering what he needed, and these were just 2 formations. The price would have been even worse had it not been for relying on feng shui. Just as Dian was finally relaxed enough to finally check out the gold danger zones, he got a message from Clara that froze him in his tracks. "Dian, hurry. The twins won't last more than a few more minutes. They want to see you one more time." Dropping everything, Dian left at his fastest possible speed. Dian went as fast as everything he had would allow. After leaving the tower, he appeared in what remained of abandoned Earth, then quickly used a planet-grade teleportation array to appear within Soul Palace. It hadn't been more than 10 seconds since Clara called him before his spatial chi swarmed and allowed him to directly appear by Mia and Bella's deathbeds. The atmosphere was incredibly solemn. Even with Dian appearing so abruptly, those around barely reacted. Mia and Bella were 2 weak little girls. In any other empire, their existences would be marginalized to the point of being completely ignored. But here? They were family. They were beloved by every person here. Of the demon generals, Kita was the only one to directly leave the celestial floors after passing her celestial door trial. As someone who had cared for Mia and Bella for the last more than decade, she would never forgive herself for not being by their sides in their final moments. Tears streamed down her small, childish face. As a demon general, as a vice commander within the demon generals, no less, Kita had experienced all sorts of hardship. Much like many of her brothers and sisters, she had been abandoned in her youth only to be saved by the demon sage. Yet, even all of the callousness she had gained over the years wasn't enough to leave her numb to this moment. No one seemed to have the right words to say. Even Diane could only kneel beside their beds, grasping their hands to let them know he was here. The twins' bodies could hardly be placed among the living. Even the rich medicinal smell was overridden by a disgusting rotting. It was as though they had already been in a casket for several months. They couldn't even speak. Before, they could at least produce hoarse words, but now they couldn't do even that. Diane could only passively send endless comfort toward them in their final moments, flooding what remained of their souls with a warm air. "Big brother." Two faint voices responded to Diane's soul. In truth, though Diane grasped their hands to let them know he was here, how could they possibly feel it? Maybe it was a sort of saving grace that they couldn't. Feeling your body slowly rot from the inside out. It was too cruel a fate. "Yes, yes," Diane replied quickly. "I'm here." Mia's carefree giggling answered Diane's flustered response. "Big brother, you're too cool to act like this. How are you going to beat the big bad guys if you're scared so easily?" Diane tried his best to put on his best fake smile. But when two souls were in such close proximity, was it even possible to put on such an act? What hurt the most was that this very reason was why Diane could tell that Mia's carefree spirit was genuine, even in the fact of death. Diane could even feel Bella's calm and gentle smile, trying to soothe his distress. "This isn't about me, damn it," Diane roared in his mind. He felt so useless, too useless. Even now these two girls were trying to comfort him. Wasn't this too pathetic? He was so enraged with himself that he completely forgot Mia and Bella could practically see his inner thoughts now. The two of them fell silent. All of their lives they had been treated like filth. Their earliest memories were as orphans taken in by the cathedral. Day after day, they would be drilled in how terrible soul cultivation was and how soul talents were the bane of society. In reality, they only had each other. Then, when they were only about 2 or 3 years old, faint birthmarks that once coated a portion of their faces suddenly revealed themselves to be far worse. They began to grow and fester, turning into disgusting creatures everyone curled away from. They began to hide, delving into bewitching arts just so that they could appear in public without being looked down upon wherever they went. Still, everyone seemed to hate them. Even their den mother treated them like useless castaways, seemingly taking every opportunity to remind them that they were less than, that they weren't worth anything. That was when they met Diane. At first, they warmed up to him because they thought he was one of their own. A man who hid himself behind a mask to escape the world's shaming. Later on, when Diane gave them the opportunity to help the soul slaves, they didn't hesitate to do it. It wasn't because they were so much braver than everyone else or even because they were so much kinder either. It was simply because they saw themselves in the soul slaves. Those soul path talents everyone hated so much. Weren't they just like them? No one wanted to be useless all their lives. After spending so much time being ignored and disdained, they had wanted one final act to remind the world that they had in fact been alive. That Mia and Bella had existed. The months Diane spent showing them the world were some of the happiest of their lives. They never blamed him for leaving them because they felt he had given them enough. They spent their lives always receiving the bare minimum. Oftentimes, they would receive nothing at all. Diane's level of sincerity was something they had never experienced before. Mia's soul gently hugged Diane's, giving it her last outpouring of love. "Thank you, big brother," Mia finally said faintly, her life force fading away. Bella felt her sister slip away forever. Diane clearly sensed her calm smile contorting into one filled with pain and anguish, but she held on for one final moment. "You allowed us to know what truly living meant." Diane could feel that Bella wanted to say more, she wanted to express more. But she too slipped away forever. The reality of it all hit Diane like a ton of bricks. He hadn't even fully registered that these two angel-like little girls had died. Those who stood behind him silently could see that Diane's shoulders and back had stiffened considerably. It was to the point where the pumping of his blood grew so vigorous that room's temperature began to slowly rise. Every time Diane tried to take a deep breath, it felt as though there wasn't enough air in the room, or maybe his lungs had inexplicably shrunk down to a third of their size. It was clear to everyone what happened. Mia and Bella had died. Diane felt his eyes glisten with tears, but he knew he couldn't let them fall. He could still remember how heartbroken he felt watching his father shed the only tears of his he had ever seen at his mother's funeral. As a child who thought nothing could get to his father back then, Diane remembered feeling incredibly scared. Maybe it was irrational of him to feel that way back then, but he was a child. All he knew of his father was that he was a man that nothing could bring down. Watching him cry was one of the most painful moments of his life. It wasn't as though Diane had never cried before. He cried when Jade burned down the orphanage and killed Ms. Everdeen. He cried with Amphrey died in his arms. He cried when his black flames practically took over his mind. But this wasn't something he could do now. Not while he was the leader of the Mortal Alliance, not while he was the leader of the Sicharo clan. He stood slowly. The only sign of his emotion was the slight tremble that gripped him, but even that soon disappeared. Maying. Diane's voice was calm and steady as he allowed Maying to exit his inner world. Please do what you can to provide them with a proper burial. Feel free to use any resources you need, and if you deem it appropriate, we can lay them to rest in Celestial Garden. Celestial Garden was none other than the place that held the entrance to the celestial mystical world. It was a beautiful place that took Diane's breath away whenever he entered. He couldn't think of anything the twins deserved more than to be laid to rest there. Maying nodded. I only need a few days, she said softly. Diane faintly responded in acknowledgement before he turned back to face those in the room with him. Clara stood not far away, her tears coating her cheeks. It seemed that only 3 or so months were enough for her to recover in full. Kita tried to hide her face away, attempting to do whatever she could to gain a hold of her emotions. Aside from them, there were 2 others, both of whom were former soul slaves. After sending his clones out to mentor them for so long, Diane recognized them immediately. They were the respective most talented male and female among those Diane saved, Dior and Masada. Masada seemed to be crying uncontrollably in Dior's arms, unable to restrain herself as much as Clara and Kita had. But that was only to be expected. After being locked in a cage since her birth, all to be trained up as a soul slave, the twins were the face of her saviors. Diane was rarely around, so how could she be blamed for seeing it this way? In light of today's matters, I'll be implementing something I've been thinking about for a long time now. Those who've given their all for the benefit of the Mortal Alliance cannot be forgotten, even in death. On the date of Mia and Bella's funeral, I'll be erecting the Ark of Humanity. It will be a monument that stands as the highest peak within the territory of our alliance. Those found breaking this rule will be executed. Diane's words were like a clap of thunder. But everyone remained silent. Both Mia and Bella's names will be the first to be etched upon this monument. The following days went as Diane planned. Mia and Bella's funeral was held just a week later. After the procession ended, the Ark of Humanity was revealed. It was a massive obelisk that stretched several kilometers into the sky. It shone a brilliant, gorgeous red, rose gold. If others came to know that Diane used much of the red mercury he procured from the golden flame mystical world on this, maybe they would call him a fool. But Diane refused to shortchange the twins. Diane used moon and star jade to etch a beautiful formation across its body, giving the rose gold obelisk patterns of silver and gold. No matter how many years passed, as long as the Ark of Humanity wasn't attacked, it would weather the test of time. At the very top, 2 names sat side by side. They were written in such beautiful script that one could almost see the innocent smiles of their owners shining through the very characters that etched their names. The names of Mia and Bella Sicharo. Weeks later, Diane found himself sitting upon a defensive formation, hundreds of miles in the air. The 9 endlessly tall pagodas wrapped around him, standing bleakly amid the gray clouds. His eyes seemed completely devoid of emotion. He hadn't even been able to bring himself to enter the gold danger zones. Aside from a clone of his that constantly worked on improving his comprehension of planet-level array alchemy, he did nothing at all. In fact, the only reason why he divided his mind in such a way at all was because he knew Mia and Bella would never forgive him if he didn't do his best to save Eli because of them. This was the first time Diane had felt so helpless. He had never felt this way before, not when he was a cripple unable to energy cultivate, not when as a mere meridian formation youth facing a celestial and a saint. Even when his chaos flames dropped him into a pit of hell, he had still been able to stand and rampage across the universe to look for the answers he sought. Yet, what could he do now? None of his talent, none of his heaven-defying treasures, none of his intelligence had a solution. Mia and Bella were gone. Two innocent young women full of love and warmth, simply taken because the heavens felt like it. What a joke cultivating was. Even his grand teacher, a man who stood at the pinnacle of all that was, didn't have an answer. He was a man who had ended a war of immortals that had raged for millions of years with a single shout, yet even he could do nothing. He couldn't help but think of his chaos flames once more. What was it that had scared him so much back then? No, what was it that still scared him to this day? The answer wasn't complicated. In fact, it was so simple that it was frightening. It could all be summed up in a single word: inevitability. No matter what you built, it was destined to crumble. No matter how strong you were destined to die. No matter how tangible reality was before you, it was destined to fall to chaos. That was the irony of it all. Diane's chaos flames didn't give him some complex dissertation about some lofty, unreachable quintessence no one but he could understand. No. It told an incomparably simple truth that everyone was vaguely aware of, yet seemed to ignore. And now it hit in full force once more. It was just that this particular example condensed the events so compactly that it hit much harder than it usually did. The inevitability that was the end of Mia and Bella's lives played out right before Diane. Diane prided himself on always finding a path to victory. Such a thing was the pinnacle of irony considering how easily his chaos flames broke his resolve. And now, once again, he faced another blocked road. Those very same roadblocks seemed to be closing in. Months trickled by. Diane seemed to have disappeared from the martial world's eye once more. He was like a fleeting legend in the eyes of those who followed his exploits, appearing like the raging winds and thunderous clouds only to disappear when he felt like it. Still, the demon generals continued to progress. Their stagnated combat prowess soared. This was the difference between having the help of the tower and not. Now, even the weakest of them were second-stage celestials, while the strongest vice-commanders were creeping up upon the middle celestial realm. By now, it was just over 6 months since Diane had appeared on these celestial floors. Not only had the protection over his danger zones come to an end, but over 900 of the 999 days the Jafari clan treasure needed had come and gone. During this time, the faction wars were raging even more furiously. The date of the ancient battlefield's arrival was looming, and everyone wanted to be more prepared. Only Diane and his people who had 17 years of protection didn't seem to care. Every day, ownership of territories and danger zones would flip. Smaller, weak clans could only swallow their losses and shrink back. Like this, lands were continuously and quickly being monopolized by those who had the largest fist. Soon, quadrants ranked 11th and higher, excluding the Sapientia, controlled over 95% of the available territories in all 4 tiers, leaving only 5% for quadrants ranked 12th to 50th. As for quadrants ranked below that, they didn't have many, if any, celestials talented enough to reach that stage before 1,000 years old, so their presence on the celestial floors was too scarce to do anything. The true gods, Diane enraged, seemed to have their hands full, completely ignoring his slap to their faces. At least, that was what the general population believed. As for those who were truly intelligent, they understood that the true gods knew there was no point in attacking until Diane's danger zone protection ended. On one particular day, while Diane continuously stared off into the gray clouds, his mind blank, the once peaceful low-gold city became the center of a stir. Diane's blank eyes slowly regained their focus as his slightly transparent body snapped back into full view. Of course, Diane had just exited his constitution's inner world. He found observing the Bullbird family incredibly soothing. However, his peace and tranquility were bound to come to an end, because numerous armies were approaching him from the north, south, west, and east. To the north, the banner of the Heavenly Sword Guild flew. The image of a holy grail crossed by two twinkling swords struck fear in all who saw it. To the south, the banner of the Star Force flew. The image of a bright, 12-sided star shimmering with gold and silver was known by all. It was said that the 12-pointed star was the symbol of the Star Clan's ancestor, each point representing the 12 stages of a cultivation realm. Only when it was complete would a star disciple unleash their full strength. To the east, there was a surprising sight. None of these individuals were among the clan's Dayan band, yet it was obvious why they came. There were 3 armies, one led by true god Titus, another by true god Anik, and the last by true god Falker. They were all true gods of the lower tier. Wouldn't it be too shameful for them to not have a stake claim on Low Gold City? After all, it was tradition for true gods to control Low Gold City together, yet Dayan took it all for himself. To the west, there was no army at all. Instead, there were only 3 individuals, each with auras so massive that they shone like bright stars within Dayan's divine sense. These were none other than true god Aurum, Lux, and Nativus. Dayan's eyes didn't seem to have any particular reaction. He had expected this long ago. Was there a point in panicking? Plus, there were 2 things that swung these matters in his favor. The first was a bit of a double-edged sword. Since the approaching armies had to go through numerous danger zones, silver danger zones at that, they could only take the elite of the elite. After all, even emperors could die in a silver danger zone. On the one hand, this meant that the army sizes were kept fairly small in comparison to the norm, though still quite large. There were a few dozen thousand per group as opposed to the several millions to even billion a true war would scale on. Of course, not all of these warriors were emperors, or else it wouldn't have been so shocking that Dayan's demon generals were all at that standard. However, it needed to be noted that this was the lower tier. As such, the silver danger zones were appropriately scaled. While an emperor lower celestial could die, an emperor middle celestial wouldn't be likely to. Thus, these armies had a very simple solution to this. They brought stronger warriors. Many were just mere dukes with a few kings, but could ignore lower-tier silver danger zones due to their higher and peak celestial realm cultivation. Simply put, the bad news was that all of those here could easily survive the dangers of the danger zones they were passing now. However, there was a saying that good was always paired with bad. The good news was that this wasn't the only war these clans and sects had to focus on. Since they had wars raging on the middle, higher, and peak tiers, they couldn't just extract all their warriors, right? If they did so, it would leave them vulnerable. This worked greatly in Dayan's favor. The second matter that was in his favor were the nature of his opponents. True god Lux, Aurum, and Nativus, for example, hadn't even brought armies. They appeared alone. Then there was true god Falker, Titus, and Anik, who were so weak that Dayan couldn't even be bothered with them. The former 3 were obviously too prideful to feel they needed to bring an army at all. As for why true god Titus didn't follow in the footsteps of his dragon race, it could only be said he was a weird one. Despite being a prideful dragon, didn't he not hesitate to sneak attack and kill god Goldeen? He was one of the very rare dragons who placed their pride in their scheming instead of his own personal prowess, which was surprising considering his appearance. Who would think that a man with flaming red hair, jagged teeth, and twin fiery sabers wouldn't be in love with combat, but instead, strategy? He could only be described as an anomaly. Nothing in the universe was absolute. However, it was precisely because of this that Dayan didn't let his guard down. Since that schemer had dared to come, it meant he was fairly confident in his odds for success. And, of all those here, he was the most aware of Dayan's prowess. Let's whittle them down a bit then, Dayan thought faintly. With his divine sense stretching out 500,000 kilometers, he had detected them all long ago. According to Dayan's calculations, true god Luz, Aurum, and Nativus would definitely arrive here first. This was something he would know even without his divine sense. Since they were the most powerful and had the smallest group, it was incomparably easy for them to cross a silver danger zone. There was no point in attempting to obstruct them. Doing so would only make them stop approaching leisurely. If they rushed here in a fit of rage, Dayan would have to fight these battles with his hands tied behind his back too soon. Instead, Dayan focused all his attention on the Heavenly Sword Guild and the Star Force. Their interference would be the most potent. In addition, Diane didn't want to alert schemer Titus to the true extent of his abilities too soon. Diane's head tilted up, the faint images of two young girls appearing in his mind. For over half a year, he had sat in this very spot. He couldn't forget the fact he had promised to show them the world. He couldn't forget how he abandoned that promise to them. It was impossible to look back and make up for that mistake. They were gone, and nothing he could do would bring them back. Even erecting the Ark of Humanity seemed like a pitiful effort to Diane. It wasn't enough. They were worth more than that, their smiles and gentleness were worth more than that. So Diane decided on something else. Since he failed to show them the world, he would surpass that promise and do something far grander, something worthy of them. The whole world deserved to know they existed, that Mia and Bella Cicharo existed. He would grasp that world he promised to show them, subdue it, subjugate it. Then, he would bring it to its knees and offer it up in memory of them. This whole world, filled with garbage and evil, awashed in inhumanity and hatred. He would flood it with blood and gore to leave only the beauty Mia and Bella wanted to experience. He would force it to pay respects to their grave, force it to pay for what it did to them. In that moment, an enraged roar left Diane's lips. It was so fierce that space shattered like glass around his voice. The world seemed to tremble under his might. Those who had wanted to record the events for profit could only stand stunned as their arrays were destroyed one after another. A slumbering beast had awoken once more. Diane's roar shook the whole of the lower tier. Even territories located toward the most outer edges were filled with cultivators who looked up into the skies. That sort of resolution and power, they had never heard such a thing before. They felt their knees go weak. The power of an emperor wasn't something Diane had released in full strength until just now, and it was formidable beyond belief. I warned you all 6 months ago. Diane's voice seemed to carry an abyssal hell with it. Purgatory rose up from murky depths, reddening the skies, and dyeing the air with the stench of blood. The first time I sent you away, it was half dead. This time, there'll be nothing but corpses. At this moment, Madeline was frantically trying to contact Diane. She knew very well that Diane could hear her and even see her image, but he didn't respond. There was a limit to what one person could do alone. Diane had such an unyielding character that he would never forgive those who slighted his family. And the demon generals were his family. Ho ho, it seems we've pissed him off. Titus smiled lightly, his red eyes flashing with an indiscernible light. No one knew more than Titus how heaven-defying Diane was. Thoughts of Diane's true domain still woke him up at night with fright. A saint? Who comprehended a true domain? Wasn't that too ridiculous? How were they meant to believe this? Yet he had come here anyway, even knowing that that true domain was likely far stronger than it had been in the past. Even if he was a schemer, he still had the pride of a dragon. He wanted to stand on top. How could he stand the thought of someone controlling a tier he sat in alone? Within the Star Force, Vespac's face darkened with hardly concealed killing intent. His emotions were in such a tailspin that the ethereal flickering of his body almost went out of control, continuously shifting from corporeal to see-through. So true God Cicharo is so powerful? It's no wonder he made you crawl back home half dead as he promised. A woman with beauty beyond words didn't hold back in tearing open Vespac's wounds. Even hearing these words, Vespac didn't dare to refute. He could only bottle up in anger. This woman wasn't someone even he could afford to offend. Although he was an 8th Order Emperor, this woman was a false true god. Not just that, but she was one of True God Star's 3 wives. Her position in their clan was far higher than his. Empress Aspirant Cat Eva, I won't ask you for anything else, but please allow me to land the crippling blow. Vespac's handsome features twisted, imperceptible red light wafting from him. Kativa's red lips curled into a slight smile, her slender fingers gliding across pristine fans seemingly carved of jade. She wore a red dress with a single slit to the right that revealed her flawless, long leg. Her every movement was the picture of enticement and seduction. Even the white-scaled snake beneath her bare feet was without blemish. Vespac, don't make me look down on you. Kativa mused. You want to ask help from this Empress Aspirant to kill a man you can't kill yourself? Isn't that too shameless? Vespac lowered his head, clenching his fist. Also, Kativa continued, even if I agreed to help you, do you really believe that it's all right to kill him? We're only here to teach him a lesson. There are some unspoken rules that cannot be broken lest you want the tower quadrants to be embroiled in war. He's already given you enough face by not killing you. Yet you want more? You're too pathetic. Vespak didn't dare to respond. The Empress aspirant title was something only 3 women of the Star clan wielded. It was only given to the wives of the young heir. Unlike other clans, in the Star clan, not only did the Emperor title need to be forcibly seized, but the same was true of the Empress title. True God Star had already eliminated all of his competition to the title of young heir, changing his title from Emperor aspirant to Emperor apparent. However, his wives were neck and neck. Though Kadiva was the weakest of his wives, that was only due to the fact she was the youngest. Whether she would become the Empress apparent or not was still up in the air. And, even if she failed to gain the title, she would still be the 2nd or 3rd wife of the Emperor. Her status was far above Vespak's. Oh? It looks like he's already here. Kativa's faint smile bloomed. Her slender hands stopped their progress forward as a figure appeared above them all. This particular silver danger zone was known as the Ice Devil Land. It snowed year-round and was filled with a sharp cold. However, this land wasn't so simple at all. The snow wasn't white, but instead a dull gray. It was reminiscent of ash instead of snow, as though the cremated remnants of all those it had killed were raining down from the skies. The danger of this land wasn't just in its cold, but in this snow's special ability. It carried life-stealing powers. For every flake of snow that fell upon your body, energy would be siphoned away from you. If you stayed for too long, you would eventually die of exhaustion. This snowy gray land was exactly that place Dian appeared above. Dian's expression was incomparably calm as he scanned the Star Force army. But inwardly, he felt that the situation was incredibly grave. Even the weakest expert here was of the 6th order. This alone was enough to show just how talented half-sprites were. The Water Mist sect could only scrounge up a 6th order legatee after years of searching. Yet the Star clan actually had thousands of them. Not just that, but they were all of the peak celestial grade. To make matters worse, all of these warriors were led by a woman whose prowess was even greater than her beauty. Dian could immediately tell that Kadiva was a 9th order expert of the 12th celestial realm. She was only a step away from becoming a pseudo-Dao expert. True God Sacharo. Empress aspirant Kadiva spoke out. We'd rather not bully a talent on your level. We're quite aware of how shameless it is to send us old people after a youth like yourself, but you should also understand that the prestige of a clan is highly important to it. Though we disrespected your demon generals first, you only have yourself to blame for not being present then. You now have one of 2 choices. You either fight it out with all of us here and end up with nothing, or you can take a step back. We have no problem with you controlling 3 gold danger zones, as it is in fact your turn to do so. However, the Star clan must have one of the 9. Which is your choice? Dian calmly looked toward Kadiva. Even knowing that Dian could at most match her in strength, Kadiva felt a shiver tear its way through her spine. Those eyes, they were the eyes of a man who would never take a step back. There was no compromise, no room for discussion. They had crossed his bottom line. In that moment, a formation core appeared in Dian's palm. Back on Soul-Rending Peak, the greatest form of protection they had were their formation cores. With them, an elder or master wielding them could have an explosive increase in strength scaling to how much their souls could withstand. It was a trump card, the likes of which could only be matched by the greatest of clans and sections. This formation core, however, wasn't the same as the one Soul-Rending Peak controlled. Instead, this was a formation core Dian created after studying the original. Dian's clone realized after months of intense studying that the formation core was actually a portable formation of sorts. It took a large-scale formation as a base, then made them mobile. The formation core Soul-Rending Peak used to give their experts a boost had a so-called root formation. This root formation was known as the Nature's Order formation. It was able to take power from the surroundings, similar to the abilities of Celestial, but on a much larger scale. What the formation core did was act as a link to the main formation, allowing it to be used at a further distance away. The trouble was that creating the formation core of a root formation required the equivalent of reaching the one with self-realm of a martial technique. Simply put, one needed to understand a formation and recognize it no matter how many permutations it had or adjustments were done to it. They should be able to draw and recreate this formation in their sleep. It took Dian's clone, even with Dian's level of soul path talent, 6 months to create the formation core for a single root formation. And the formation he chose? It was the infinite heart formation. In that moment, 10,000 puppets appeared from nowhere, shocking Cat Eva. These number of puppets, they were double the number of Star Force members they had brought. The puppets of the Demon Sage Tower were works of pristine art. Unlike the flashy silver and gold sentries that defended the celestial doors, these puppets glowed a calm, soothing violet. The material that coated their exteriors were completely see-through, revealing the hidden mechanisms inside. It looked like the gorgeous gears of a watch, ticking away to perpetually provide power. It was almost a shame to make them fight at all. However, Dian wasn't worried about them becoming damaged. These were puppets from the immortal plane. If they could be damaged by mortal realm cultivators so easily, they might as well not exist at all. The formation core glowed within Dian's hands, shooting out 10,000 tentacle-like lines to connect with each puppet. In that moment, 10,000 peak celestial auras pierced through the Star Force's momentum. Without even another glance, Dian left the formation core in the air. It was as though he was taunting them. "You want my formation core? Come and get it." Cat Eva became flushed with rage. He believed that he could deal with them with puppets. And what kinds of puppets were these? Why were they so beautiful? Even still, Cat Eva calmed herself. These puppets could delay them, but not for very long. Everyone knew that puppets performed below their optimal strength. They simply didn't have the flexibility or intelligence of humans. A first-grade puppet would perform like a second-grade warrior at best. And those first-grade puppets were incredibly rare and expensive. Let alone 10,000 of them, a single clan, even on their star clans level, would have a dozen at most. Maybe only those outer quadrant clans and sects might have a few hundred. Unfortunately for them, the Star Force would soon find out that these puppets weren't normal by any stretch of the imagination. Even though Dian wasn't controlling them, didn't the Demon Sage Tower have an item spirit? Dian's body flashed as he charged toward the Heavenly Sword Guild. By his calculations, the energy source of his infinite heart formation could only power 10,000 peak celestial puppets for 12 hours. After those 12 hours were up, the energy source would dry up and Dian would never be able to call out his puppets here again. He had already tapped into all the energy sources within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius, yet he only received 12 hours in return. Still, this would give him valuable time he needed. With one army dealt with for now, he still had 3 others to deal with. Dian didn't bother with the matters of the Star Force any longer. He immediately cut across several silver danger zones, utilizing his teleportation arrays to make haste toward the Heavenly Sword Guild. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Guild was being led by a figure Dian would recognize all too well. Jiashou Ken, the magic swordsman. His sleek black hair followed behind him ethereally, floating like a dream. His features were the pinnacle of perfection as though carved by holy light itself. His eyes were piercing, standing out amid with white garbs. However, his most striking feature were the 2 swords that floated behind him, one substantially longer than the other. If one looked closely, it became obvious that his twin swords weren't being held up by any sort of energy. No, his sword were actually willingly following him, using their own spirit to follow their master. This magic swordsman, Jiashou Ken, went by another title. He was none other than the 27th ranked captain of the Heavenly Sword Guild and younger brother of true god Jiashou. To his back, he led 5,000 warriors, even the weakest of whom were of the 6th order. It was as though they had coordinated their actions with the Star Force, but this wasn't too surprising. After all, they were both half-sprite power centers. Jiashou Ken hadn't come alone. He brought along with his the 31st, 43rd, 47th, and 51st ranked captains. For the Heavenly Sword Guild to send 5 of their 112 captains, it could only be said that they were giving Dian a tremendous amount of face. The captains of the Heavenly Sword Guild were godly figures to the martial world. According to rumors, one wouldn't be allowed the title unless you were both a noble of the 5 blade families, and of the 7th order at a minimum. Lower-ranked clans could only dream of having so many talents, yet the Heavenly Sword Guild had 112 of them. This didn't even mention their 36 lieutenants for generals and their lofty commander, True God Diasho. Ken's arrogance could be seen clearly in his sharp brows. True God Sacharo? He was nothing but another bug to be squashed beneath his feet. In this lifetime, the only man he would allow to stand above him was his elder brother. And, even in that case, no one knew who would become greater in the end. Cultivation through the Tao realm was long and arduous. No one could say who would be the better man among the two of them in 100,000 years. Lost in his own thoughts, Ken hardly cared for the so-called danger zone around him. It was nothing but a joke. These lands were known as Howling Wind Valley. They were surrounded by tall, coal-stained earthen walls that seemed to stretch to infinity. However, the so-called danger of this valley was precisely the howling wind. This valley utilized the beauty of nature to create specific high-pitched sounds. The wind here had the ability to perfectly resonate with anything it came in contact with. One could imagine just how dangerous such a thing was. If wind could perfectly resonate with one's body, too much wind would result in one's body exploding. However, this wasn't the most fearsome part of the valley. There were devastating ghost-type beasts who were completely immune to these howling winds. They would whittle down adventurers. When one attempted to attack with their chi, the howling wind would resonate with their attacks and cause their chi to explode within their bodies. The number of geniuses who died under their own energy was too many to count. There were only two ways to ignore the effects of this howling valley. The first was to have an extremely powerful body. This was the lower tier after all, so there was a limit to how much energy the howling winds could produce even through resonating. Powerful body cultivators could ignore these effects. The second was to simply have exceptional control over your energy. Using this method, one could either compress the barbaric additional energy that accumulated, or they could speed up their attacks enough such that the howling wind didn't have enough time to accumulate said energy. These two methods were why this danger zone was exceptionally good for those who wanted to temper their bodies and improve the control they had over their energy. What others didn't know was that there was a hidden third method. The so-called ghost-type beasts of this danger zone were actually just projections created by the tower to simulate the abilities of the sprite race. This meant one very obvious thing. Sprites were completely immune to the effects of this valley. It was under these sorts of circumstances that Dian appeared. He stood calmly on the dark, coal-colored ground of the Howling Wind Valley. Though numerous ghost-type creatures attempted to spawn around him, some fire attributes, others water, and still others wind alone with various other elements, they were shattered one after another, unable to withstand Dian's presence. When Dian saw Diasho Ken's figure, memories flashed back to their encounter in the Sapientia Quadrant. This man dared to question his relationship with Ri. Back then, Dian held himself back, partially because he wasn't a match for Diasho Ken back then, and partially because he knew being reckless in enemy territory was a bad idea. But now, two things had changed. Firstly, Diasho Ken was no longer too high of a wall for him to climb. Secondly, this was his territory now. True God Sacharo. Ken didn't seem very surprised to see Dian here. Everyone was aware that Dian was a moon lord and could teleport freely throughout the lower tier. I see that you've decided to preemptively stall our approach. Even if you are here, there is only one path left to you, and that's surrender. Your Sacharo clan will never have a place among the gold cities. Not this one, and not the ones on the higher tiers. You've made your deathbed, and now you'll lay in it. The prestige of the 5 blade families isn't something the likes of you can trample upon. Diasho Ken's approach was clearly far different from Kativa's. He had no interest in negotiating. He wanted nothing more than to crush Dian beneath his feet, just like he wanted to do to the masked wife-stealer in the past. Their only crimes? Being seen as powerful in the public eye. The Heavenly Sword Guild roared to his back, their presences climbing upward and clashing with Dian's. Even if Dian had Emperor-level presence, many here had already broken into the Duke-level presence. Their combined might was something they believed could overshadow Dian. Heavenly Sword Guild. Dian spoke faintly. Dian couldn't help but laugh. Sprites were already at an inherent disadvantage against him. His presence was simply too overbearing. Even their attempt to match his was squashed. However, sword sprites were even more pitiful. Sword sprites carried the essence of a weapon, while this helped them master their swords tremendously, even to the point where geniuses like Diasho Ken could awaken the spirit of their swords. It was also for this very reason that they would be trampled upon by Dian. In that moment, a royal blue array spanning 100 meters appeared to Dian's back. A majestic crystalline armor that seemed partly ethereal coated his body, giving him the image of an unmatched warlord, a man who was completely untouchable. The moment the weapon's master half-step Dao appeared, Ken's features froze. His body began to tremble irresistibly, a part of him even wanting to kneel where he stood. Rage filled his lungs. Feelings of anger, rage, and humiliation swelled within him. He roared into the skies, his energy surging to their highest height in a mere moment. His pseudo-domain swirled to life, painting the howling wind valley in a rain of swords. It was only then that he felt a semblance of relief, but even still, he felt that his combat prowess had been halved. The rest of his guild weren't lucky. One had to remember that Dian's presence fused into every fiber of his being, including his comprehended wills. The effects of his weapon's master will in suppressing sword sprites might not have been so exaggerated in the past, but now it was practically a death sentence. At this point, the only members of the guild who could stand were the 5 captains. However, each and every one had their strengths halved. Dian's weapon's pagoda appeared in the air, causing the already eerie atmosphere to sink even further into depravity. A sword shot out from its depths, carrying with it the aura of a supreme-grade weapon. At that moment, Ken felt nothing but humiliation. Dian had actually taken out a sword to face them all. Dian looked toward the 5 captains calmly. Each of them had released their pseudo-domains, causing a clash of atmosphere. On one side, there were rays of beautiful crystalline and holy lights, falling from the skies in the shape of swords. On the other side, there was an eerie darkness. Though Dian's royal blue diamond armor shone, it was overcast by his rage. Flames of black sprouted from his body, surging over his frame. Dian shot forward, his eyes filled with battle intent. He knew he had to end this as quickly as possible. There was no telling how long the puppets could hold the Star Force back, and in all likelihood, the 3 dragon and Qilin true gods were rapidly approaching. The moment Dian crossed into the combined 5 pseudo-domains of his opponents, he understood just how potent a domain could be. It seemed as though every inch of space carried the will of its wielder. If it wasn't for Dian's overbearing presence, entering such a domain without activating one of his own would only have one result: death. If I don't slay you where you stand, know that my name is no longer Diasho Ken. A mighty roar left Ken's lips. In that moment, his body was enveloped by a blinding light. Everyone knew exactly what this sort of form was. As half-sprites, the abilities of the Star and 5-Blade clans were limited. They couldn't perfectly match up to their full sprite counterparts. However, every half-sprite had a battle form that they could activate. If just for a few moments, they would rise above their limitations, perfectly melding with what it meant to be a true sprite. Even as thousands of half-sprites lay incapacitated to his back, Diasho Ken could never allow this humiliation to stand. Even if he was weakened for several months to come, he had to go all out. The remaining 4 captains roared simultaneously. One of the Okatana clan took out a blade with a circular hilt, his sword floating around his wrist. One of the Katana clan took out a katana that shimmered of jade, standing at almost 5 feet in length. One of the Odachi clan took out a short, curved sword at just over 2 feet in length. One of the Nagamaki clan took out a sword with an exceptionally long handle. It almost seemed as though the handle itself was just as long as the blade. And finally, Diasho Ken's 2 floating swords shifted to his hands. Even under Dian's weapon's master will, they stuck by their true master. Dian's sword flowed like the rays of the sun. At that moment, every movement of the 5 captains became incomparably clear to him. Not just the choices they would make, but the trajectories and weaknesses of their techniques. His comprehension of the sword had reached such a profound height that even the techniques of the 5 blade families were directly understood by him. It was incomparably difficult to raise comprehension of weapon wills. However, as sword sprites, this obviously wasn't an issue that these captains faced. Each and every one of them had a half-step Dao sword will. But, when their projections appeared in the air, they were directly dwarfed by Dian's. Even Diasho Ken's, who had one that spanned 10 meters, had barely 10% the size of Dian's. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized just how much Dian was holding back during the Day of the Black Sun. Back then, he had used nothing but his fists, when in reality, he was multiple times more powerful with a weapon in his hand. Piercing rays, first layer. Dian fell into a selfless state. He no longer allowed his emotions to rule him. He needed a swift and decisive victory as quickly as possible. Piercing rays was a common grade technique split into 9 layers, something that was rare for such a low-grade technique. The quintessence of the technique was hidden within its name. One that reached its utmost layer would have a sword chi akin to the rays of the sun, unhindered and unfettered, ruling over the world with unmatched speed and power. However, for such a weak technique to have such a grandiose description, it could be imagined the kind of flaws it had. While those words sound grand on the surface, wasn't it simple to block the rays of the sun? Even a small child could cast a shadow of their own, right? Didn't this mean that even a small child could block the sun? This was the weakness of the technique. It had grand aspirations, but its path was flawed. Light was flexible, but it was too flexible. If one wanted a technique with such fluidity, but also had a hidden power within, it would be better to model it after water instead of mere sun rays. In the beginning, Dian too wanted to ignore this technique. He planned on bringing it to the one with self-realm as his master asked before directly ignoring as he had with many others. After all, not everyone with self-technique could be as powerful as Vanishing Fist. However, during his comprehension, Dian stumbled upon something beautiful. The rays of the sun could be impeded, but to every yin there was a yang. With the rays of the sun came an ever-present shadow. When the shadows rescinded, what remained was the ever-looming sun. Yin and yang, light and dark, sun and shadow. This was what this technique was missing. If Vanishing Fist could be considered the equivalent to a heaven-grade technique once brought to the one with self-realm, Piercing Rays was not a single bit inferior. If it wasn't for the fact Dian hadn't comprehended light and darkness wills, it wouldn't lose out to even a divine-grade technique. However, while Dian didn't comprehend light and dark, what he did have were his unique flames. In Dian's hands, his sword became akin to 2 sides of the world. At times it was light and airy, reflecting a pure innocence, and at other times it was swift and ferocious, reflecting the scheming evil hidden beneath. It could only be said that if Dian ever perfectly fused his unique flames with this technique, it would reach a level that would dwarf even the divine grade. The beauty of his swordplay completely dwarfed that of those remaining captains. The guild members who were forcibly pinned to the ground could only raise their heads in awe. As sword sprites, what they respected the most was the sword. To see a mere human dancing with his weapon in such a way, it made them feel inferior. Dian's sword turned chaotic, its black edge carrying with it an eerie death. He swung downward forcibly, throwing the Captain Okatana off balance. His swordplay changed once more. He activated the 3rd layer of Piercing Rays, his sword becoming a blinding and pure light. 3 rays of piercing sword chi shot forward, piercing the captain in both shoulders and finally through to his spine. Dian's body spun. With one captain incapacitated, he attacked like the flowing rain once more. 2 down. 3. A roar left Dian's lips, sharp spatial chi and black flames fusing with his blade's edge. His strikes became more potent, more powerful. At this moment, only Xianxia and Captain Katana remained. Captain Katana's strikes were measured and comparatively slow. With the length of his blade, his attacking style was focused on making his every action count. Xianxia's style was a blend. His long sword was deliberate and straightforward, but his short sword was crafty and sneaky. It seemed like a moment's mistake from Dian could end his life. It was clear that these 2 were the most powerful remaining. Just the 27th and 31st captains were so strong even at half their strength. What about those ranked above them? Piercing Rays. 9th layer. Dian's sword became 9 rays of shining light. However, those with sharp visions could see the underlying shadows beneath. Under his control, Piercing Rays' power more than doubled and 9 rays became 9 rays and 9 shadows. 18 strikes of perfection, pushing Captain Katana and Xianxia back. His back stood straight as a javelin, the pride in his brows piercing through even in his emotionless, selfless state. He was Dian Sicharo, a man who would step forward no matter what odds he faced. He might not have wanted to face the reality of his chaos flames before, but now he would, all for the sake of fulfilling a promise he made long ago, a promise he had forgotten. He refused to disappoint those two innocent girls again, he refused. Dian's illusory sword whistled through the air, finding cracks in the defenses of his opponents time and time again. The three of them shot into the air, the clashes of their battle reverberating through the dark valley. The so-called danger zone didn't even have an opportunity to bare its fangs. Every time it attempted to, its formations would shatter, crumbling to dust under the might of the battle. It seemed with each passing moment that while Dian grew fiercer, so did Captain Diasho. He sunk further and further into his own selfless state. In these moments, he truly showed what it meant to be a genius. For half-sword sprites, their battle form was known as Sword God's Harmony. Ken knew very well that activating this battle form would put him into a coma for several months, if not years, after this battle. But his pride wouldn't allow him to take this lying down. Surprisingly, instead of weakening with each passing second, he grew stronger. His billowing black hair became filaments of thin gold, shooting straight into the air as though they wanted to connect his body to the heavens themselves. His sword play grew swifter and more refined. The anger in his eyes faded, falling to the backdrop and crumbling to nothingness. His strikes grew stronger and more piercing. Eventually, the change couldn't be handled by Captain Katana anymore. The so-called 2-on-1 fight became 1-on-1 the moment he became too weak to handle the reverberations of Dian and Ken's clashing blows. 18 concussive outpourings of concentrated air blasted outward, sending Captain Katana flying into the face of the valley, his life and death completely unknown. It was a shame that the martial world couldn't be witness to this battle. It was truly one for the ages. It felt like whenever one man elevated their prowess, the other would follow suit. The suppression on Captain Diasho was slowly being shattered. As he became a more and more formidable sword, his battle prowess grew. 50% became 60, and 60% became 70. Eventually, more than 95% of his prowess was returned to him. He was an indomitable sword, a man who would always stand tall. What bullshit weapons master will? You believe that you can treat the sword just like any weapon? It was the king, the overlord of all weapons. How dare you try to lord over it like any other pitiful piece of metal? The golden glow attached to Ken's body grew more resplendent, his eyes shining like stars. Suddenly, a strike he had sent out toward Dian disappeared into a magic circle that appeared so quickly even Dian's divine sense almost didn't catch the energy fluctuations that created it. The blade lengthened, causing Dian to misjudge the strike. The edge caught the fabric of his shirt, tearing it apart and leaving a trail of thin blood. Diasho Ken's prowess grew. Before, he had spent much of his energy fighting against Dian's suppression, so he couldn't use his full range of skills. But now that his sword god's harmony had improved so drastically, the burden had lifted from his shoulders. He could now show the world why he had earned the title of Magic Swordsman. The magic circles were beautiful works of art. They appeared and disappeared around Diasho, shining with all sorts of wonderful colors. Some were large and others were small, but each carried a simple yet devastating ability. Unlike arrays that looked to be made up of the cogs of expertly crafted machinery, magic circles were inscribed with what seemed like an ancient language, wiggling about with a fierce life force arrays couldn't match. This made their flexibility reach the outer bounds of what was possible. Sometimes Ken's blade would inexplicably lengthen. Sometimes it would shorten, causing Dian's well-timed blows and blocks to miss. At other times, they would disappear into a magic circle at one angle but appear with a completely different one. Dian didn't take any devastating blows, but the continuous cuts and bruises his body accumulated grew larger in number. Diasho Ken's swordplay was simply too refined and too clever. He seemed to take the aspects of true weapons sword chi could never replicate, and used his magic circles to wall up those deficiencies. The heavens seemed to respond to his display of beauty, the gray sky above resonating with golden hues that overshadowed the accent of red Dian's rage had given them. I am the magic swordsman, Diasho Ken. His roar shot into the skies, his body growing more resplendent. In that moment, he no longer looked like a human. He had become a humanoid deity, shining with a blinding holy light. Take my strike. World revolves. First revolution. The world seemed to bow to Diasho Ken's strike. His arms crossed, his short sword cutting across with a backhand grip while his long sword continued forward with a forehand grip. It was as though he was creating a crucifix, passing judgment upon the world from his lofty position above. Dian was beaten backward, Ken's strike tearing apart the whole of the valley. World revolves. Second revolution. A cross of holy light appeared in the skies. It was only then that Ken's second will appeared. A resplendently gold half-step Tao of holy will. For a youth of his caliber to not only push the ever-elusive sword will with the ninth intent realm, but also a supreme law in holy will as well. It was practically unheard of. Geniuses of Diasho Ken's caliber weren't like Dian. Of course, they had the ability to learn numerous wills. If they attempted to, maybe they could learn as many as Dian, although their levels would be inferior. However, everyone agreed that this was a foolish thing to do. Once one enters the path of Daos, what becomes most important is the refinement and tweaking of your path and comprehension. It becomes vital to focus on just a few wills so that they can be brought to the highest level. It had to be remembered that the only reason Dian had so many half-step Daos wasn't because he was some heaven-defying genius with heaven-defying comprehension abilities. He quite literally exchanged his life force in exchange for this comprehension he gained. If it wasn't for this, how could it be so easy to reach the one with Tao realm? There would come a time where Dian too would likely have to cut down his choices and focus on a select few so that he could reach the pinnacle of their realms, just like Diasho Ken had. True God Sacharo, take my strike. The battered and bruised Dian watched as yet another crucifix of holy light descended upon him. If it wasn't for the situation, he would be awed by its beauty. The purity of holy will was truly something that could hardly be matched. It was no wonder why it stood even above celestial will. The light purified Dian's attempts to gather up power. It was as though the attack gained a domain of its own, feeding off of false true god Diasho's pseudo-sword domain to rain down upon Dian. As a celestial without the ability to gather power from his surroundings, Dian's strength more than halved. Suddenly, the roles had reversed. World Revolves was a divine-grade technique with 33 revolutions. By all rights, until he reached the Tao realm, Diasho Ken had no business using this technique. However, there were two reasons he was able to. The first was because he had entered his sword god's harmony battle form. The second was because he was a sword sprite using a sword-based technique. As his race was beloved by the heavens, how could they not have certain advantages? Dian's body was completely enveloped by the holy crucifix. The walls of the valley shattered, becoming the mold for the cross. Thousands of years from now, when the newest batch of young celestials entered this danger zone, maybe they would no longer call it the Howling Wind Valley, but instead something entirely different. This was truly the meaning of World Revolves. Even its second of 33 attacks could fundamentally change the landscape. Diasho Ken watched his attack descend, his billowing, vertical, golden filaments of hair calming and falling back to their usual black. His face was pale, drained of all blood. It felt as though he had lost half of his body weight. He turned back to check on his Heavenly Sword Guild. Though they had been suppressed, they shouldn't have been injured. But his expression could only turn ugly in the end. The reverberating effects of his and Dian's battle were too devastating. The members of the Heavenly Sword Guild had been in no position to defend themselves. In the end, the loose attacks from the battle had caused more than 70% of them to be in no fighting condition. In fact, many of them were half dead. Even if Diasho Ken led what remained of them to claim the surrounding area around Low Gold City, he wouldn't be able to keep it for very long. This didn't even mention the fact that he was completely spent. Soon, he would lose consciousness. There were too many consequences to using Sword God's harmony. Suddenly, Captain Diasho's ear twitched. The cacophony of his attack had been so blaring that he lost his hearing for a moment. So, why was it that he suddenly heard the soft patter of light footsteps? Diasho Ken turned back to see a beaten and bloody Dian. Blood soaked down his body, only to mix in with flying dirt and rocks to form a disgusting murky red color. Dian supposedly had two of the three greatest defensive constitutions in existence. Yet, he had used neither of them against Captain Diasho. Was it because he was just a fool? Of course not. He needed to draw Diasho Ken out. He needed him to go all out and pour everything he had into a final attack. In that moment, not only did Dian activate his bronze silk realm diamond skin, he also activated his silver mirror constitution in full force with bold type energy. Seeing Diasho Ken's condition, Dian didn't say a word. He simply turned to leave. Diasho Ken's features contorted in rage, but the energy he wasted clenching his fist made it feel as though the whole world was spinning around him. He was far too weak. If he really collapsed in this danger zone, even if he could normally ignore its so-called danger with impunity, he would still die 100 times over. Rationality told him that he needed to leave, but his pride and arrogance got the best of him. How could he simply turn and leave? Even though no one had recorded what happened, the whole world would know after today that he, Diasho Ken, had released his sword god's harmony and still lost. Communicating with one's ancestors as a sprite in order to release their battle form was something every sprite was incredibly sensitive to. There was no doubt that every sprite, not just on the lower tier, but even the higher tiers, had felt it the moment Diasho Ken went all out. If he had to leave in shame now, he would be humiliated. Captain Diasho roared into the skies. Ignoring the ramifications, he unleashed his battle form once more. His body flickered into and out of existence, but he could feel his soul tearing apart with every step he took toward Dian. This wasn't a battle he could afford to lose. If he ever wanted to catch up to his brother, if he wanted to protect the prestige of the Heavenly Sword Guild, he had to win. Dian turned back to see what looked like a streaking sword approaching him with blinding speeds. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. I allowed you to live, yet you haven't accepted my act of kindness and have instead decided to foolishly attack me. Dian's body turned into a resplendent gem. The blood shimmered upon his flawless skin, dripping downward as though his body had become frictionless. Diasho Ken's attack was rebuffed. His body flew backward, but he lifted himself up and charged once more. He wasn't a fool. He realized that Dian was capable of reflecting what amounted to at least 50% of the power of his strikes. Every time he attacked, he was inflicting more and more damage to himself. But he had practically lost himself in battle. His desire to win fueled his everything. Dian's arrogant gaze was like a looming guillotine, lifting high above his prideful heart and preparing to cleave down at any moment. Dian became akin to an impenetrable wall. His sword attacks became swifter and swifter. His energy seemed endless to the point where it caused despair in his opponent. How could Diasho Ken know that Dian's energy reserves were multiple times that a normal celestial of his realm? Even without the energy core to constantly supply his inner world with more power, saying that he had 5 times the chi of Diasho Ken was an understatement. Captain Diasho tried to enter his selfless magic swordsman state, trying to reach that realm of perfection and beauty he had before. But he found it absolutely impossible. At that moment, something incomparably shocking was happening. Every time Ken tried to form a new magic circle, Dian would create a weapons hell array in the exact same spot. Ken couldn't imagine the level of reaction time and speed that was needed to replicate such a feat, because Dian's presence was infused into his every action. The moment the array and magic circle tried to form in the same spot, the magic circle would shatter under Dian's might. Then Diasho Ken's piercing sword would be deflected by a spinning spear. The experience was absolute maddening, and every occurrence resulted in a new heavy injury. Diasho Ken's eyes reddened. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Those of the Heavenly Sword Guild who remained couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. Was it possible for a lower celestial to be so powerful? The veins bulged along Diasho Ken's forehead, giving his handsome features a sinister appearance. I'll kill you, Diasho Ken roared as his shoulder was pierced by another one of Dian's attacks. His body flew backward, crashing into the rubble his previous world revolves. Attack created. Diasho Ken stood in a rage, his eyes looking no different than that of a wild beast's. He suddenly became a man who was willing to give up any and everything. In that moment, the skies all across the lower tier darkened. An aura descended that froze Dian's body in place. It was incredibly powerful, so much so that his reaction was immediate. It could only be said to be stifling without compare. There was no doubt that this power couldn't have come from Diasho Ken. It was simply impossible. How could he go from being subdued to unleashing such strength? It was obvious that something horrible was happening. Dian's eyes contracted, a cold sweat permeating his back. The last time his knees had felt so weak that his body trembled like so was during his third trial. Back then he had charged through, defeating one presence expert after another. But when he came up against an emperor-level presence, his king-level presence of back then stood not a single chance, and he was forced to give up without even trying. In the far distance, Empress aspirant Kativa's eyes contracted as she repelled several puppets. It wasn't just her, the armies of the lower-tier true gods and even the 3 dragon and Qilin true gods all stopped simultaneously, looking up and into the skies. Tisk. True god Aurum spit to the side, a view that was in sharp contrast to his blemishless golden hair. Shameless half-sprites utilizing the faith of your ancestors when you yourselves aren't good enough to win. If it wasn't for your kind being so shameless, would our Drago Qilin lands be ranked second behind such swine? Kativa's eyes narrowed. The only one capable of eliciting the Jiashou clan's accumulated faith to this level is Jiashou Ken. But he's only a step away from becoming a peak celestial. Are you telling me that he couldn't win even after using his sword god's harmony and was actually pushed to this extent? As though to answer her thoughts, lofty figure after lofty figure began to appear in the air. In those moments, all of the celestial floors descended into darkness to pay respects to the images of the ancestor Jiashou. Dozens of figures stood in the skies, each dressed with spotless golden robes, their backs marked with the sword-crossed Holy Grail. They seemed to support Jiashou Ken in silence. The whole world weighed down on Dian. The matter was simple. If their descendant wanted him to die, he would die. Dian stared up into the skies, his knees trembling. He silently laughed to himself. He had been hearing about this so-called faith for years now. In fact, the first time he heard of it was back when he first entered the Elven Kingdom. Back then, Ri had been explaining to him the purpose behind campaigns and why they were fought. It was then that Dian learned about the ranks of clans and sects and how larger, more established territories gained the benefit of more faith support from their ancestors. It was also then he learned about faith seeds and how mighty warriors of the past who gained the acknowledgement of the heavens could pass on their legacy. But this was the first time Dian had ever faced it. He couldn't help but feel like it was an endless ocean tide, continuously smashing into loose sand. It was obvious he had severely underestimated the power of faith. If before Dian believed that the only reason no one had ever built an Emperor God clan in a single lifetime was because of lack of information, now he believed he had found a second, even more profound reason. How could a single man, with an accumulation of just one lifetime, face up against the hopes and dreams of countless powerful men? Each and every one of the dozens of robed ancestors staring down at Dian now were men who reached the pinnacle of cultivation on the mortal plane, and each one of them looked down on Dian with disdain and disregard. How dare you, a puny speck of dust, not even carrying the faintest trace of prestige and might, offend our descendant? It didn't matter what the story was, nor did it matter how talented Dian was. His ancestors were trash, so therefore he was trash. Dian's parents were normal mortals who couldn't even live out their full lives. Dian's grandparents were 4 individuals he only had the faintest memories of, but they too were no more than mere mortals. Dian's great-grandparents had long since turned to dust before he was even born. To these men who stood in the skies, Dian was an ant they could crush whenever they saw it fit. Jiashou Ken's uproarious, maddening laughter filled the valley. The dignity of the Jiashou clan will never be trampled upon. Certainly not by the likes of you. His body looked like a flaming torch of golden light, the outline of his frame could hardly be made out at all. The power of faith continued to descend, healing his wounds and filling him to the brim with power. Heh! Dian didn't even spare Jiashou Ken a glance. Instead, his head slowly raised, fighting through the pressure that threatened to send his body piercing through the earth. He realized now that this was the world he had promised to make bow down before Mia and Bella's grave. A world that was so far beyond his comprehension it seemed laughable that he would say something so clearly insane. Dian found it impossible to circulate his energy. Whatever strength his body had left him, even the illusory sword he held in his hand seemingly wanted to shatter. With each passing moment it became more and more difficult to maintain its existence. Dian closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Why hasn't true God Sacharo released his own clan's faith? After the initial shock, many began to wonder this. With how powerful Dian's clan should be, why would he hesitate to release his faith? Did he really believe he could fight against faith alone? Or was it something hidden they didn't know about? Doubts began to creep into the minds of those present. One had to understand that fighting someone with faith without having faith of your own was like trying to defeat a Tao expert as a celestial. It was simply foolish. Everyone seemed to understand this truth but Dian himself. Many simply wanted to see the might of the Sicharo clan. Just how powerful was the clan that could produce a genius on Dian's level? It must be several levels above the Diasho clan, no? Those who had come to attack Dian's prestige frowned, their thoughts spinning to overdrive. Come accept your death. Diasho Ken roared, shooting forward like a streaking star. In the darkness his faith cast the world in, he was the only source of blinding light. In that moment, Dian's eyes opened, his humanoid manifestation shimmering into existence. With the blinding light in the distance, everyone saw a stark contrast. On one side, there was a swath of golden-robed deities, but on the other, there was a man who rose to their heights with an arrogant, piercing gaze. Today, Dian's voice carried over the whole of the lower tier. You die. The 6 halos of flaming black gold circled to his manifestation's back. In the next instant, the crown rotated to the very top. Pulsing rays of black gold light bloomed outward. For a moment, Dian gained the faintest control over his body. It felt like it was but for a moment before it was crushed under the pressure of the ancestor Diasho, but it was just enough. His energy was swapped with light-type chi in an instant, his body shifting forward at inconceivable speeds. Diasho Ken was shocked that Dian could even move without releasing his own faith. He had sought to take advantage before Dian could get a chance to. Who would have known that Dian's body would suddenly skyrocket to over 20 meters tall in an instant? He even thought he saw a lush land of grass and blue skies appear for a split second before it all disappeared. His vision of the world was slit in half. Confusion colored his face for a moment before he understood. Oh, I'm dead. The auspicious appearance of the ancestor Diasho suddenly came to an abrupt end. Confusion colored the faces of those watching even as the skies lightened. However, their answer for what happened soon came in a beam of light. Empress Aspirin Kativa's expression changed. Life-saving jade. But whose jade activated? True God Sacharo's? Or Dishoken's? In that moment, a man appeared in the skies. He was middle-aged, but his features were chiseled to perfection. His facial hair was cleanly shaven, his black hair was done up elaborately, pinned with what seemed like the symbol of their royalty. Finally, what gave his identity away were his golden robes, inscribed with a sword-crossed holy grail. It suddenly became obvious to everyone what had happened. Diasho Ken died. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over the battlefield. Even when seeing thousands of members of his 5-blade families strewn about on the ground, he had no particular reaction. Eventually, his eyes laid upon Diasho Ken's body, which had been split in half vertically. His hand swept over, wrapping Diasho Ken's body in an encasement of light. With one motion, he swept his arm across the landscape, sending Diasho Ken to the territory of the 5-blade families. In the end, his gaze finally landed on Dian. At the moment, Dian's body laid flat, staring up and into the skies. He could very clearly see that this man was now looking at him, but he hardly had the energy to move. Even if this man wanted to do something, could he stop him? In truth, the middle-aged man knew little of what was happening here. Honestly, he hadn't even heard of Dian's name before. As a man of his standing, like many others of his level, they hardly cared for the matters of the younger generation. All he knew was that this young man was incredibly dangerous. In addition, with his level of cultivation, seeing through Dian was a simple task. He could tell that Dian had no faith attached to him whatsoever. That could only mean that he was a genius with no backing. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to kill him. The middle-aged man pointed his finger toward Dian. Weapons master will. That is the bane of my 5-blade families. It's better that such a genius no longer exists. When those in the distance saw the actions of this middle-aged man, their doubt grew stronger. They knew that this man wasn't a fool. If Dian truly had a powerful clan backing him, he would definitely sense it. If he did, there was no way he would foolishly lose himself in anger and attack. Could it be that they were all wrong? Could it be that Dian didn't actually have a massive clan backing him at all? Even just the faint killing the middle-aged man emanated made Dian feel as though his bones were crumbling. He hadn't even made a true move yet, but it was like the heavens had already understood what this man wanted to do and were bending to his will. Was this the true pinnacle of cultivation? Dian attempted to move. Even in the face of this absolute power, his mind remained resolute. If this would be the place he died, so be it. However, he would never allow himself to fall into that state of depravity and helplessness again. He sneered as he looked up at the man above him. His attempts to raise himself up had failed, but his tongue remained as sharp as ever. You'd better make sure you erase me in body and in soul, trash Jiasho, or that lofty position your pitiful clan has been holding is bound to come crumbling down at my hands. Dian projected his voice. The majesty and dignity hidden within it was undeniable. Simply by virtue of the fact his presence was imbued into his very being. There wasn't a soul on the lower tier that didn't hear him. In the distance, true God Orum's ears perked up. He suddenly began to laugh. He looked toward the two women by his side and inexplicably turned to leave. True God Lux and Nativus smiled lightly. Without a word, they too turned to leave. The middle-aged man, however, didn't have much of a reaction to Dian's words. It was as though he hadn't heard them at all. To reach his level of cultivation, one's mind must be as calm as the waters of the stillest lake. Simple prods and debased swearing wouldn't move him. In truth, even with Dian's genius clear before him, that wasn't enough for him to believe that Dian would definitely become a threat in the future. Geniuses like Dian only had a good chance to reach him realm better than most others. But those at his level also knew that nothing was certain. It could be said that he only stepped up to kill Dian only because it took a marginal amount of effort. It was akin to someone picking up a $1 bill simply because they were bent over already. Nothing more, nothing less. His finger didn't even so much as pause. As far as he was concerned, whatever legend this youth had been building up until now would end here. Dian's grand teacher, who had been watching this whole matter, snorted with disdain. This was the tower, not the outside world. Did he really believe he could do as he pleased? If in Abraxas' eyes, Dian was worthy to ascend to the pinnacle, what did the opinion of this arrogant prick mean? If Dian was an ant in his eyes, wasn't he even less than an ant in Abraxas' eyes? Yet, just before he interfered, planning to use the tower mechanisms to crush this man's projection, Abraxas stopped. A light smile playing his features. It seemed he wouldn't have to act at all. Just as the middle-aged man's finger was about to descend upon Dian, his brows suddenly furrowed. Without a word, his projection shot backward. "You have a lot of nerve," the delicate voice of a woman called out. In that moment, the imposing momentum of the Jiasho expert was shattered into the smallest pieces imaginable. His projection wavered, flickering to the point where it seemed as though it could blink out of existence at any moment. Just when everyone thought that Dian's life would come to an abrupt, undeserved end, an absolute beauty appeared in the skies. Many soon realized that it was impossible to see her face clearly as it seemed to be shrouded by a veil of mystery. But that didn't stop their hearts from beating erratically, men and women alike. The three dragon and Chilan true gods that had turned to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks, their appearances becoming incomparably grave. The middle-aged man wiped a streak of glistening gold blood from his lips. Though he was a projection, this image was still connected to his true body. It was more accurate to say that this was his clone. In reality, only higher existences could form projections that could appear at will even across dozens of universes. However, though this man was very close, one could say infinitesimally so, to becoming a higher existence, he wasn't quite there just yet. Simply put, the only reason he could send a projection here was due to the support of Jiashoken's life-saving jade. This jade was something exceptional geniuses had fused with their souls from birth and was the reason Dian knew it was futile to try and kill geniuses like Anik. However, for every benefit there was a corresponding detriment. While a higher existence could easily shrug off the murder of one of their projections, this middle-aged man could definitely not do such a thing. If his projection died, his cultivation would drop by at least one stage. It took thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, for a Tao expert to take just one step forward. This could easily be seen by the fact Granny Celeste still needed half a millennium to reach the 12th Tao stage, even with the help of the energy core. All of this was to say that the moment the middle-aged man saw the appearance of this beauty, He immediately retrieved his arrogance and flung it to the deepest part of himself. No matter what, even if he had to prostrate himself and lose all face, he couldn't afford to allow his projection to die here. However, seeing the infuriated appearance of the woman, he felt his heart palpitate. It was an uncomfortable feeling. He couldn't see her features clearly, but he could tell that she was angry now. The middle-aged man gathered himself and bowed. Esteemed higher existence, this little one has sinned. When the man spoke, never mind the lower tier, even those on the peak tier heard him. When they registered what he said, they felt like their whole worlds were sent into a tailspin. A higher existence? There was only one set of people worthy of such a title. One had to know that even if you were qualified to receive a life-saving jade from your clan, it wasn't guaranteed whose projection would be tied to it. Why would a higher existence waste their time and energy to form a life-saving jade for a mere member of the younger generation? Because of this, even if a clan had a higher existence, many of their geniuses would at most be given a life-saving jade from a peaked out expert like Di Shouken had been. But Dian actually had a life-saving jade a higher existence personally forged for him? That was completely unheard of in the Tower Quadrants. Who was doubting the power of Dian's clan? Anyone who had such thoughts might want to commit suicide to atone for their own stupidity. True God Orim snorted. Turns out he could only be so brave because he had such backing. If I don't raise Low Gold City to the ground today, my name isn't Drathel Orim. All of the respect the dragon and Chelan true gods had given Dian hit absolute rock bottom. There was nothing they hated more than people who could only pretend to be brave when they had something to fall back on. With the protection Dian had of 17 years, raising Low Gold City was obviously impossible, but that didn't mean they didn't have their own plans. The words of the middle-aged man, however, fell on deaf ears. You all must die. The beauty swung her delicate palm, not to mention the slightly less than 5,000 half-sword sprites that remained. Danger zones for several 100,000 miles were laid to waste. The middle-aged man's projection was battered back, a hole the size of a woman's palm blasting through his chest before he could react. You. The anger the middle-aged man tried to keep down came boiling up. Me what? The beauty roared. You thought you could kill my little Dian because you were so big and powerful? Well, I'm the big and powerful one now. Go fuck off somewhere. The middle-aged man erupted in an explosion of energy, unable to withstand the beauty's might. Those listening felt a cold sweat mat their backs. There was a higher existence who doted upon Dian to such a degree? Who would dare touch him? Humph. The harumph of the golden-haired beauty spread throughout the celestial tiers. Old geezer Abraxas, you actually saved those trash half-sword sprites? Just wait until I transcend. I'll give you a piece of my mind. The sound of twitching lips resounded through the tower. In truth, none of them knew who this Abraxas was, but there were a few hints from the beauty's words. Firstly, he saved the slightly less than 5,000 half-sprites from dying under the beauty's strike. Knowing this, everyone tied Abraxas to the ever-present tower monitor. Or, at least, that was what he was known as to these youths. People rarely had interaction with Abraxas. He only appeared for the 5 base-level trials and also during the true trials. Aside from that, he would only appear during rare events. Due to his scarcity, many ignored him, thinking of him as an item spirit. But the second thing those around gleaned from this beauty's words was that he was actually a transcendent. Not only was he a transcendent, he was alive right now. An uproar shook the very foundation of the epistemic tower, causing Abraxas to bitterly smile. A secret he had kept for billions of years was suddenly known to everyone. It really wasn't a good thing to piss off a woman. You'd think he'd know this by now with his trillions of years of life. Lady Sicharo, I'm only doing my job. Had that man attacked, I would have stopped him as well. These are the celestial floors. It's meant for youths. Don't believe you or anyone else can do as they please. Abraxas' voice sounded just as cheerful and light-hearted as it always did. But now, it suddenly carried an all-new weight to it. This matter seemed simple now, maybe like a small comedic joke. However, just how would the outer quadrants react to knowing the epistemic towers they looked down on and felt they didn't need were actually the creations of transcendence? Humph. The beauty's imposing aura dissipated as though she was very satisfied with being known as Lady Sicharo. Her aura became loving as she turned toward Dian's body. Those listening intently silently confirmed something in their hearts. Since she shared the same last name as Dian, it was no wonder she doted on him. She was likely his grandmother. One could only imagine the rage the beauty would feel if she knew that the martial world had decided that her husband was actually her grandson. I can't heal you now. The beauty spoke quickly. I formed this life-saving jade for you, but you should know that there are many restrictions. A cultivator can only form a few life-saving jades in their lifetimes and can never form two in quick succession. Luckily, higher existences are far less restricted. But, even for me, I can only form one every few dozen years. If I use the energy remaining to heal you, the life-saving jade will shatter and you'll be left without protection. This is good for you though. Everyone has knowledge about this, so they'll believe that you don't have any protection remaining, when you actually do. Dian looked up at the beauty silently. Evangeline, complex emotional fluctuations emanated from the beauty. Don't ask any more questions, my little husband. Your body still isn't powerful enough to handle the truth. Even with the support of little Yang and Yin growing stronger, we'll be together in time. Her light smile flooded the lower tier with light before she disappeared into Dian's body. Dian didn't move for a while, staring blankly into the skies. By now, he knew that Abraxas and Evangeline wouldn't have ever allowed him to die. But it still left a sour aftertaste in his mouth. A boiling rage was slowly simmering under his calm expression. He didn't go into a personal, cliched rant about how he needed to grow stronger. That was something he didn't need any reminder about. Every moment of every day of his life was spent working toward that goal. If anything, this was just a blip in his life. What pissed him off was how firmly entrenched the garbage of the martial world was. He could see it in the eyes of the middle-aged man. He didn't even see Dian's existence as something fit for his disdain. He treated Dian's life as something he could take on a whim, as though stepping upon a bug by accident. That was what thoroughly enraged Dian. Dian slowly circulated his holy type energy. Although it was the far weaker essence grade and he no longer had the energy core to store it without limit, he still had it. Dian's wounds were slowly healing, his eyes closed as he thought about those final moments against D. Shoken. Back then he had brought out everything. Light type energy to explosively increase his speed, Titan Emperor's will to the third stage of the first act. He had even been forced to tap into the heaven-defying abilities of his crown. He gave his everything, just to defeat a man that was already far weaker than him. This was why trash was so firmly ingrained in the martial world. Time and time again, those unworthy of holding strength were given it in spades. Dian couldn't help but think of what those bastards did to his demon generals. What if he didn't have a lofty title? What if he wasn't feared as true god Sacharo? What if they didn't falsely believe that he had a massive clan backing him? Wouldn't they have slaughtered all of them? Wouldn't they have killed his family? Dian's eyes opened, shining a bloody red as he slowly stood. He would teach them all a lesson today that they'd never forget. Dian slowly stood, ripping what remained of his torn and bloodied white shirt from his body. He winced slightly. With the improvement in his body, essence-grade holy-type energy simply wasn't good enough to bring him back to peak condition. The best it could do was stave off the worst of his injuries. The backlash he suffered from fighting against the ancestor Dyesho was severe. Even though it was only for a split second before Dyeshoken's death cut them off from him, that fraction of a moment was enough to nearly kill Dian. In the beginning, Dyeshoken had hardly been able to harm him at all. His wounds were completely superficial. But as of now, this was no longer the case. Still, he pushed himself up. It had been a long time since he was brought to his utmost limits. It was about time he trampled upon the expectations of others. Dian teleported back to Low Gold City to find 3 figures waiting for him expressionlessly. One of them was a valiant man standing half a head taller than Dian. His golden hair flew even longer than his body, but his eyes were a piercing red gold. For a moment, Dian thought that he was a member of the Goldine clan, only they had gold hair and red eyes. But when he saw the ring of gold surrounding this man's red irises, he knew different. This handsome man was none other than Drathel Orim. To his right stood 2 women, both breathtaking beauties. However, one stood above the other quite clearly. The lesser beauty had vibrant green hair, but it seemed to shimmer with an undertone of mystery as though it could change color at will. Her body was petite, standing at barely 5 feet tall, and her dress was made of leaves that wafted with a pure, natural scent. The far greater beauty made it so that it was difficult to even look her in the eye. It felt as though one would only be defaming her by doing such a thing. Her hair almost didn't look like hair at all. Instead, they shone like motes of light. The white aura she emitted was blinding or uncomfortable, but rather gentle and inviting. These two women were both Qilins. The petite woman was of the elemental Qilin clan, true god Nativis. And the grand beauty was of the light Qilin clan, true god Lux. And here I thought you would turn tail and run. True god Aurum sneered. His vulgar attitude was nothing like his princely appearance. It really made the heavens sigh. I'm not in the mood, Diane replied blandly. Either say what you need to say, attack, or piss off. It's always the same with you elitist young masters. I wonder how arrogant you would be if you had nothing to rely upon. This is why dragons and Qilins will always reign over the world. Drathel growled. Diane couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He had had no idea that Evangeline had forged a life-saving jade for him before today, nor did he care about Drathel's hypocritical thoughts. He boldly shunned the demon generals from entering the gold danger zones. But why hadn't he done the same with the Star and Five Blade clans? He supposedly hated them oh so very much, so why didn't he go and flex his prowess to them? Rahl and Kier looked toward Diane. Remove your ban on my clan members, then we can leave this be. Rahl, true god Lux, spoke, her shimmering lights vibrating softly with her speech. No, Diane responded. Rahl frowned slightly. Do you really believe you can defeat us? Yes. Diane didn't say any more words. His body flashed with a blinding light. In that moment, his bare torso became akin to a shimmering gem as though he was cut from a heavenly jade. Diane's hand stretched out to the side, his humanoid manifestation appearing in the air. His chaos and purity flames pulsed to life. For the first time, Diane unleashed his flames in full force. A yin-yang half-step Dao appeared behind Diane's outstretched hand. It swirled with raging flames, slowly forming the tip body, then but of a 2.5-meter-long spear. The spear was absolute gorgeous. Forged by the solidification characteristic of Diane's flames, it alternated in black and white, sometimes flickering with faint sparks, and at other hardening into a domineering weapon. Diane's weapon's pagoda pulsed, a ray of light shooting out from within it and burrowing into the spear's body. Suddenly, its aura skyrocketed. The expressions of the three true gods turned serious. In the beginning, Diane's aura was far too weak. But suddenly it shot up by 20 times. As if that wasn't enough, the spear in his hand emanated an aura far more dangerous than any supreme-grade weapon they had ever come across. Firstly, because those in their generation couldn't perfectly refine a supreme-grade weapon, and secondly because of the devastating aura pulsing from Diane's flames. Ever since Diane knew that his weapon pagoda could provide spirit to weapons and that was the proper use of it, he had been experimenting with what vessels could bring out the most of its power. At first, he believed that Dwarf's diamond was good enough. But then he remembered that he had the greatest vessel of them all long ago. His flames. Diane boldly stood in the air, millions below watching his confrontation, as a brilliant crystalline royal blue armor coated his body. Come! The three true gods suddenly sensed that something was off. That arrogant gaze, those piercing words, that indomitable will, could they really be forged by relying on others? To make matters more layered, think about what it meant to be a higher existence. Could it be that Diane was the only person in the world related to a powerful individual? Technically, the middle-aged man who saved Dyasho Ken could be considered his great-uncle. So why didn't he dote on Dyasho Ken the same way the beauty doted on Diane? Higher existences were people who had lived such a long time that they watched as countless generations of promising youths fell one after another. They lost wives, children, lovers, husbands. They had watched as time took away many of the things most dear to them. How could such individuals so easily display feelings of attachment to just anyone? A top-tier Dao expert or a higher existence might decide to make a move for a descendant, but it wouldn't be out of love or piety. It would only be as an act of completing karma. They received the protection of their powerful elders when they were young. As such, it was their turn to do so. It was nothing more or less than that. Yet, Diane had gained the acknowledgement of a higher existence to the point where she threw aside all her pride as a lofty existence to display feelings of anger, rage and love, all for him. How could a genius worthy of such a thing be as simple as they believed? The three true gods fell silent until Drathel spoke. We'll each fight you one-on-one. If you win, we'll leave and accept your ban. If we win, we'll be taking over 2 of the secondary entrances of the pagodas each. There were 2 ways to enter the gold danger zones. The first was the easiest. This required entering Low Gold City and teleporting to the inner entrance. This was especially convenient for clans who co-owned Low Gold City. Not only would their clan members be able to enter for free, but they could also charge for use of these methods. The second way, however, involved entering through the danger zones. This was why no one had attacked Dian until his 6 months of protection were up. It was possible to trek the long way to the entrances by going through the silver danger zones. However, this method required passing a test that was difficult even for gods. This was a test that could be skipped if one could use the Low Gold City teleportation formations. Unfortunately, the reason why the demon generals couldn't use this method was because both methods led everyone to the same lobby area. This lobby area was a danger-free zone that acted as the first floor and resting area of every pagoda. This was the final filtration of sorts. Many talented individuals from clans who didn't have a say in Low Gold City were greatly angered by this method. They had gone through all the danger just to find themselves in a lobby where they'd have to pay an entrance fee anyway. It was blatant bullying. Yet, they could only accept it. The rules don't matter to me. Even if the 3 of you came together, you would leave disappointed. In a distant space upon a ship that spanned several kilometers, a familiar middle-aged man suddenly awoke from meditation, coughing up blood onto his once pristine golden robes. The man turned incredibly pale, his features shaking with rage as he watched his cultivation plummet from the 11th Dao stage to the 10th. Just when it seemed he would fall out of the peak Dao realm entirely, he quickly took out a pill from his spatial ring. He looked incredibly pained to be using it for such a matter, but in the end, he steeled himself and let it sink down his throat. Moments later, his plummeting cultivation stabilized, managing to remain just above 82 enigmatic chi-filled meridians, staying firmly within the 10th stage. The middle-aged man grit his teeth to the point where golden droplets of blood fell. But in the end, he sighed. He couldn't remember the last time he had lost his mind to rage. But this matter was definitely worthy of riling him up. A cultivator could technically become a higher existence as soon as they entered the 12th Dao realm. This man was just on the verge of finally comprehending the final step to become a higher existence and entering the 12th stage, also that his work could be destroyed due to a single lapse in judgment. There were only 2 explanations for why he couldn't sense faith attached to Dian. The first was that Dian was part of a small collection of individuals who didn't fight for territory. Maybe the higher existence was his master and had decided to pass on their legacy before they transcended. Although this was rare, it wasn't unheard of. Many hidden experts existed everywhere. Because it was so difficult to build up territory, geniuses born out of outstanding clans often chose to remain low-key and not interfere with the matters of hegemons. Though higher existences among them were rare, they existed. The second explanation was one that scared the middle-aged man very much. If one clan's faith is beyond the bounds of an expert's comprehension, then it wouldn't be so easy to sense. Only a higher existence could ignore these limitations to sense without restriction. If the second was true, or even if just the first was true, he could only hope that the higher existence felt that he had been punished enough. I must speak with elder brother and father about this. The man stood, but suddenly stopped himself. They've both entered secluded cultivation to pass this journey to the meeting the esteemed ones called for in regard to the ancient battlefield. It won't be too late to speak to them then. The man sighed once more, closing his eyes to begin cultivating once more. It was said that the opening of the ancient battlefield would be far more ferocious this time. Those abandoned clans wouldn't give up until their karma was re-established. With the end of all things seemingly approaching for this mortal plane, it seemed as though former rules are being thrown out with impunity. Little sister, why have you come here today? A familiar young man looked toward Aritsia's beautiful figure with a doting expression that still somehow bordered on indifference. Those who knew him knew that this about as much love and affection he could show. Even his parents weren't worthy of seeing this expression from him. Only his little sister had such a privilege. This man was none other than the current key wielder of the Sapientia Quadrant, and also the man who called the meeting the guild heads all those years ago to introduce Clara's Sapientia network. Back then, he had shown a dislike for the secrecy of Clara's identity. Even to this day, he didn't know much about her. This made him uncomfortable to the point where it felt as though he had a perpetual fishbone stuck in his throat. But Clara seemed to disappear without a trace too often. "Are you aware of what happened on the celestial tier just moments ago?" Aritzia asked lightly. The world was often confused by Aritzia. Everyone knew that she was far more talented and intelligent than her elder brother. By all rights, she shouldn't even be on the Saint floors anymore. Yet, not only was she still on a floor inferior to her strength, but she willingly gave up the key to her brother. That said, while this was a secret that baffled the martial world, those of the Sapientia family knew very well what the reason behind these things were. "Is that arrogant Emithius still causing problems for little sister?" The young man's golden eyes flickered with a slight amused light as he pretended not to know what Aritzia was referring to. "Primus, be serious." Aritzia rolled her eyes. Primus pretended to be offended. "Am I not allowed to ask about the men on my little sister's husband candidate shortlist? There are more serious matters at hand." "More serious than my sister's happiness?" "Ridiculous. This Emithius has been performing decently. His brotherhood group is a bit lacking, but they have excellent potential. I also don't believe he'll stay idle during this war. There's quite a bit of pressure on True God Sacharo." "A futile effort," Aritzia said absent-mindedly. "Is there such a need to be so harsh on him? Let him struggle while he can. A man must have his pride, after all. You of all people should understand that sentiment considering you saved this elder brother's face by handing me this throne to sit on. Why was the Sapientia able to keep control of so many things for so long? It was precisely because hidden talents like Emithius were all snatched up by them. With Emithius' pride, he would never marry into the Sapientia family. He had every intention of surpassing the Sapientia and one day snatching Aritzia away. But only those who were as high in the hierarchy as Aritzia and her brother Primus knew how futile such a thing was. Emithius was doomed to fail like all those before him. His hopes and dreams would come crashing down, and he would obediently enter the Sapientia clan and be wed to Aritzia. "Speaking of which," Primus suddenly said after a moment of silence, "have you already given up on the second candidate? That masked wife-stealer. He doesn't meet the requirements anymore." Aritzia said blandly. "He should have what remains of the elves backing him." That much became clear after his wife was exposed as the Elven Queen. Even if the elves are a shell of what they once were, there's no reason for our family to poke a slumbering bear for one masked wife-stealer. Ho, you say this, but I bet you've only given up so easily because his face is covered with a mask. How could you put in so much effort when you don't know whether your potential husband is handsome enough or not? Aritzia rolled her eyes. Even she found it creepy how her elder brother could make such light-hearted jokes with that stone-cold face. "There's something more, though," Aritzia said. "Oh, I began monitoring the water mist sect after Alexandria completed her celestial tribulation. Primus raised an eyebrow. "You're not one to waste resources on useless things." "Originally, I hadn't planned on it," Aritzia said slowly. "But two things spurred my decision. First, the Sapientia network. Because of it, it's become incredibly easy for us to covertly monitor clans without their knowledge. They believe that they can still control how much we know when in fact that isn't the case. Though I don't dare to be so brazen with the Star, Five-Blade, and Dragochilan quadrants, the Water Mist sect is merely a speck of dust in a brutal storm. They'll lose their top 9 spot to the Emperor Giant clan soon. It's only a matter of time." Primus nodded slightly, waiting for his little sister to finish. "The second reason is the true reason I decided to proceed forward. It's a mystery that surrounds the dark ocean. You know as well as me how many eyes have been on it. Such a den of resources is something that no one can ignore. Especially a clan who's looking to revitalize themselves." "You mean?" Primus' eyes sharpened. "It's far deeper than even you think," Aritzia said. "According to our records, the patterns of attack found in the Dark Ocean are almost identical to what one might expect from Rainbow Kuan Pung beasts. And the Rainbow Kuan Pung were one of the primary beast companions of the elves. The light in Primus' eyes shone through fiercely. Aritzia smiled lightly. "What do you want to do about this?" Primus asked. Considering his demeanor, he had suddenly flipped from doting elder brother to subordinate in an instant. It didn't even matter that he sat atop a throne looking down on Aritzia. "We can use this to our advantage," Aritzia said softly. "According to the Xianxia towers, there are odd energy fluctuations coming from the Dark Ocean. Though it's hard to tell since we obviously haven't built any towers in the Dark Ocean itself. However, we need to do this delicately. We can't antagonize the elves. Civilization of the past or not, they definitely have some hidden trump cards. Luckily, we have the Water Mist sect. They can be our useful idiot in this situation." Primus snorted. Something like this is going on in their own backyard, yet they have no idea. Useful idiot might be giving them too much credit. "I actually don't believe it's all their fault," Aritzia said pensively. "About 2 years ago, the Xianxia towers caught a wave of evil chi. After some investigation, it was found that it originated from the Palace Master's island. That event happened the very same day word of Anik being heavily wounded swept through the Emperor Giant clan, and the same day Clara, Ree and the masked man returned from the Dark Ocean." Primus' eyes narrowed. "Evil chi? Are you saying that the elves have fallen so far?" "It's impossible to tell," Aritzia said. "We also can't use this as evidence to turn others against the elves, or else the fact that we've been monitoring the quadrants through the towers will turn everyone against us instead. However, this is still useful information. We can likely conclude that the Palace Master was coerced into hiding this secret for the elves. Maybe she received something in exchange, or maybe she received nothing but her life as thanks. We have no way of knowing. But what I can confirm is that the Palace Master has indeed been stalling. Before these events, the Mist clan had been very eager to excavate the Dark Ocean, yet in these past 2 years there's been nothing. I found this odd, so I did a little digging. It turns out that recently the Mist clan has been the victim of numerous mysterious attacks from an unknown individual. This has given them such a headache that they have no choice but to focus their efforts on dealing with that problem. "I see," Primus said. "So the elves have likely enlisted the help of the Palace Master to stall for time. But stall for what exactly? Also, wasn't the Palace Master under a tacit house arrest? How has she left her island? I can't know any of these things for sure either, but I do have a plausible hypothesis." Aritzia paced. Her pretty brows furrowed slightly. The odd energy fluctuations coming from the Dark Ocean contain higher than usual bursts of gamma, spatial, and time chi. This could be the result of anything from building a spatial tunnel akin to the Void Clan's void tunnels, to the release of powerful techniques capable of shattering space. However, I'm of the belief that it's something far more serious than this. Aritzia suddenly looked up toward her elder brother. "Are you aware of how the elves so suddenly rose to power?" Primus nodded. Records show that they had the ability to seal their territory from easy entry. This gave them the ability to attack at will, while also easily protecting their own territory. This treasure is nameless and often goes by the Jafari clan treasure since they're its creator. "You mean to say that the elves are currently sealing off the Dark Ocean for themselves?" "It's highly likely, but once more I can't be certain. You have to remember that the most recent power to use the Jafari clan treasure wasn't the elves, but the demon sage and his branched-off Pakal clan. It's a stretch on my part to conclude with absolute certainty that this is what is going on. I have no real proof." "Then what do you plan to do?" "Like I said, the Water Mist sect will be very useful idiots. There are also members of our Xianxia clan in practically every quadrant but the top 3. They will make their use known as well. If my plan works out, then we'll not only gain a good portion of the Dark Ocean's resources for ourselves, but we'll also have the elves in the palm of our hands." Primus chuckled. "It's no wonder the esteemed ones are so eager to take you in. I don't know why you resist them so much." "I'm just a woman," Aritzia said indifferently. "Can't I want a simple life without ambition or headache?" "You can say that, but no one will believe in your sincerity when you're manipulating sects as large as the Water Mist to do your bidding from the comfort of your home." Aritzia shook her head, ignoring her brother's words. "You've distracted me. This isn't what I came here for. I'll ask you again. Have you heard about the matters that just occurred on the celestial floors?" "Of course I have. True God Sacharo's background is even deeper than we believed. However, he's bullied my little sister. Do you think I'll be in the mood to give him anything? Primus frowned, a faint killing intent wafting from him. We are Sapientia. Aritzia said indifferently. What we should be worried about most isn't our faces or prowess. We should be most worried about our knowledge. Only when all the knowledge in the world is in our hands can we make those who've slighted us pay. I'll accept True God Sacharo's offer of 30%. Even if he insisted on 40%, I'd accept it. In the end, which of us will win will become clear. Aritzia never needed to speak with anyone at all to make this decision. However, Diane didn't know that. Diane also didn't know that Aritzia had already considered the worst-case scenario. Even if Clara and Diane banded together, she was prepared. Aritzia wasn't a fool. In fact, if one were to rank the most intelligent individuals of the martial world, she wouldn't fall below the top 5. This was why, despite her youth, she held so much power with this Sapientia quadrant. In truth, Aritzia didn't know Clara's connection with Diane. With how careful Clara and Diane had been, there was almost no news of them at all. However, Aritzia learned of something interesting. More than 10 years ago now, there was quite a scandal that occurred in the Sapientia corner. Rumor had it that someone pissed Comet Lord Gallagher off and was taken to be her slave as punishment. This matter wasn't inherently a big deal. Most would have ignored the matter entirely. But Aritzia found it quite odd. After some investigation, Aritzia learned that the individual Clara took as a slave ended up escaping from her after they entered the Valley of Geniuses. The curious part was that no one saw this young man afterward. It was as though he had disappeared from existence. After this matter, Aritzia concluded that the so-called escape was likely a cover-up excuse Clara used after killing him. Maybe Clara didn't want her reputation to be sullied, so she didn't publicly execute the young man. Up until then, Aritzia had shoved this matter to the back of her mind. However, she inexplicably thought of it again the moment Diane asked for 30% of the Sapientia network. This feeling, that feeling of being on the precipice of a big breakthrough but not having the final piece of evidence. That was the feeling Aritzia had now, and it was a feeling Diane had felt many times before. Back when this matter occurred, the Sapientia network was in its fledgling state and not many were using it. Plus, even if this hadn't been the case, who would have cared to record such a small matter? As such, no one got the exact image of the young man Clara took in as a slave. However, from eyewitness accounts, this young man's appearance was eerily similar to True God Sacharo. Exaggeratedly handsome, short red-brown hair with hints of gold, caramel skin. It was almost as though they were copy and pasted from each other. This feeling was just a feeling, though. Aritzia knew that there were too many holes for her thoughts to be taken seriously. The biggest hole of them all was that if Diane had left the Celestial Corner, how was it that the fog was still around Celestial Corner back then? Also, if Diane was that individual from back then, why would he be attached to the 99th quadrant? However, there were many other things that made Aritzia's skepticism tingle fiercer. Firstly, aside from the top 3 quadrants, the 99th, 100th, and 56th quadrants were the only ones without Sapientia influence. The top 3 quadrants made sense because they were too powerful. The 100th quadrant also made sense because it was practically a primitive society where the most powerful individual were of the mere essence-gathering realm, allegedly. There was no need for the Sapientia to be there. The 56th quadrant gained another pass as well. This was because the 56th ranked quadrant was the current rank of True God Sacharo's Celestial Deer quadrant. But what about the 99th quadrant? On the surface, they had no real reason. In fact, when Aritzia wanted to investigate why, she found that a massive taboo was attached to the 99th quadrant. Even she, with all her authority, couldn't touch them, on orders from the esteemed ones. Secondly, how was it possible for a genius like Clara to just pop out of anywhere? Also, judging by the record Diane set during his first trial, didn't Clara appear at the same time? One coincidence was enough for Aritzia to raise an eyebrow, but so many at once? Then what happened today was a straw that broke the camel's back. No one even knew Abraxas' name, yet that lady Sacharo not only called him an old geezer but also knew that he was a transcendent. If the Sacharo clan was so familiar with Abraxas, could it be possible that Abraxas would bend the rules a small bit for them? Just enough for their dirty dealings to fly under the radar. Things simply kept piling up. In the end, Aritzia even put Clara's relationship with Ri into question. Could they really just be friends who hit it off in the Valley of Geniuses? Or was there a deeper connection between them? Could the masked wife-stealer and true god Sacharo be the same person? If this was true, didn't that mean that true god Sacharo had a hand in the 4th ranked, 9th ranked, 56th ranked, and the enigmatic 99th ranked quadrants? Aritzia felt that something was brewing. Even she couldn't be certain of any of this. So she needed a plan. The first step was to catch Verver. With her network, finding his whereabouts was incredibly easy. She had already sent numerous individuals to catch him. He was the one who would most likely recognize Diane. The second step was to lure Diane with a honey trap. The best part was that she didn't need to lay this trap on her because Diane suggested what it should be for her. Aritzia smiled a light smile, one that sent a shiver down her elder brother's spine. I'll give him what he asks for, but can he afford to take it? Aritzia mused. Turned out Abraxas was right. A man really should never piss off a woman. Diane was unaware of Aritzia's meeting with her elder brother, but that didn't mean he hadn't prepared for this sort of potential situation. If he had to prepare for the less than intelligent individuals, how could he not prepare for those true geniuses? Still, whether he prepared or not was irrelevant to the challenging road ahead. Duping someone with Aritzia's level of intelligence was no joking matter. Whether or not he succeeded would be decided by a thin blade's age. At that moment, within the celestial corner of the Saint Floor, a familiar figure awoke from his meditation. This man's face was covered by a silver-gold mask, and he was draped in luxurious royal blue robes embroidered with refined silver. However, none of these things were the most striking feature about this young man. Around his body hung flickering creatures. One was in the shape of a small white tiger. Another was shaped like a mischievous little monkey. Yet another was a small, shelled turtle with skin smooth and white beyond compare. And the last was an adorable Bambi-like deer, blinking with an innocent cuteness. However, when one looked closely, it became obvious that these creatures weren't the same as Diane's beast baby companions. No. Instead, they were formed of white flames. This was none other than Diane's creation characteristic flames displaying the full extent of their abilities. As for the young man they all hung around, it was none other than Diane's clone. There were many questions to be had here, but there were none more important than two very glaring issues. The first was the most obvious. Diane's clones had a range limit. This range was limited by the extent of his divine sense. Diane couldn't even cover the whole of the lower celestial floor with his senses, so how the hell could he sustain a clone on an entirely separate floor? The next problem was more hidden, but it was just as glaring. Even Diane's highest-end clone could only survive for 3 days. But it had been 6 months since Diane last left the celestial floor, and even longer since then that he was on the Saint Floors at all. So how was his clone here at all, even if he managed to circumvent the first problem? Surprisingly, both questions had the same answers: Diane's purity flames. Back in the Golden Flame mystical world, Diane had taken a treasure known as Heaven's selfless breath. They were tea leaves which allowed one to enter a deep selfless state and were especially known for their ability to aid a cultivator in comprehending their manifestations. Luckily, Diane's 2 flames were counted among his manifestations, so he had learned quite a lot about them. One of the most important abilities Diane gained thanks to Heaven's selfless breath was a comprehension that his flames didn't have multiple characteristics, but instead, just one overarching characteristic that grew more powerful as his soul strengthened: the creation characteristic. When Diane learned this, he immediately understood just how heaven-defying this characteristic was, especially when applied to his white flames. He could give his white flames life and even sentience once he reached a certain level. This would allow him to monitor instances occurring even several universes from himself without a single problem. However, months later, Diane comprehended an even greater use for this ability. His white flames carried a life character to them that was perpetually linked with himself. If he used this connection, then he could create clones that could theoretically exist without range limitations or life limitations. As long as his flames continued to provide that link, his clones could last in indefinite time and range. Diane immediately took advantage of this. Before he left the Saint Floors, he created his highest grade clone. In the past, His highest grade clone would have 70% of his strength and last for 3 days within the range of his divine sense. However, after Dian's body stacked so many constitutions, it became harder and harder to create high-grade clones even with his level of soul prowess. As of now, Dian's highest grade clone would only have 20% of his prowess and last from half an hour at most. That said, with bad news came some good. Before, Dian's clones couldn't use soul path techniques. In fact, they couldn't even use wills. They were restricted to the body and energy path. However, something magical occurred after Dian's presence fused with every fiber of his being. Not only did his clones gain 20% of his body and energy path prowess, they also gained 20% of his soul and will comprehension prowess as well. 20% of one's soul prowess might seem insignificant to most, but understand for a moment just how powerful Dian's soul was. It was already in the Tao realm. As a result, even if this clone wanted to take on the role of Moon Lord, there would be no issue whatsoever. This put Dian's clone in the perfect situation. Because he could tap into 20% of Dian's will comprehension, though it couldn't produce lifelike white flame creatures itself, it could definitely sustain already created ones. This feedback loop of sorts could keep it in existence indefinitely. The best part was that these white flame creatures could take on the role that Dian's true beast companions would have filled and could draw a dividing line between this identity and Dian's once more. Plus, everyone knew it was almost impossible to travel from the celestial floors back to the saint floor. With Dian's true body currently battling in such a high-profile manner, this was a great opportunity. The young man's eyes opened. He smiled lightly, stroking the lifelike creatures clinging to him. It seems it's time for Jaws to make an appearance. At the moment Jaws had made his move, Dian's battle with Drathel had already erupted. His arrogant claim that all 3 true gods couldn't defeat him even if they came together had thoroughly enraged Drathel. In Drathel's opinion, he had already taken a step back. If it was anyone else who wanted to ban his clan members for 30 years, he wouldn't even speak before allowing his trident to fall from the skies and claim their life. However, Dian actually treated his niceties with contempt. In truth, if it was up to Dian, not only would he sneer at Drathel's words, but he would piss him off even further by taking out his Aurum Ancestors reverse scale. However, Dian couldn't go so far. Not because he was scared of Drathel's retaliation, but rather because Jaws had already used the dragon reverse scale back during his battle in the Valley of Geniuses. So, Dian had directly given him the scale. Soon, though, Drathel's enraged expression turned incomparably grave. The man he thought he could destroy easily wasn't just fighting him toe-to-toe, but rather pushing him back with an eerie ease. The most devastating part was that Drathel knew that Dian was heavily injured. "It's this spear," Drathel roared in his mind, completely enraged. Drathel's golden trident twirled in his hand, its 3 sharp blades careening forward. However, Dian's deflected it with absolute ease. It wasn't just the fiery blowback of his black-white spear, but also the bold-type energy of his silver mirror constitution acting in full force. This coupled with the fact that he had entered the first stage of Titan Emperor's will and Drathel was at his wit's end. This didn't make sense to Drathel. His trident was exactly like Annex Glaive. It was a supreme grade treasure he earned during his trials. Yet, it was actually inferior to a self-created weapon Dian casually took out. The depth of Dian's weapons pagoda was far deeper than even he knew. Everyone knew that only Celestials could make full use of spiritual-grade weapons and only Tao experts could make full use of supreme-grade weapons, yet it took this long for Dian to realize that these barriers were only for others and not him. How silly would it be if a weapon Dian created himself couldn't be used to its full extent? Wouldn't that be incomparably ridiculous? The issue before was that Dian hadn't been using his weapons pagoda appropriately. He had even foolishly used its projections alone without giving it a proper vessel. But now everything had changed. Before, the weapons he formed could only be said to have the equivalent aura and sharpness of a supreme-grade weapon, but now it also had its abilities. This particular 2.5-meter-long spear spirit Dian chose had an ability known as reverb. The true weapon will of the spear was something Dian called layering. With each successive combo of strikes, the power of the attack was layer, growing stronger and fiercer. The second strike would be doubly as powerful, the third strike triply so, and so on. This ability alone was already heaven-defying and showed the true might of true weapon wills. But Reverb took this even a step further. It allowed Dian to store not only the power of Dian's strikes but a portion of his opponent's striking power as well. For every strike Drathel threw out in retaliation, Dian's supreme grade spear spirit had the ability to convert 10% of it into its own power. As a result, Dian's striking power gained a portion of Drathel's every time their blades crossed. This combined with Dian's layering strength, and Drathel was already beaten and bloodied. The worst part for Drathel was that none of this touched the abilities of Dian's flames. Dian's white flames had a purifying ability that dissipated the chi Drathel tried to accumulate, cutting his strength by at least 20%. At the same time, Dian's black flames were so menacing that every time their weapons collided, it felt as though a nuclear bomb was being set off. It was as though it wanted to destroy everything in its path. Yet these two flames were coexisting. What could Dian thank for this if not his eternity's balanced constitution? Everything about Dian's battle prowess seemed to be coming together to form an undefeatable mountain, a legend that stood about all things and could look down upon even true gods with disdain. If just this one weapon spirit's ability was like this, what else was hidden within Dian's weapons pagoda? What mountain of treasure was hidden within, just waiting for him to discover it? This was why manifestations were so difficult to comprehend. Dian might be about 60 years old in the eyes of the universe, but in reality he had experienced over 100 years of life, yet it wasn't until recently that he comprehended this about himself. On one hand, Dian's silver mirror constitution, which could reflect 50% of Diasho Ken's strikes, deflected 30% of Drathel's. Before that even occurred, his white flames cut Drathel's fighting prowess by 20%. Then Dian's weapons, Reverb ability, took 10% more for itself. And this left only 40% of Drathel's striking power, all for it to collide with Dian's diamond skin. Dian didn't know the extent of the defensive abilities of his diamond skin, as he hadn't tested it to its limits yet. But wasn't it enough to know that 40% of a true god on Drathel's level felt like a fly buzzing around him? Drathel, by now, was burning with rage, but he had nowhere to put it. In the end, he became so pissed off that he immediately began shifting to his dragon form. Since Dian wanted to use techniques that multiplied his strength, Drathel would show him what a true explosively increase in power was. But who would have known that Ral's beautiful figure would suddenly flash between them, acting so fast that even Dian couldn't react? She stopped both of their strikes with incomparable ease, causing Dian's pupils to constrict into pinholes. Was the gap between them and a pseudo-Dao expert really so large? "That's enough," she said lightly. "We are indeed in the wrong, we'll be leaving now. However, 30 years is too long. I'll let you have your way for half of that. Once your protection over Low Gold City ends, your ban will end." Without another word, she turned to leave. Dian's calm gaze watched as Ral's alluring figure left further into the distance. Kier followed not too long later, giggling lightly as she shook her head at Dian's calmness. She herself was no weaker than Ral, so she saw quite well that if Ral had decided to attack just then, Dian couldn't have reacted in time. Drathel was the most resistant to leaving, his eyes burning with battle intent. Dragon forms were nothing like what a kitsune might experience with their small, fragile beast forms. The first level was the full dragon form. This would easily boost Drathel's strength by at least 10 times. Considering his high-level bloodline even among the dragons, it would be closer to 12 times. But there was an even higher form dragons could enter. However, this form was only available to those who followed both the human and beast path, just like these geniuses did. This was a hybrid beast-human form. When this form was entered, let alone a 12 times boost, even 30 or even 50 times wasn't impossible. Some who honed their hybrid form to the level of resonating with the heavens could reach even higher levels than this. Due to their hybrid form, Ral and Kier could already battle with weaker lower Dao experts. Why would they put Dian in their eyes? However, how could they know that Dian had gone easy on them as well? All this time, had Dian used his golden yacht? It had the ability to boost his wills to the Dao realm. Would the outcome be certain if he had done that? Who knows? Finally, Drathel too turned to leave. Moments later, Dian's features turned pale as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His diamond skin wavered and his weapon's master armor flickered out of existence. Dian's strength was already heaven-defying. How could it be so easy to withstand multiplying that already heaven-defying power by 20 times with his Titan Emperor's will? At most, even at its perfection stage, he could sustain it for a few minutes. If it wasn't for his holy type chi, it would have disappeared long ago. Dian took deep breaths. He was lucky that this problem was diffused so easily. But if this raw woman believed she was doing him a favor, she'd be very disappointed very soon. Since he said 30 years, it would be 30 years. Big brother, let us out. Sheer roared from within Dian's inner world. She couldn't understand why Dian hadn't used their help yet. Together, their battle prowess would take another massive leap forward. The cultivation speed of celestial beasts was truly frightening, especially after Dian brought them all to the level of kings. Maybe it wouldn't be long before they regained their supreme-grade bloodlines. As of now, the 4 of them were already middle celestials on the verge of becoming higher celestials. Though they weren't as powerful as true gods alone, they could definitely match emperors at the same cultivation level. Plus, when they worked together, especially with Dian, their combat prowess wasn't simply a sum of its parts. Dian smiled lightly, wiping the blood from his lips and allowing his spear to disappear into nothing. In the next moment, he took out a simple black long bow that stood an entire meter taller than him. After quickly checking and noticing the Empress aspirant Cat Eva was still occupied, he shot toward True God Titus. Let's go then. In that moment, the call of 4 world-shattering beasts called out, appearing in the skies in domineering fashion. In the distance, Rahl paused, looking down at her delicate palm. A moment ago it was perfectly fine, but just now a fine wound began to leak with blood. She chuckled. True God Sacharo, HM? I'll see you on the ancient battlefield. While this was occurring on the lower tier, Aritzia had made her way back to the SNN tower, patiently waiting for news on the capture of Verver when suddenly an attendant of hers knocked on the door. Empress Aritzia, the masked a man who calls himself Jaws is here to see you. Of course, this Empress title was referring to the one earned by Aritzia's tower trial and not referring to her position within the Sapientia. Hearing these words, Aritzia's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. She continued to look out on Central City below, taking her time with her answer. It felt as though if she wanted it to be so, the world would pause all action for her. Who would have known that while she was taking her time, her door would suddenly swing open? Hey, wait, you can't. The attendant was cut off by a closing door. Aritzia giggled lightly, her voice full of air and innocence. Her chair swung around from its view, turning to face Jaws. Ah, Lady Aritzia, this is our second meeting, no? Aritzia smiled. And yet you're still masked. Why is it that I feel so hurt? Dian smirked. If you agree to marry into my clan, let alone my face, everything of mine will be yours. How about it? To such an unexpected attack, how could Aritzia react the way one would expect a normal woman to? There was no embarrassed blushing or even cute hesitation in her eyes. Instead, she seemed to be quite amused by Dian's words. It also had to be said that Dian's presence was also only at 20% of its full strength. So, Aritzia was very much unlike the flustered young maiden she had been when speaking to Dian before. Now, she was in full control of her thoughts and actions. You were once on my short list of husband candidates. Unfortunately, the rules of my Sapientia clan are quite strict. If they weren't, we wouldn't have survived until now. Of course, Dian was aware of what Aritzia was speaking about. To the outside world, the Sapientia were neutral researchers. In order to maintain that image, it was impossible for their women, especially their most talented women, to marry into the clans of others. Doing so would taint their neutrality. Imagine for a moment with how widespread the Sapientia were if they allowed their clansmen and women to wantonly marry whomever they wished. Now imagine how powerful clans would react to such a thing. Suddenly, one clan, who claims to be neutral, had numerous members who entered clans spanning across numerous quadrants. Would you feel safe knowing that a single clan had cast such a wide net? Of course not. If anything, this would greatly boost the hostility powerful clans already had toward the Sapientia. For this reason, not just women but even men, should they want to betroth themselves to a Sapientia, would have to enter the Sapientia clan. For a man, it could easily be seen how such a matter was unacceptable. It was, after all, their role in the martial society to carry on the name of their ancestors. How could they simply change their names and abandon their heritage? It was for this reason that the Sapientia didn't even bother to target men from powerful clans. There was no need to antagonize such large hegemons in this way. It was also for this reason that the Sapientia instead targeted great geniuses from weaker clans as the marriage candidates for their talented women. Up to now, Aritzia had decided that only Emithius met her lofty standards. Before, Dian had been on the list until he was revealed to be connected to what remained of the elves. Was once. Dian smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by Aritzia's rejection. He silently walked to the side of Aritzia's desk, pushing her rolling chair back slightly. He lightly hopped to sit on the edge of her desk. At this point, even Aritzia was a bit stunned by Dian's brazen attitude. He actually sat on her desk, looking down at her. The worst part was that his legs were casually spread. From Aritzia's vantage point, it would hardly take any effort for her eyes to land on his crotch area. Too shameless. These were the only words Aritzia had to describe this Jaws character. Of course, Aritzia had been sexually harassed by Emithius many times before. Maybe not with his hands, but definitely with his eyes. For others, with Aritzia's personality, even if she would smile and ignore it while it was happening, she would definitely teach this person a lesson in the future. However, she allowed Emithius a small advantage because he was potentially her future husband. However, how is it that she should deal with this Jaws person? Aritzia had to admit that she was surprised by this visit. She was maybe willing to admit that she might have been wrong about Dian and Jaws being the same person, but this visit definitely made her feel that even if they weren't the same person, they were definitely related in some way. Didn't Dian come from the Celestial Deer Quadrant? Was it a coincidence that he was also seemingly tied to the elves? Maybe not. After all, it was common knowledge that the Celestial Deer sect were allies with the elves. In fact, it was because of this alliance that the elves had suffered the near end of their species. Aritzia's pupils contracted once more. Could this mean that Dian was a successor of the Celestial Deer sect? Wait, no. That isn't right. The 25th White Mother gave her legacy to Jaws, not Dian. The swirling complexity made even the intelligent Aritzia pause. She realized that she was dipping into a web of mysteries she wasn't yet qualified to deal with. However, this didn't make her apprehensive. Instead, she felt a faint excitement. This was what she was looking for all this time. Someone or something that could challenge her mentally. She needed it. She didn't want to sit atop some ivory tower, nor did she want to live that so-called normal life of woman. She wanted to command the lives and deaths of trillions with a single thought. She wanted to be the reason kingdoms rose and empires fell. She wanted to be the shadow of mystery, a hand that covered the skies and shattered the earth. She wanted the final stamp that ended this pitiful mortal plane to be signed by herself. Of course, was once. Aritzia smiled lightly. You are quite the genius, that much is clear. I'm sure that with the 25th White Mother's legacy you received, it's very much possible that you've become even greater. It's just that your elven kingdom is too powerful for my small Sapientia clan to provoke, so you cannot marry into my clan. Dian chuckled. I didn't expect the ever-so-intelligent Aritzia to be deaf. I want you to marry into my clan, not the other way around. The slight, domineering presence of Dian's shook Aritzia. Even Emithius had never been so brazen. Aritzia's features turned cold, her carefree smile disappearing. Although I play the role of dutiful, quiet lady, there's a bottom line you shouldn't cross. Dian didn't seem surprised. If you'd like people to treat you well, then it's best you don't treat them like little toys that move at your will. No matter how intelligent you believe you are, I promise you that there's a higher mountain and sky that exists. And you're that boundless mountain and limitless sky. Then, Aritzia sneered. Intelligent people don't need to speak such frivolous words. Yet, instead of denying what I've said, you've instead grown defensive, heavily implying that it's impossible for me to be your better. Don't you find that a bit silly? Aritzia paused. I don't mind showing you this higher mountain and sky, though. Dian smiled lightly. Let's play a game. Aritzia's eyes narrowed. What game? I'm sure you've heard of the ancient games, no? The ancient games were a matter that had sat at the back of Dian's mind since long ago. The first time he was introduced to them was by Madeline's explanation of just what the martial world used for entertainment. Back then, Diane had felt that the martial world was too boring. In terms of entertainment prospects, it sorely lacked in comparison to the mortal realm. This was why the Sapientia network provided such a good opportunity for money-making. According to Madeline, there were 3 ancient games total. The first ancient game that Diane came across actually protected the elven tombs. Back then, he spent months and even lost consciousness for far longer than that after completing it. The shocking part was that protection was one of the simplest forms of that ancient game since it had deteriorated after years without maintenance. The second ancient game that Diane came across were ones everyone played. It was the campaigns youth and elders alike took part in. The gates had a distinctly game-like style, capturing and holding towers each with their own advantages and disadvantages. It was inherently game-like. This sort of second ancient game was actually played within the epistemic tower as well. It was an extension of the gates, after all. As for the third ancient game, Diane had never come across it before, and he obviously didn't have much time to idle around, so he hadn't ever looked into it. But that hardly mattered. You want to challenge me to an ancient game? Aritzia almost couldn't refrain from laughing. Don't get me wrong. It isn't because I think you're unqualified, but rather that you're too qualified. Of the only 2 ancient games I could challenge you in now, both give a massive advantage to soul path cultivator like yourself. Ho ho, I didn't expect the mighty Aritzia to be so scared. Still, I don't mind challenging you with a restriction placed on my soul as long as you aren't allowed to use your Sapientia glasses. Aritzia's pupils constricted once more. To everyone, these crystal-framed glasses were just the symbol of the Sapientia clan. After all, what did martial warriors need glasses for? It was obviously just a status symbol. In fact, for the large majority of Sapientia this was true. If this wasn't the case, their secret would have been divulged long ago. How can a clan expect billions of individuals to keep their secret for them? The true crystal-framed glasses are only handed to core members, or secretly given to heaven-defying talents birthed in branch clans. This way, their secret is kept hidden. How could Diane not know these things? After all, there was a reason Amethyst not only purged Madeline's Sapientia bloodline, but also destroyed her glasses. Even if he didn't know all of the details, he knew there was some secret hidden behind them. You speak of some very dangerous things. Aritzia said coolly. Well, my purpose for this visit is to teach a lesson to an arrogant man who happens to have a higher existence that dotes him. If I didn't have such courage, why would I even bother? By this point, Aritzia could no longer remain calm. It seemed like each and every one of Jaw's words were meant to pierce the veil of her normal calmness. Which arrogant man? Aren't you quite familiar with him? Why else would I come to you? Now we both have a reason to teach him a lesson, no? I'm not so petty. Aritzia refuted. Diane suddenly started laughing. You aren't petty? Do you know why I've been pressing your buttons since I entered this office? Your clever self probably thinks that it's because I'm trying to hide my true personality from you. Maybe you believe that I'm not telling you the whole truth. Maybe I'm hiding some sort of secret from you in order to take advantage of your ignorance. However, you'd be wrong. I only have one reason for testing your bottom line. Aritzia was holding on to every one of Diane's words, trying to understand the hidden meaning behind them. She had been so enthralled that she didn't notice that Diane's finger had reached for her chin and even lifted it upward. She felt a jolt of electricity tear through her spine when their gazes met. And that's because I wanted to understand the type of person you are. There were many intelligent individuals in the world. In fact, there were likely a good handful of individuals who could match Diane in this regard. However, Diane had something almost none of them had: emotional intelligence. The mistake intelligent people often made was breaking down things in a matter of fact and falsehood. However, the human world wasn't so black and white. It was filled with innumerous shades of gray. Madeline was a smart individual. In fact, she didn't lose to Aritzia by much at all. This was simply something those with high-grade Sapientia genes had. And though Diane didn't know exactly where Madeline's parents were now or where they came from, he knew that they were some of the best talents the Sapientia had to offer. Yet, despite being so intelligent, Madeline never doubted Yandavir even once. In fact, she was so certain in herself that she clashed with her own husband about it. Madeline rarely disagreed with Diane about anything, yet that one time she had. Was Madeline stupid? Of course not. She was just as intelligent as Diane was. However, she lacked an understanding of humans. The reason behind Diane's ability to read the situation so well, why he could weasel his way out of seemingly impossible situations, wasn't just because he was smart, it was because he understood people, types of people, and how those different individuals acted in different situations. For this, Diane had no one else to thank but his mother. Diane's father had always been a stoic and silent man, but he was highly intelligent. Still, he lacked in emotional intelligence, something Diane's mother seemed to have an endless amount of. Diane's mother was the head of the Logistics Va Intelligence Division of the American government. It was her job to coordinate not just information but people as well. She always taught Diane the importance of understanding the person before formulating a plan around them. When Diane fought Head Void, he knew he was a vain individual who let his anger get the better of him. As such, he understood that Head Void would go after his family members after Diane died. So he was already prepared for what would happen as soon as Clara approached. When Diane fought Loki, he knew he was trickster and as such was moved by his fake outcries of pain and remorse. When Diane fought the Dayu ancestor, when it looked like he would die without a corpse, it was his understanding of the fact this ancestor wanted the Dayu to rise that got him out of his situation. Time and time again, Diane relied on his understanding of people to succeed. This was the part of his intelligence that set him aside from others. It was a talent far more subtle than true empathy, but it existed nonetheless. So, when Diane saw Aritzia, he didn't come in with a ready-made plan. He was already prepared to adjust on the fly as he saw fit. This was the absolute confidence Diane had in himself. This was what it meant for him to dance upon death's blade. If he made a single mistake, no matter how minor, Aritzia would grasp it and expose him. If this happened, what remained of Diane's fledgling empire would come crashing down before it had even begun. These matters were what would decide everything. Would Diane succeed, or fail miserably? So right here and now, while Aritzia Chin was being lightly lifted by Diane's hand, the scales of fate were teetering, preparing to pass judgment. While Diane's clone was playing a game of life and death, Diane himself stood upon Lin's beautiful black shell. His figure was clearly battered and beaten, but he still stood tall with a long black bow in his left hand. The presence of 4 menacing beasts, each over 200 meters in length, was truly a sight to behold. It was too bad for the armies that marched below. They were here to reap their lives. True God Anik, Falker and Titus all looked up to see Diane. While Anik and Falker had ugly expressions, Titus seemed to be calm. In truth, Anik and Falker wanted to retreat, but they couldn't take the hit to their prestige. They had so boldly marched upon Low Gold City. How could they return with nothing in hand? What happened to the Star Force and Heavenly Sword Guild? Weren't they meant to be pressuring Diane? How was he here and seemingly fine then? I didn't ban any of your clans, but it seemed you were all sad at being left out. Diane spoke coldly. That's fine then. From now until 60 years from now, the Hydra, Emperor Giant and Tatsuya clans are all banned. You! True God Anik snarled. This True God Sacharo was actually so vicious, directly doubling the time for them. It was even worse for the True Gods here, though. Unlike Diane, who might look down on the lower-tier danger zones, they were still incredibly useful for them. After all, they were mere lower celestials as well. 60 years in the life of a genius was too long. Diane might as well be saying that he planned to cripple the 3 of them. Suddenly, True God Tatsuya chuckled. Your personality hasn't changed one bit, Diane, but I wonder, has your loving wife contacted you yet? The temperature plummeted. Considering the scorching heat of the desert danger zone they stood in, such a matter was inconceivable. I couldn't help but notice that you like to fight alone a lot, Titus said lightly. That's a shame, but unlike you, our clans have individuals on every tier. It should be the case that in no more than a few hours, the Flaming Lily sect won't have any more territory to speak of. I'd say that if you rush to the middle tier, you might get there in time to save them. You should probably hurry along. No? Anik and Falker looked at each other stunned. They knew quite well what Diane going to the middle tier would mean. Afterward, the rewards he earned on the lower tier would become null, becoming useless. Then, Low Gold City could easily be claimed after the protection was gone. The 2 True Gods smiled, a hint of relief playing their features. Diane suddenly began to laugh. a laugh that seemed to originate from the depths of hell. Using my wife to threaten me leaves you only one path. Since you've chosen death, let me send you on your way. Diane's rage seemed to shake the lower tier, the flecks of emerald in his eyes pulsing with a terrible dichotomy of life and killing intent. Though somehow true God Titus remained calm. Do you believe I'm stupid? Titus said calmly. What would be the point in provoking you into entering the middle tier if I would die anyway? When Diane said that Titus was the most aware of his combat strength, that statement was only relative to everyone else. The last time Titus saw Diane, 2 major boosts to Diane's combat prowess had yet to occur. Firstly, he was still a saint back then, and secondly, he had yet to fuse with the sovereign flame. In Diane's view, Titus knew next to nothing about the him now. But Titus believed he had gleaned something. At least, he believed he knew enough to extrapolate the outer limits of Diane's strength. As a result, he had, of course, come prepared. You're a fool, Diane sneered. You did all of this believing that I would be in a rush, that I would be worried. This isn't the reality of the matter. It isn't my strength you've underestimated, but that of my wife's. Do you believe that a Sacharo woman would be so weak? Diane's roar seemed to shake Titus out of his fantasy land. Diane never had any intention to rush his way with the middle tier to save a damsel in distress, because Madeline was the furthest thing from a damsel. Not only did Diane not believe that Titus knew the true limits of his own strength, he was certain that he had underestimated Madeline even more. What did you do? Diane continued, his face marred with disdain. Did you instigate the Golden Crow sect into attacking my wife's territory? Did you enlist the Tatsuya clan loyalists as well? Maybe you got a third and even fourth unknown party to participate? Let me tell you something. Your schemes mean next to nothing in the face of absolute strength. The first wife of Diane Sacharo isn't a soft persimmon anyone can crush whenever you deem it fit. Least of all you. The reason I'll kill you today isn't because I feel that you've endangered my wife, it's because you've touched my bottom line. Since you've taken this path, nothing can save you. The roars of Lin Lin, Baibi, Shir, and Sen shook the skies. In that moment, an oppressive might descended and the armies below suddenly felt that they had lost control of their flow of energy. This was another bloodline ability the beast babies had awoken after becoming kings. Celestial beasts were beloved by the heavens. In fact, their existence is a large part of the reason the 5th realm of cultivation, the celestial realm, is named as such. Celestials, once stepping into this realm, gained the ability to take energy in the atmosphere as their own. However, there was no species better at this in comparison to the celestial beasts. In that moment, the army's strength was easily halved. Aside from the most powerful among them that could still resist the pull of the 4 beast babies, the rest of them felt cut off from the world around them. This wasn't as simple as Lin Lin, Baibi, Shir, and Sen tapping into their bloodline ability. It was also the result of them resonating their abilities and layering them atop of one another, something that was only possible when beasts shared a soul link. Luckily, they had a master with an incredibly powerful soul capable of withstanding the resonance of 4 Peking transcendent beasts at once. In that moment, thousands of golden arrays appeared in the skies. But just when the armies were already feeling despair, the number of arrays continued to double again and again. An overwhelming feeling of oppression stamped down the momentum of the thousands below. Titus frowned. Archers fire at will. True God Anik and Falker could only grit their teeth and attack, following Titus' lead. Such a matter was completely humiliating for them. Their pride would no longer allow them to take a step back. Lin Lin snorted in response. Her mouth opened to spit out a revolving octagonal shield. It could only be described as a supreme work of craftsmanship. The shield shimmered with a silver light and seemed carved from a single sheet of stainless steel divided into 81 perfect segments come together to form one cohesive whole. The shield separated, flying outward as though it had a mind of its own, deflecting arrows with incomparable ease. Let alone harm Diane, they didn't even get within 100 meters of him. At this moment, the danger zone began making its presence known. After losing half of their combat strength, many of the weaker individuals lost the ability to resist, sinking into the scorching sand one after another. This silver danger zone was known as Hell's Sand. Unlike other deserts, every inch of it was a tyrannical land of quicksand. Originally, this Hell Sand Danger Zone was meant to be an ideal location to train movement techniques since only profound movement techniques could ignore the quicksand properly. One might wonder why cultivators couldn't just fly, and the problem with that was that the entire danger zone was a no-fly zone, built with an oppressive suppression array. It was just that such methods don't work on celestial beasts. If the mystical world could harm Linlin's ability to fly, how could a mere silver danger zone do so? Despair gripped the army. Dian and his beast companions were no more than gods of death in their eyes. It was at that moment that Dian's eyes flashed with golden gears. He had long ago grasped the third phase of soul aid. It was time for the world to understand the power of the fifth and sixth degree of freedom. Grow. Soul aid could be said to be a technique made for Dian. Its abilities could only be described as heaven-defying, but without equally as heaven-defying soul strength. This technique would be useless to practically anyone but Dian. The complete soul aid was broken into 9 layers, the first 3 layers providing 2 degrees of freedom each. These so-called degrees of freedom were essentially technique points Dian could use to manipulate his mastered techniques with absolute ease. The first layer gave Dian access to weaken and strengthen. They were the simplest and most straightforward. They could amplify the strength of a weaker technique that was no longer useful or dampen the strength of a technique that was too powerful for its user to use in their current state. The second layer gave Dian access to slow and accelerate. Slow allowed one to stretch the time needed to cast a technique, thus lessening the burden on the cultivator. In exchange for a slower cast time, one could use techniques far stronger than their current limits allowed. As for accelerate, it was the exact opposite. In exchange for a greater burden on the body and meridians, it could greatly lower the cast time of techniques. Finally, there was the third layer. Even for Dian, it took almost 6 months within the Golden Flame mystical world for him to reach this layer. One could imagine how difficult the subsequent layers would be. This third layer gave Dian access to shrink and grow. One might realize by now that every layer provided 2 degrees of freedom. Of these 2 degrees of freedom, one would lessen the burden on the cultivator, while the other would drastically increase the burden. Each degree of freedom was essentially a different method of strengthening or weakening a technique. It would seem that under these conditions, grow would be the strengthener, but this thinking would actually be wrong. Grow allowed a cultivator to drastically increase the area of effect of a technique. Oftentimes, one might have an incredibly powerful attack, but a limited range in which it could be implemented. However, Grow fixed this completely by increasing this range. The armies below could only watch in despair as the weapon's hell array that already blotted out the skies doubled in size. What once were half-a-meter-wide arrays reached a full meter. Grow! Dian's voice was almost akin to a growl. A prowling beast that wouldn't be satisfied until his opponents were crushed into minced meat. Grow! The arrays increased explosively in size. Just when their RPM slowed under the constant growth, Dian sneered. Accelerate! 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 The whooshing of the air seemed to drown everything out. Titus looked up and into the skies with a bitter smile. It seemed his scheming really wasn't worth much at all. Grow! By now, Sheer and Sin had already descended in the armies, leaving havoc in their wake. Vicious smiles coated their faces. On one side, Sheer's beautiful blue flames caused an aching agony in air opponents even as her claws reaped lives. On the other, Sen's rod fell with impunity as though it was heavenly judgment. All the while, Lin deflected attacks continuously as Baibi amplified their strengths, silently chanting from her lofty position in the sky while gripping her own supreme grade treasure staff. Remember this day well, Dian said blandly. His face didn't seem to have any strain on it, and why would it? Dian was forming regular weapons hell arrays that were supposed to only be powerful enough to harm saints. With his Dao Realm soul, would such a thing even put in a dent in his stamina? Those that test my bottom line will only have this one outcome. In that moment, Sheer and Sin retreated. The armies attempted to stop them, but it was all a futile effort. The treasures Dian retrieved from the Beast Tamer second phase castle were far too great. After shifting through them all, he found many useful kernels of gold hidden within many things he thought he'd ignore. One such technique was the one Sheer and Sen used just now. Retreat. It allowed a beast to teleport to their master's side instantly as long as they were within 1,000 kilometers of each other. Of course, this drained the master's soul stamina as well. But did Dian have to worry about such a thing? Like this, Judgment Day descended. Spears, no fiery golden pillars, thick with a deadly intent, descended from the skies, each with a diameter as large as a bucket. The cacophonic booms of their descent blew away the so-called hell's sand. Even the cries of pain and despair couldn't burst their way through. By the time it all ended, the sands below looked like the rock face of a large ant colony, riddled with large, circular holes with unknown depths. Those who managed to survive crawled upward, trying to escape the quicksand. Though the three true gods didn't seem to be among them, something that didn't surprise Dian very much. However, his eyes looked off into the distance, the black bow in his hand vibrating with excitement. Since I said you'd die today, you'll die. Among the 9 core weapons, Dian was by far the weakest with the bow. He was simply far too lacking. It was the only one among the 9, aside from the sword, that he hadn't fully grasped the true weapon will of. He had only passed the Archer Avatar's test by cheating. Dian asked the Archer Prince, Legolas, why this was. However, the answer he received was vague. According to Legolas, the most important aspect of an archer wasn't the strength of his bow, or the strength of his back and fingers, but rather the strength of his eyes. One could easily see how confusing such a thing was. However, Legolas had earned a true title in archery. He obviously knew what he was talking about. So, Dian could only slowly figure out just what it is he meant. However, Dian didn't need the homing and constant acceleration abilities of true bow will. Even Legolas had yet to grasp them perfectly. For the sake of killing Emir Titus, he didn't need this at all. Dian's divine sense crashed down upon Titus, who had used some method to teleport over 100,000 miles away. When Titus sensed this, his eyes flashed with astonishment before he fell into despair. Who could have known that Dian was such a monster? Titus refused to believe that even peak Dao experts had such a large divine sense range. The most despair-inducing part was that Dian's divine sense was so far above Titus' abilities that he was well aware that had Dian not wanted him to sense him, he wouldn't have. Dian wanted him to understand the gap between them. He wanted Titus, in his final moments, to understand the monster he had provoked. The bow in Dian's left hand, despite its domineering appearance, was a mere common grade bow. He had been restricting himself to it in order to comprehend the secrets of the archer. However, this also meant it was impossible for Dian to shoot a target so far away with such an inferior bow. In fact, even if it was a supreme grade bow, maybe hundreds of kilometers would be easy, maybe even thousands, but even for a supreme grade bow, 100,000 miles was too much. However, Dian wasn't a fool. Since he had lifted his bow, he felt confident. Dian's manifestation once more appeared in the air along with his fire half-step Dao, swirling with whites and blacks. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from with his weapon's pagoda, hovering before Dian's hand. Then, black fire began to billow outward from Dian's half-step Dao. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. The already scorching temperature of the Hell's Sand danger zone skyrocketed once more. The warriors below, running for their lives, dug deep, believing that Dian was once more planning to attack them. However, Dian himself couldn't be bothered. Solidify, Dian spoke softly. Suddenly, the billowing and raging fire calmed, condensing into a pulsing arrow spanning just over 500 meters. Dian smiled lightly. Shrink. It was easy to guess. Since a grow drastically increased the area of effect of an attack, shrink could drastically decrease it. This was exactly why grow was considered the weakening degree of freedom of the third layer. Imagine the amount of strain needed to condense such a powerful attack. Beads of sweat fell from Dian's brow. Shrinking a 500-meter arrow into the size of a normal barely 3-foot-long arrow was far more difficult than he imagined. In the distance, Titus continued running for his life, hoping to escape Dian's range. But how could he know that he still had 400,000 more kilometers to go? If he was aware, he would simply give up and wait for death. The minutes continued to tick by. Space trembled under the might of the condensing arrow even as Dian's soul stamina rapidly drained. Finally, over 10 minutes later, the arrow finally reached a 3-foot length. Shattered space crashed around it even as the arrow spirit that came from Dian's weapon pagoda shot into it. Dian had planned to use his common grade bow, but he smiled bitterly when he realized it had disintegrated under the might of the flaming black arrow. Dian sighed. It seemed that this arrow wasn't destined to be shot by that bow. But if his weapons pagoda could form spears and swords, why couldn't it form bows? A brilliant crystalline bow shot into Dian's hand, immediately melding with his white flames to form a bow of over 4 meters in height. Dian notched his arrow, a faint smile painting his face. Dragons were too arrogant to give their descendants life-saving jades. But something told Dian that Titus was different from his fellow dragons. Still, Dian would allow him to experience death so that he could firmly etch this moment into his memories. The arrow Dian took from his weapons pagoda had the spatial jump ability, while the bow he took has the spatial lock ability. True God Titus stood not a single chance. Dian's back tightened as he pulled his bow taut, flickers of white and black flames dancing around him. And then he let go. Even Dian couldn't have predicted what happened next. Not only did the fabric of space tear, it left a gaping hole that followed the trail of his arrow. The very structure of the epistemic tower itself was torn, revealing hidden mechanisms. With Dian's eyes contracted as he watched his arrow tear through the fabric of space itself. He was absolutely stunned. Usually, Dian was quite confident that he could withstand his own attacks. This wasn't due to blind arrogance, but rather because Dian had purposely chosen to structure his martial path in a defensive structure. 2 of his 3 constitutions were among the top 3 defense constitutions, after all. As a result of this, Dian's attack potency had always lagged behind his defense. It was for this reason he often had to fuse several wills together at once before doing damage to a truly powerful opponent like Drathel, for example. But this arrow, even if answering no would save Dian's life, he would never say that it couldn't threaten the life of a lower Dao expert. Suddenly, he felt like he had overdone it. Just a tad. Soul Aid is actually so heaven-defying. Dian sucked in a cold breath. If the 5th and 6th degrees of freedom were so powerful, what of the 7th? How about the 18th? Dian couldn't imagine. The lower tier was thrown into complete disarray, but Dian could only scratch the back of his head awkwardly. He really hadn't expected to cause such a large commotion. Luckily, the arrow's spatial jump ability activated a moment later. Who but Dian could afford to use supreme-grade arrows as though he had an unlimited supply of them? Normally, archers might only have 2 or 3 arrows of this caliber and would only use them in life or death situations. However, for Dian, as long as he had soul strength remaining, he could make as many as he wanted. The arrow blinked out of existence, flashing forward several dozen thousand miles in an instant. Titus' red hair was matted with sweat, causing it to stick to his savage features. He had been running like mad for several minutes, but the technique he used to disappear had a price to pay. If it didn't, why would Titus have stopped after killing God Goldine back then? He would have directly contended with Dian for Orcus' legacy. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Even with his celestial cultivation, after running for over 10 minutes, he had only managed to cross a few thousand miles. Despair overwhelmed him. Just how large could one person's divine sense be? It wasn't fair. He wasn't human. He was a monster reincarnated. Suddenly, the temperature skyrocketed. Titus' heart tightened as the snowy hills around him melted into an ocean of water in what seemed like an instant. In the next moment, that ocean became a scorching hot, steamy vapor, erupting into the skies and boiling Titus' skin. Still, Titus was a true god. He wouldn't just wait for death. Although it was true that unlike other dragons, he did in fact have a life-saving jade, he had gone through a lot of trouble to get it because his elders refused to make one for him. The worst part was that the life-saving jade's mechanism forced its wielder to experience death. It would then do a minor reversal of time to save the individual. This was why they were so taxing to form. This was also why Dian's hadn't disappeared after Evangeline appeared once. One might wonder why life-saving jades had such a function. Why not save the individual before they died? And the answer to that was that this method was the only perfect way to save a person. If a life-saving treasure was structured to activate when that person's life was in danger, there was always a chance it could fail to respond in time. However, life-saving jades were the absolute pinnacle of perfection. They would never fail because they would only activate after their owner had truly died. Back in the Valley of Geniuses, Jin, the silver-tailed kitsune of the Jikin clan, had to give up one of his tails and fall into a coma for several years just to stop Diane's flow of time for a small, split second. One could imagine the price required to actually reverse this time. Titus roared, scales of red sprouting over his body. He directly skipped over his beast form and jumped directly to his hybrid form. Why would he fear heat? He was a mighty fire dragon. His body shot up to over 10 meters in height before it continuously condensed. 9 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 2 meters. All of the power of his several 100-meter-long beast form became condensed to a singular humanoid form. His roar made space tremble, his clothes bursting from his back as his beautiful ruby scales pulsed with a red hue. However, none of it mattered. When the blinking arrow appeared in his view, his whole world seemed to come to an end. It was so fast that, even in his hybrid form, he couldn't react. Titus was much too far away for the spatial lock abilities of Diane's about to come into effect. But Titus seemed frozen in place anyway. Not out of some special ability, but out of inevitability. He could only sigh as the black arrow flickering with a chaotic flame flashed into his vision. Blinking continuously into and out of existence, the arrow left sutures of torn space in its wake. And then, pierced through Titus' body. The might of Titus' body wasn't enough to stop the arrow. Even as the true god's body incinerated to nothingness, the arrow continued tearing through the lower tier's earth. In the end, it would have torn through almost everything had the old man not sighed and stopped it. This really was too exaggerated. Big brother, I think you overdid it, Sin teased. But, judging by the boisterous laughter that left his lips, clearly he didn't care. Diane bitterly smiled. I guess so. It was Diane's first time testing out shrink. How could he know its effects would be so exaggerated? It was a good thing that it took him so long to condense the arrow, or else he wouldn't even trust himself to wield its power if he could just spam them. Maybe it wasn't just shrink, Diane thought to himself. It seems I've underestimated the destructive capabilities of my chaos flames. In the distance, Kier and Rahl looked backward, incomparably serious expressions coating their beautiful expressions. You think that was a message to us, Sis Rahl? Kier's petite, lovable figure rippled slightly. Her smiling, giggling appearance was completely gone. It seemed like she was eager to tear something apart. Drathel remained silent, staring off into the distance. The reason he could travel with these two wasn't because he was a lackey, but rather because it wouldn't be long before he too entered the pseudo-Dao realm. In reality, they were pretty much equal. You two need to be calmer than you are, Rahl said calmly. In all your anger and arrogance, you've forgotten that he's only a lower celestial. How powerful do you think he'll be once he reaches our cultivation realm? Our only chance to leave him behind is to never allow his cultivation to catch up to ours in the first place. I want to beat him to a pulp, Kier growled. The flickering of beautiful emerald scales pulsed upon her body, eager to burst out. If I'm not wrong, Drathel said, ignoring Kier's comments. He either has the Marshall Saint constitution, or has taken a Marshall Saint pill like those outer quadrant cunts. The three fell into silence. They refused to believe that Diane had so many god constitutions. The only explanation was that he had taken a pill. However, one had to remember that the Marshall Saint pill was a star-grade ancient pill. If Diane heard their words, he would be confused. With how far array alchemy had fallen in this era, how could anyone, even if they were from the outer quadrants, possibly have that pill? It's not impossible. That higher existence Lady Sacharo is more than qualified to have such resources, Rahl said calmly. Shameless, Kier growled. All people like him know how to do is rely on others and their foundations. He had no true strength of his own. That thinking is why us dragons and Cheelans will never truly rule everything, Rahl said in a slightly annoyed tone. We have 5 quadrants, yet only a handful of king god clans, not even a single emperor god clan to speak of. We have the greatest battle constitutions among any race to ever exist. We are the only ancient beasts to not lose the power of their bloodlines over time. Yet, we're relegated to being among these mere tower quadrants, and we're not even first among them. Where has your pride gotten you? Rahl said with a sigh. Despite her words, Rahl knew very well that she would never allow someone else to rule her. She was the very definition of a hypocrite. Even if she was aware of these things, she'd never change. That's only one way to think about it, Drathel said blandly. Maybe it's the very fact we are this way that our bloodlines haven't declined. We're always seeking to be the strongest. We don't rely on anyone but ourselves. If we had followed their path, our clans would have fallen just like theirs. By now, we'd be among those trash abandoned clans who can't accept their loss. Ral's eyes flickered with an odd light, but she dropped the matter. It was time they returned to their own training regiments. Let's go snatch his wife's territory, Kier said in another growl, clearly unsatisfied. That's enough, Kier. There's no need to form an irreconcilable enmity with him. Let's go. As Ral left, she could feel a pair of eyes on her back acting as a warning. But she simply smiled and went about her business. On the middle tier, Madeline was in fact embroiled in a battle. However, it definitely wasn't going how her sneak attackers expected it to. Madeline was on a completely different level. It was revealed that she had already entered the higher celestial realm. This sort of cultivation speed, it could only be the result of goddess disposition. Nothing else could explain it. Just 2 years ago, she had only just entered the middle celestial realm, yet she was already a higher celestial. One had to remember that unlike Diane, who was around 60 to 70 years old already, Madeline was still in her early 40s. A higher celestial of only 40 or so years old. It was enough to make people die of anger. Yet, this was only the matter on the surface. After continuously dual cultivating with Diane, Madeline's flames had reached a level of potency they never had before. Those who believed they had already witnessed the extent of Madeline's violet flames were shocked to find out that they were severely lacking. The best part was that after balancing her flame's characteristics, Madeline Reincarnation comprehension had skyrocketed. She then quickly made use of it to open her 112th meridian. As of now, Madeline was a 13th order higher celestial. Let alone those who came now, even Diane would have to duck his head and plead for forgiveness. Madeline single-handedly overturned the situation. By now, she had taken up Amethyst's primary weapon, the folding fan. Though Madeline loved her lyre, especially since it was gifted to her by Diane, too many of Amethyst's legacy techniques relied on the fan, especially her dancing peacock techniques. Her folding fan had a beautiful elegance to it that complemented her perfectly. Every casual wave seemed to either cause untold destruction or heal swaths of individuals. Reincarnation Tao didn't have an obvious use. If Madeline had life will, what good was reincarnation will? However, if it was so useless, how could the Fire Phoenix clan have grown so powerful? When the uses of reincarnation will became known, it could only make one lament that they weren't born as a Fire Phoenix. For one, a person who comprehended reincarnation Tao was incredibly flexible but not in a literal sense. Their bodies could easily undergo rebirth without facing any repercussions. This was exactly how Madeline opened her 112th meridian with incomparable ease in comparison to before. With her comprehension of rebirth, her body could undergo drastic changes with little impact to her overall health. This concept was the same that governed reincarnation of Heaven's Staircase. However, when it was combined with Madeline's ungodly cultivation speed, it was brought to an entirely new level. While life will could heal injuries, reincarnation will could reconstruct injuries. There was no doubt that life will was the far better healing will. However, life will only allowed one's body to recover to its original state. Sometimes, even after healing, one's body would be weaker. However, reincarnation will allowed one to evolve with every injury. When life and reincarnation wills were combined, the result was something straight from the heavens themselves. Accidentally ruptured a meridian while undergoing cultivation deviation? No problem, now your meridians are stronger than they've ever been. Broke a bone? No problem, here are stronger bones. Fainted due to exhaustion? Don't worry, now your stamina is even greater now. This ability allowed Madeline to enter the leagues of crystal dragons, gaining the chance to continuously increase her mental energy pool with her reincarnation will. One had to know that there were even higher levels of reincarnation will as well. What Madeline had comprehended was just the surface. There was a chance that Madeline could grasp the same samsara heart that Abraxas had. In that case, it was possible to connect her comprehension to time and gain a grasp of it as well. Clearly, Titus knew none of this. Yet, he foolishly sent the Golden Crow sect to their deaths. Considering Titus had given the Fire Dragon clan a retreat notice after Dian humiliated him, the situation of the Golden Crow sect was even worse. In fact, as of now, the Flaming Lily sect was already counter-attacking, grasping the lands of the sect one after another. With God Goldine and the 4 Scions dead, what could they do? Their backbone was gone. This time, the martial world gained a new appreciation for Madeline. Dian's words about his wife not being a woman you could simply trample on when you deemed it fit rang too true for them to ignore. However, others clung onto something else. Dian had said that Madeline was his first wife specifically. Could it be he had a second? Many ignored this though. Since Madeline was the first wife, she was likely the most powerful, right? There was no need to think about it anymore. Whether this thought would remain would depend on when Amphrey would decide to show herself. All this time, Empress aspirant Cativa had been fighting against 10,000 puppets, but she was growing more frustrated than she'd ever care to admit. Even her delicate features were flushed with rage. These puppets seemed invulnerable to everything. Even when they went all out and managed to cause a small nick, it would immediately self-heal. Before today, Cativa would have rather died than admit such overpowered puppets could exist. But she had a light of hope. She knew that logically, powering such strong puppets took an ungodly amount of resources. But as the hours ticked by, she grew more anxious. Not long afterward, Xianxia was defeated. Then the reverberating battle between Drathel and Dian reached her ears. But that suddenly came to an end, all for the destruction of the 3 lower celestial true god army to end it all. Was there even a point in continuing? Even if she was stronger than Xianxia, could she say she was stronger than Drathel? Not definitely, anyway. And what about Rahl and Kier? Cativa mistakenly believed that Dian had a hidden trump card that made those arrogant 3 retreat. When Dian appeared above the skies in the gray, snowing land, it was the final straw. Empress aspirant Cativa ordered a retreat and Dian didn't chase. Dragging their injured companions away, Cativa and the Star Force retreated. Dian simply watched them without doing a single thing. Finally, Dian's mind had time to pay attention to other things. His brow furrowed when he noticed that his clone had decided it was time to approach Aritzia. Since this was the case, things were getting serious now. He couldn't remain idle any longer. By Dian's calculations, in another year, all of his demon generals would become middle celestials. Then he could move forward to the middle tier. However, it didn't escape his notice that he was lacking in something very important: numbers. Other quadrants had millions of celestials, even billions, under their wing. But Dian had a pitiful 3,000. The disparity in quality was clear, but this wasn't good enough. Unfortunately, this was something that could only change with time. Dian could only slowly nurture his people for now and hope those youths matured well. There was good news though: he had a sufficient number of high-level experts. 6 Dao experts, 7 if he included Elder Nova, was more than enough to contend with quadrants rank 31st and below. This wasn't because they had that number of Dao experts, but because Dian's 7 would need to fight against their handful of Dao experts along with an uncountable number of pseudo-Dao experts. I think it's time, Dian thought to himself. Dian decided that since the first territory he would overtake would be the Dark Ocean, he would bolster his sea faction. However, he was clearly lacking in experts. That said, Dian did have a reserve lying in wait. Dian's home, Earth, had expanded to millions of times its original size. That made its surface larger than even all 4 celestial floor tiers combined into one. But it also did something else. Its ocean depths were far deeper than what Dian could imagine. Even when Earth was its normal 25,000-mile circumference, mortals found it impossible to scour the oceans completely. Now, this problem was so exaggerated that even cultivators couldn't hope to explore it all. In truth, Dian wasn't even certain that he could survive the depths of Earth's current oceans. This might sound exaggerated, but think for a moment the level of water pressure that could be found in the depths of an ocean so large. Rhi survived in the Dark Ocean in part thanks to her water will, but also because the depths of Dark Ocean didn't match its size. Dark Ocean might span 20 to 30 universes, but its depth was shallow in comparison. In fact, according to Dian's divine sense, it had less than 1% the depth of Earth's oceans. Now consider that Dian didn't comprehend any form of water will and could only rely on his body. Then consider the fact there might be creatures that could withstand that pressure with ease hidden below. Dian realized that this was definitely an expedition he had to take seriously. Earth's energy density was incredibly low, but Diane suspected there was a good chance that the creatures hidden beneath the ocean depths didn't cultivate chi at all, but rather refined their bodies. For them to survive this way, one could imagine how powerful they were. However, Diane needed to go. For one, because he had been neglecting his own training recently, and secondly because he needed an army of beasts capable of truly defending Dark Ocean. There was still more than half a year before the Jafari clan treasure completed its task, so Diane wanted to use this opportunity to hide the existence of the Rainbow Pung. Diane smiled. "Come with me." "Okay." Ree smiled sweetly, not asking any more questions. After finally recovering, she was eager to do something productive as well. It wasn't long before Diane and Ree were back on Earth. Soon, they stood on the coastline, looking off toward the raging waters. Earth's oceans had always been a complete mystery. Even when the Elven island sank, it hadn't done so by far thanks to the foundation the island's bed left. So, back then, the Elven clans hadn't needed to go very far to retrieve their holy lands. "Someone is asking questions?" Ree asked with a light frown. "Most likely. Clara and I have known since the beginning that the Sapientia would abuse the towers to monitor the universes that used them. It was just unfortunate that Jasmine cultivated evil chi. That was definitely the energy fluctuation that caught the Sapientia's attention. However, they wouldn't dare to use this information for their benefit or else their secret would be exposed. So what's your plan?" "We'll toy with the Sapientia." Diane grinned. "We know their weaknesses, but they don't know ours. Judging by the information they have, they've likely concluded that remnants of the Elven Kingdom are hidden within the Dark Ocean. And they've likely guessed that we're using the Jafari clan treasure. As such, there are two approaches they could take. In fact, they might take both. One, they'll instigate the Mist clan. And secondly, they'll instigate BPA. Instigate BPA? Ree's eyes narrowed. It's common history that the Rainbow Kuan Pang were the beast companions of elves. Those Pang are transcendent grade creatures and thus have high status to those of the Beast Protection Association. It'll be easy for the Sapientia to provoke them into action. That's a bit worrisome. Ree said solemnly. "It all depends on the kind of person Aritzia is," Diane said lightly. "If she's conceited and wants to hold the world in her palm, she'll only instigate the Mist clan. However, if she's someone capable of reigning in herself and understanding her own limits without being blinded by arrogance, she'll involve BPA. If she's the former, we don't have to do anything. She's severely underestimating Palace Master Jasmine and my support. There are only a few months left that women will be able to hold them back alone and earn her pay. However," Diane smiled lightly. "Jaws is too good at provoking women." Diane laughed, sweeping Ree into his arms and kissing her. He was too happy right now. Aritzia had already fallen into a cycle of wanting to have a match with Diane. Jaws had provoked her competitive spirit. Diane was willing to stake his life that Aritzia would never involve BPA because then the glory would no longer be her own. If she stuck to this path, her only result would be a loss. Hours earlier, "What's all the commotion about? Didn't you hear? Empress Aritzia is challenging the masked wife-stealer in a game of dimensions." Everyone knew about the oddity of ancient games. Other than an arbitrary name they were given, it was impossible to discuss the games further. This was because one was meant to figure out the rules on their own. Back when Diane entered the Elven Tomb and tried to describe the game that blocked their way to Ree hadn't heard a single word he spoke. Even though everyone was aware of the existence of ancient games, what made them so intriguing was precisely the fact that no one knew what the exact rules were. Still, Diane remembered this particular game, one that he now knew others referred to as Dimensions, quite well. He likened it to a game of blocks, a mobile phone game from his mortal realm where the goal of the game was to push a special block out from a blockade of several other blocks. There were, however, major differences between this game of dimensions and blocks. For one, in Dimensions, the so-called penultimate block isn't a block at all, but rather the human playing. Secondly, the blocks stopping you from achieving your goal are far more complex. Not only did all of the blocks reset the moment you made a wrong move, sending your body back to the beginning, but the game of Dimensions messed with its player's senses, making it difficult to even know which direction one had to go in. At this moment, Diane and Aritzia stood in a large game center within Central City that reminded Diane of the Chaos Arena back on Earth. The game center was a massive circular tower with spectators arranged in several layer rings around its inner circumference. Usually, there would be multiple platforms for multiple games going on near the center. However, considering the fame of these two, there was currently only one. Aritzia and Diane stood across from each other, about 50 meters apart. On one side, Aritzia had a confident and elegant smile. Since she entered the tower, her record in dimensions was 37-0. There simply wasn't a point to playing anymore because there was no one worthy of being her opponent. In fact, all her life, the only person she had ever lost to was her father. As for Diane, his record read as 0-0. Clearly, he had never played before. But, while this made others believe Aritzia would win, it wasn't to the point of disdain for Diane. Who here couldn't remember the scene of the masked wife-stealer defeating half a dozen emperors and dozens of kings, all while suppressed by the legacy transfer of the Valley of Geniuses? One would have to be a fool to look down on him. "I hope you'll remember our bet, Lady Aritzia," Diane said lightly, amusement clear in his voice. "I hope you'll remember it as well." Aritzia replied casually. "Begin." A blocky, stiff-sounding voice boomed over the game center. In that moment, Aritzia didn't hesitate to shoot forward, garnering the cheers of the crowd. Diane smiled. Before this began, he swore off his divine sense, while Aritzia took off her glasses. In reality, if Diane wanted to use his divine sense, even with it only being able to display a fifth of its prowess, Aritzia and the game monitors weren't qualified to see that he was cheating. However, did he need to do so? The moment the voice flagged the start of the event, the empty space between Diane and Aritzia completely changed. What appeared was a large crystalline cube cut into segments that made it look like a massive completed puzzle. Due to its appearance, even after Aritzia entered, she could be clearly seen from the outside. Although the game rules couldn't be shared among individuals, everyone knew that whoever reached the top of the cube first would be the winner. "There's no fog." When Diane realized this, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. He suddenly realized that the game he played in the Elven Tombs, despite years of degeneration, was actually far more complex than this game. The fog in the Elven Tomb had the purpose of making it difficult to understand which direction you were going. It was infused with an array that made up, down, and left, right. In addition, it could read your intentions, so it wasn't as simple to ignore as going in the opposite direction you intended. However, it was clear to Diane now that this twist in the game was far above the complexity of what this tower believed its saints should be capable of. What did this mean? It meant 15-year-old Diane with a mere essence-level soul was already capable of more than what the tower expected from this collection of geniuses. Such a matter really put things into perspective. Aritzia. Oh, Aritzia. Today's going to be a very embarrassing day for you. It might have been a challenge if the fog was implemented into this version of the game without my divine sense. But, since it isn't, your only option is to lose. Diane leisurely walked forward. At that moment, Aritzia had already completed 10% of the cube and was diligently working her way to the top. Her beautiful figure had mesmerized the crowd, so much that no one even realized Diane hadn't moved. Complex golden gears flashed in Diane's eyes as he stepped into the cube. Winner, Xianxia. Aritzia was frozen in shock. The moment she lost her focus, she was immediately teleported back to the start of the game. Clearly, she had taken a wrong step. She looked upward to find Diane's casual figure standing atop the crystalline cube as though it was the most natural thing in the world. It was only now she realized that Diane never really considered her an opponent to begin with. Although Diane underestimated the administrator that controlled this gaming center, Aritzia didn't because she was much more informed. She knew well that had Diane broken the contract of their game and used his divine sense, it would have counted as an automatic loss for him. The fact he was named the winner meant he really hadn't. Could I complete this game of dimensions so quickly even with the help of my crystal-framed glasses? A shudder overtook Aritzia's delicate frame. She knew the answer was no. The crystalline cube shimmered out of existence, allowing Diane to float down. Though his face was covered by a mask, Aritzia could almost feel the sly smirk on his dishonest face. Somehow, that cockiness made her heart flutter. It wasn't as though Aritzia never came across men who were wholly confident in themselves. Despite her elder brother Primus' demeanor, she knew he was a greatly prideful person. The kind of individual who could put their pride down in one breath but surge upward to become a formidable opponent in the next. In fact, there was her husband candidate, Emithius, as well. Didn't he claim that he would one day bring the Xianxia clan down to its knees? But neither of these two men were ever truly taken seriously by Aritzia because she never believed that she would lose to them. However, Diane's confident aura came off the wings of an absolute crushing victory. The striking difference hit Aritzia differently. Time flowed. She was in such a daze that she couldn't even remember how she got from the game center to her office. Somehow, she was right back where they started. Her in a chair, and Diane sitting upon her desk, his finger still lifting up her chin. The last time he lifted her chin like this, she flared up and accepted his challenge, slapping his hand away. But this time, she just stared up at his mask. With the distortion it provided, she couldn't even truly see his eyes. It was a feeling that made her incredibly uncomfortable. "Can I see your face?" Aritzia herself didn't even know why she had asked such a shameless question. "Tisk, tisk." Diane smiled lightly, his thumb absent-mindedly slightly grazing Aritzia's soft bottom lip. "Don't you remember the contents of our bet?" Aritzia blushed and pulled back. That was right. She would only be allowed to see Diane's face if she won the bet. Originally, she had planned to use her glasses. Even if Diane was in disguise, she could use them to see through it. But now that chance was gone. Aritzia gathered herself and sighed. "All right, what is it that you want me to do?" "Nothing too complex. Like I said, I want to knock a certain true god Sacharo down a peg." Aritzia had been planning on trying to weasel her way out of having to promise to marry into Diane's clan, but who would have known he would pretend like that was never the content of the bet. That was right. Originally, Diane would have to show her his face if he lost. But if Aritzia lost, in her anger, she directly agreed to marry Diane. The bet's contents would be quite the scandalous affair if it was ever made public. Somehow, Aritzia felt disappointed that Diane didn't try to take advantage of her careless words. But at the same time, she sighed in relief. "I'm being played," Aritzia thought to herself. "He's been leading me by the nose from the very beginning, and he's even gotten such a good grasp of my personality. To think that my Aritzia Sapientia's heart would be swayed so easily. Alexandria is quite a lucky woman. Or maybe not. Aritzia was a highly intelligent woman. But what many didn't know was that she wasn't even 30 years old yet. That's right, when Diane first met her, she wasn't even 20 years old yet. How did such a young woman become an empress so early? This was a secret maybe only Aritzia herself knew. However, the point was that she had a youthful innocence to her that was no match for Diane. No matter how intelligent a person was, without proper life experience, it was meaningless. Much like Saru, Aritzia likely used some technique to make herself look older than she was. Who knew how long she had been pretending? It likely wasn't until recently that she could use her true appearance. Or maybe she hadn't ever used it. "How?" Aritzia asked after collecting herself. "You don't have a solid understanding of that man or how many reserves he has," Diane said plainly. "I don't. How talented do you believe he is?" Diane asked instead of answering. "Very talented. He's a moon lord already. He has the Titan Diamond Bodyguard constitution. His wife is no less talented. And he seems to have fused with a spark of the sovereign flame." Diane shook his head. "You're still ignorant. Not only does he have Titan Diamond Body, he has the Silver Mirror Constitution, and it seems to be far stronger than the normal upper limit of the Constitution. Not only is his wife talented, both of his wives are talented beyond your imagination. In fact, Empress Madeline can only rank second among the two of them in terms of pure combat prowess. As far as I'm aware, his most powerful wife is already a Middle Dao expert. And she's less than 160 years old." Aritzia already felt as though her mind was collapsing as she heard these words. But it seemed Diane wasn't finished yet. "If you think that's all, you'd be sorely mistaken. You believe true god Sacharo is a moon lord, when I know quite well that he is in fact a planet lord." Aritzia sucked in a cold breath, her hands slightly trembling. Just what was she trying to meddle in? Aritzia took a deep breath. "How do you know all of these things? Isn't it obvious to you by now?" Diane smiled lightly. "We come from the same quadrant." "I see." Aritzia's heartbeat became erratic. This explained everything. But what about my title? I haven't taken my trials. Like I said, I find them to be useless. Plus, being high profile goes against my goals. Hearing these words, Aritzia almost felt like the spitting up blood. You don't want to be high profile? Then why does everyone know your name? You haven't been doing your job very well at all. But you very clearly have. Presence? Who said someone has to take trials to gain presence? In case you haven't noticed, I'm a genius. What's your purpose here exactly? Lady Aritzia, I've told you many times already. I want to knock a certain true god Sacharo down a peg. You aren't worried? What do I have to be worried about? They have a higher existence. We have a higher existence. He is talented. I am talented. His wives are powerful and so are mine. I need to know something. No. 2 things. Aritzia said seriously. Where have those of the celestial deer quadrant been all this time, and why is it that you have such an enmity with true god Sacharo? Where have we been? Diane laughed. We've been wherever we deem fit worthy of our appearance. The tower is useless to us, but now, it's become quite an interesting prospect. Aritzia's eyes narrowed. These words, they were the very same words those arrogant outer quadrant geniuses said all the time. What was the only thing that could make them appear? Wasn't it the ancient battlefield that would make its presence known not too long from now? As for my enmity against true god Sacharo, you should already be aware of this too. The resources of Dark Ocean are the legacy of my elven kingdom. But some arrogant bastards seem to believe that they can lay claim to it as they see fit. Then how does Comet Lord Gallagher fit into this equation? Aritzia asked in suspicion. Ah, my little Clara, she'll soon be mine, Diane said confidently. Aritzia's delicate features twisted in disgust. What's with that face? Can a man not pursue a woman he desires? Why are you pretending like I pinned her down and raped her? Aritzia wanted to spit out something like, you were just asking me to be your wife 5 minutes ago. Now you're talking to me about other women you're courting, and you don't see a problem with that? But she managed to rein herself in. If she said something like that, rather than embarrassing Diane, she would only be embarrassing herself. You truly don't know her origins? Diane raised an eyebrow. You're thinking about this too much. How many knew of Emithius before he introduced his brother of guardians? The universe has many geniuses. My little Clara likely received a fortuitous encounter that allowed her to gain the legacy of a formidable weaponsmith. Then she shrouded herself in mystery and made a name for herself. Aritzia was stunned by this explanation. Could she really have overthought it? I might be wrong, Diane said with a shrug. She's a mystery even to me, but I'll crack that veil of hers one day. It's my fortune that my little Alex and her have become such good friends. Speaking of which, isn't your wife a little too free with who she reveals your clan's secrets to? Secrets? Diane laughed. Dark Ocean can be considered a secret now? The Mist clan should have known long ago that Dark Ocean is protected by our Rainbow Kuan-Pung allies. They just haven't been strong enough to take advantage. As for other clans and sects, due to your Tower Quadrant rules, would they attack the Water Mist Quadrant? It's much more of an open secret. If even you see it as a secret, Lady Aritzia, I can only say that our Elven Kingdom is quite fortunate. At least this means that much of our resources are intact. Aritzia's eyes narrowed. She couldn't not admit that it had indeed been too easy to link Dark Ocean to the elves. What sort of cooperation do you want from me? Easy. I'll give you the same deal I gave to Palace Master Jasmine. In exchange for 5% of the Dark Ocean's resources, I want you to obstruct True God Sacharo from dipping his greedy hands into my dealings. Aritzia's eyes contracted once more. It seemed her questions about Palace Master Jasmine were answered as well. How do I do that? Aritzia said slowly. Simple. Diane suddenly took out a sheet of paper shimmering with a golden hue. It only took a moment for Aritzia to realize that it was a soul contract. If you use my contract, not only will Diane be completely unable to interfere with our matters for the next few years, you'll be able to take back the shares of the Sapientia network you signed over to him before long as well. In fact, he might even beg you to take them back and pay you in exchange. In the end, not only will you retain a majority hold over the Sapientia network, you'll also gain 5% of the treasures of my Elven Kingdom and a hold over the mighty true god Sacharo. As Aritzia read over the contract, She started off skeptical, but the more she read, the more her eyes shone. By the end, her body shook with excitement. At that point, Diane knew he had won. Hour later, Rhea awoke from the daze she fell into under Diane's passionate kiss. She smiled lightly, wondering what Diane could possibly be so happy about. When she got her explanation, she was naturally happy as well. Do you believe that she fell for it a little too easily? Rhea asked. Definitely. Diane nodded seriously. Between intelligent people, oftentimes it's impossible for schemes to win. The only way to truly come out on top is for one person to make the other willingly go along with their schemes. You mean that Aritzia knows she's being duped, but is going along with it anyway? Diane smiled bitterly, but nodded. She's doing all of this in exchange for 5% of Dark Ocean's resources. Regardless of whether she's duped by me or not, she gets those resources in the end no matter what. And, even if she's aware that she'll never actually get majority hold over the Xianxia network back, it's likely that she doesn't care because she had always planned on taking that route in exchange for my knowledge of array alchemy. Essentially, I'm paying her off in exchange for not interfering in our matters. But whether or not she'll interfere in the future remains to be seen. Re-sighed. Still worth it. The depths of BPA aren't something we can deal with right now. If we exchange 5% for insurance that they won't interfere, it's worth it. In the end, 90% of the resources will still be as ours. As of now, we have too little people to spend it all on anyway. We already have too much money as it is. You know something about BPA? They approached me to join their organization while I was staying at Snow Palace. It was a very long time ago while you were still in your trials. I turned them down and pretty much forgot about it. BPA has some sort of connection to the Kitsune? Most likely not, or else they probably wouldn't have approached me personally. But I wouldn't rule out the possibility that some more outstanding members were taken in by them. I see. Diane's brows furrowed. In the future, he had planned on using the Shreddy to take care of the Kitsune once and for all, but this piece of information definitely threw a wrench in those thoughts. One had to remember that although the Shruti had divine elephant blood flowing through their veins, they were still classified as humans, not beasts. This meant that if there were any conflicts that jeopardized the well-being of the Kitsune, it was obvious what side BPA would stand on. What exactly did they promise you? Diane asked. I don't think they revealed much on purpose. All they said was that their goal was the elevation of the beast subrace from the oppression of their human counterparts. They wanted to give me an invitation to join in as a high-ranked outer member, a step from becoming an inner member, similar to the inner workings of a sect. Do you believe the dragons are on their side? Unlikely. Dragons are arrogant. If one of their own dies, they never pursue it, believing that dead youth was simply unworthy. So, joining an organization to protect beasts doesn't sound like something they'd do. Diane nodded. But he couldn't help but think of Titus. He definitely didn't fit the normal dragon mold. Also, Diane had been certain that Titus had a life-saving jade. Yet, there was no spectacle after his death like what happened to Dyusho Ken. So, Diane assumed he was truly dead and that he was wrong. Still, he felt a nagging feeling like he was missing one connecting link to understand. Much like Aritzia, who felt like something was off after Diane asked for 30% of the Xianxia network, Diane randomly thought of Titus after Reese spoke these words. It seemed intelligent people truly were similar. Diane sighed. It seems like we have more worries for the future. But for now, let's focus on this task. Reese snuggled into Diane's arms as they stood in the skies above the raging ocean. To their back was the very edge of what the mortal realm knew as the martial realm. Focus Academy, or what remained of it, wasn't too far from here. The ocean looked incredibly sinister and menacing. If Diane had to compare it to something, it looked like a vessel of deep black hair gel, yet far more fluid. Diane had no way of truly knowing what was hidden down there. But what he did know was that these oceans represented an opportunity. When Earth was its original size, the deepest part of the ocean was just 11 kilometers down. However, after expanding millions of times its original size, this number was far too exaggerated as more than 20 million kilometers. Even Dark Ocean only had a depth of a few dozen thousand kilometers. This wasn't all that could influence these oceans either. Under normal conditions, the deeper you went, the less sunlight there would be, and thus the colder the oceans would run. The only exceptions to this were areas of water with underwater volcano sources. However, these oceans were entirely different. The deeper you went, the closer to the entity's imprisoned body you would be, and the hotter the temperatures would run. Dian didn't know if any beasts could survive in such conditions. But he did know that if any could, they would be powerful beyond belief. It was time to put the beast compendium to use. At this moment, Dian sat cross-legged on the bow of the golden yacht with Ri's petite figure resting her head on his chest while on his lap. A radiant but gentle golden hue surrounded them, pushing the water back with ease as they entered the dark ocean waters. Dian's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this surface-level water was incredibly chilly. It was at least 20 or 30 degrees Celsius below the outside temperatures. Such a thing wasn't normal. The difference shouldn't be so drastic. Dian could feel this cold seeping into his divine sense and reaching into his soul. Aside from a slight frown, Dian didn't say anything further. But he did realize that although his divine sense's range hadn't fallen, it was still affected by the cold. It almost seemed slow, for lack of a better way to explain it. Usually, when Dian sensed something with his divine sense, even if it was at the outer edge of his 500,000 kilometers range, he would also sense it easily. There was no lag time at all. However, right now, Dian felt like there was a massive delay. In fact, the delay was becoming larger and larger. Suddenly, Dian's mind was receiving images that occurred several minutes ago. In the end, Dian retracted his divine sense. What was the use of receiving images from so long ago? All they would do is distract him. If the lag time got large enough, it would be possible that a threat would enter the range to attack before Dian even picked up that it had appeared 500,000 kilometers away. "You've gotten colder," Ri suddenly said with a furrowed brow. The fact that she, as a woman who had profound wills of ice and water, could feel uncomfortable because of Dian's temperature spoke volumes. Her small palm raised up to wipe frost that had accumulated on Dian's brows. It was only then Dian realized that Ri had spoken to him. Such a realization made his blood run cold. Dian realized that he couldn't wantonly use his divine sense here. The cold seeped in so far that it wasn't just his divine sense that lagged, but his own reaction time as well. "It shouldn't be like this," Dian quickly explained to Ri what happened. "Such a profound ice will? It could affect even your divine sense." Ri was astonished. While it was true that the soul was incredibly fragile, Dian's was still in the Tao realm. The fact that Dian was affected not only so profoundly, but also so quickly, even while his divine sense was protected by his presence, meant that what was hidden here wasn't so simple at all. The odd part is that we're still so shallow, we couldn't be more than 1,000 meters deep right now. I've swam in this very ocean before without the protection the Golden Yacht. It doesn't make much sense. These parts of the ocean were the very place where the Demon Sage's legacy world appeared. Even Focus Academy wasn't more than 100 kilometers from here. Back then, after Dian fought those 11 geniuses alone, he had fallen into the ocean in this very place, or at least, a place that wasn't too far from here. Judging by how powerful this cold energy was, for Dian who hadn't even begun to truly cultivate back then, it should have meant instantaneous death. In addition, this obviously wasn't something all parts of the ocean were like. Because, just 10 or so years ago, Dian fell into the ocean parts near Elven Kingdom. Unless this cold chi was something that only affected the soul path, or only showed itself when soul chi made its presence known. Dian immediately tested his theory, sending out a web of celestial chi. But his thoughts fell apart in the next moment. Not only was the cold chi still there, it was even more tyrannical, seeping into Dian's body even faster. It was clear that Dian's planet-grade soul chi was far stronger than his celestial chi, and as such resisted far better. Dian's body began to freeze over. Luckily, Ri took action to stop it, pulling the cold chi away from Dian and into her own body. Ri's delicate brows arched in surprise. My ice will comprehension definitely just deepened. Dian was astonished as well, but he could only grit his teeth and do one final test. He pulled the golden protection of the yacht as close to himself as possible. After a deep breath, he didn't hesitate to stick his arm out of it, prepared to face the piercing cold. Seconds ticked by as Ri waited anxiously, ready to take action. But it seemed as though nothing would happen. Dian pulled his hand back. It felt cold, but only insofar as Immortal was concerned. It wasn't enough to bother me at all. But that only makes it scarier, Ri said after a moment. When you stuck your hand out, you retracted all of your soul and celestial chi, right? Dian nodded. That means that this cold chi can restrict an expert to be without their soul and energy paths for help. If this sort of power was applied to a pseudo or true domain, just how powerful would it be? Suddenly, understanding, Dian sucked in a cold breath. But it only seems to work in water. In fact, air seems like a natural barrier against it, Ri said, lamenting the lost potential. Ri's words woke Dian up from his fantasy. That was right. He had been using his divine sense the entire time up until they entered these waters. Yet nothing happened. If he wanted to take a step further than that, weren't both he and Ri floating in the skies before they entered the water? That ability was something that fundamentally necessitated the circulation of chi. According to what Dian understood, any activation of chi in the area of this cold chi would immediately cause it to latch on. Yet Dian hadn't felt remotely uncomfortable floating above the ocean waters. After settling down from his disappointment, Dian still felt that this was a great opportunity. Even if it can only be used in water, it's possible that we'd be near undefeatable in large oceans and seas if we could harness this power, Dian said after a moment. Ri nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would create a barrier between themselves and the water with a thin layer of chi so that they don't get wet. But doing so here is seeking death. As long as someone enters the water, they'll be bound from using their chi and soul. Ri's explanation wasn't even the best part. If someone entered these waters without knowledge of the cold chi waiting for them, they'd be subject to the same lag Dian experienced. For one, not everyone's soul is as robust as Dian's. From Dian's estimate, even if it was a peak Dao expert who wantonly released their divine sense, their soul would definitely suffer. This was important in several aspects. Taking away a Dao expert's divine sense forced them to rely on their base observation abilities, handicapping them. But this was just a minor point. The most important was that the soul was the basis used to communicate with the heavens and utilize wills. If one soul was affected by the cold chi, there was a great chance that that individual's wills would also be handicapped. Secondly, as long as someone didn't comprehend an ice will like Ri had, they'd be unable to efficiently dispel this chi. We need to figure out the limits of this cold chi, Dian suddenly said. You said that your ice and water will improve after coming into contact with it. If that's the case, then instead of helping us in war, this sort of cold chi might be strengthening our enemies instead. Ri nodded. If this cold chi could be absorbed indefinitely as long as you comprehended ice will, then it was better to not use it at all. Although not everyone had comprehended a water or ice will, obviously they weren't exactly rare wills, although ice will was a bit more difficult to comprehend in comparison to water will. The husband and wife duo began to slowly descend, feeling the temperature around them dropping steadily. Although Dian's golden yacht could match a lower Dao expert in speed, he didn't dare to move so quickly in such unknown territory. Thinking of the golden yacht, Dian had another thought. Why was it that it seemed it was completely unaffected? Technically, as a treasure, it too relied on chi. But its barrier still managed to hold the water away without much issue. But soon enough, Dian understood why this was. It wasn't that the treasure was unaffected, but rather that the effects were slower and less obvious since it was an inanimate object. If this continued, Dian's supreme grade yacht would be ruined as well. With a sigh, he could only put the yacht away, holding Ri close to him. Unable to use their chi, the water soaked them through completely. The temperature continued to drop. At first, it wasn't to excessive levels. Though Immortal would freeze, it wasn't a big issue for cultivators. But soon, the waters began approach -100 degrees Celsius, almost halfway to absolute zero. One had to know that cold temperatures weren't like incredibly hot ones. Although there theoretically also exists an absolute highest possible temperature, it was so exaggeratedly high that it couldn't exist on the mortal plane. However, cold temperatures felt the same for mortals as they did for cultivators. Cold is essentially a state of lacking energy. The slower the molecules of a substance vibrated, the greater cold they experienced. For cultivators, it was incredibly difficult to slow the molecules that made them up. Due to their cultivating chi, lack of energy in the surroundings could be easily made up by chi they had within them. This was why they could so easily survive in space after entering the Saint Realm. However, when ice will and related cold wills were added to the equation, suddenly things could take a turn for the worst, even for cultivators. Cold chi wielders and environments had the ability to negate a cultivator's countermeasures. This was what was meant cold temperatures felt the same for mortals as they did for cultivators. If Dian said he felt that they were rapidly approaching -100 Celsius, it not only meant that a mortal would have long since experienced absolute zero should they be in his shoes, it meant that his molecules had slowed down by a drastic amount, to the point that even his robust body felt bitter cold. If any cultivator experienced absolute zero, they would, without a doubt, die. Ri was in a slightly better position because she cultivated ice will, so she was still experiencing temperatures closer to -20 degrees, which was still bearable for a cultivator. However, Dian was slowly closing in on a highly dangerous situation. It was at that moment that the husband and wife couple saw a mind-numbing scene in the distance, several thousand miles, in a straight line about 45 degrees from a level gaze. A colony of blue whales idly swam. They were massive, majestic creatures, shining like beautiful sapphires. In the darkness of the ocean, they wafted off their own light, completely oblivious to the matters of the world. All they seemed to care for was sleep and food. Mortal blue whales were already 25 meters in length. In Dian's mortal realm, they were one of, if not the largest living creatures in existence. However, right now, their size was even more exaggerated. It was to the point where Dian had never seen creatures so large even in the martial realm. Back when Dian entered the demon sage's mystical world, he found out that its core was constructed with the inner core of a higher existence infernal beast. That core spanned several hundred meters, making Dian wonder just how large the beast it came from had been. However, at this moment, Dian was absolutely certain, to the point of being willing to bet his life on it, that these blue whales would dwarf whatever beast that was in size. There was no doubt in his mind. Dian's heart palpitated as he held Ri closer to himself. He realized at that moment that the source of the cold chi wasn't some hidden treasure, but these blue whales themselves. His calm state of mind was so affected that he almost foolishly took a deep breath. Soon he calmed himself, but his grip on Ri didn't loosen. These blue whales presented an opportunity, yes, but they were also incredibly dangerous. Whatever evolutionary change that occurred in these whales was far beyond Dian's understanding. Even the smallest of them was several hundred miles long. The largest of them could send a small planet flying out of orbit with its mere presence. These blue whales, they actually had such strong gravitational pulls. It was far too exaggerated. Even without his divine sense, Dian could tell that these whales didn't have an ounce of cultivation. However, even without cultivation, Dian didn't dare approach these blue whales. This cold chi that they evolved to gain was definitely a protective mechanism. Plus, even if they didn't have this protection, just how powerful was the flesh of a beast that could grow so large? There was a reason why more powerful beasts grew larger. It was a direct representation of how much fleshly power they had. Dian didn't doubt that even with cultivation, these blue whales could casually turn a peak celestial into meat paste. Luckily, there were only 12 of them. In addition, despite noticing Dian and Ri's presence, they didn't seem to care. Dian sighed a breath of relief. At least this evolutionary change didn't warp the docile nature of blue whales. The matter of these blue whales also explained many things to Dian. Since the source of this cold chi could move around, it was no wonder Dian had never experienced it before. With how large the oceans of Earth were, it was incredibly lucky, or maybe unlucky, that Dian and Ri had run into this blue whale colony this time. "They're migrating," Ri suddenly said. Though she couldn't use her chi and speaking with water in her mouth was next to impossible, Ri and Dian's souls were still connected, so it was easy to convey a message when they were so close to each other without alerting the cold chi. Dian was about to ask how Ri knew this, but he wisely refrained. Ri was the Elven Queen, her talent for beast taming was second to none. As her abilities bloomed, so too did her ability to communicate with beasts. Something like this was a minor ability when it came to beasts who had already gained their human forms, but not all beasts were able to reach this stage. And even for those who could, there would still be a period in their lives where they couldn't speak human language. Considering a beast's youth was the best time to tame them, it was obvious how outstanding Ri's ability to innately comprehend them was. Migrating, They came from far deeper, several million miles. However, they came up after they and their fellow clansmen realized that they humans were gone. They felt more emboldened to explore more areas of the ocean. Diane nodded in understanding as Ri continued. It seems you were right. The depths of the ocean are incredibly hot to a level far higher than even a normal star. These blue whales evolved to hide in those depths because several epochs ago cultivators from the martial world kept hunting them down due to their vital chi-filled flesh. In the beginning, they died because the heat was too much. But, after several generations, this cold chi became their counter. Diane was astonished. This explanation of Ri's was more than just about comprehending beast speech. In fact, it reminded Diane of the hamster twins' ability. Except, little Yang and Yin's ability only worked on inanimate objects. But Ri's seemed to work on the living. Diane looked at his wife, a charming smile on his face. It was obvious to him that this ability to comprehend beasts to their core was something incredibly rare. In fact, if Diane remembered correctly, there was a lady he met just moments before his first run-in with Jieshou Ken in the Sapientia Quadrant. Her name was Brea. Diane remembered that she was said to have a constitution that made her incredibly sympathetic to beasts. This was why her reaction to thinking Diane had abused the beast babies was so strong. In all likelihood, that constitution was a lesser form of Ri's. Back then, Brea couldn't get an accurate read on the beast babies due to Diane's mask interfering, so she made wild assumptions. But obviously here there were no obstructions. How many of them do you think there are? Ri looked toward Diane with a slightly worried expression. Although he was trying to hide it, she could tell that he was in incredible pain right now. If it wasn't for his Titan diamond body, he would have already collapsed. This is just one colony. They split themselves 4 major oceans, each headed by one king. This is just a subordinate group, but they still rank relatively high. Beneath the king's colony, they would be only 2 levels below. King's colony, noble colony, warrior colony. There are only 4 king's colonies for each of the 4 major oceans. There are 9 noble colonies under each of them. This is one of the warrior colonies, but it's a top-class warrior colony. You can tell by the fact their leader is 1,000 kilometers in length. Noble clans are headed by blue whales that are 2,000 kilometers in length. The kings are 5,000 kilometers in length. Warrior. Diane frowned. Who are they fighting? And if they're used to fighting, why is it that they've completely ignored us? That information is out of my reach since it's not directly related to the whales themselves, Ri said with a sigh. But I do know that they haven't attacked us because they haven't sensed any hostility from us. I was a little too ambitious in coming here, Diane said bitterly. How could he even make use of them? As of now, there was nowhere in Sol Ren Quadrant they could fit. Sol Planet didn't have oceans large enough to hold even one of them. Neither did the remaining planets under Diane's control. The only place Diane could conceivably put them was Dark Ocean. Although its depths weren't anywhere near the level of Earth, its width was far past Earth's. However, then what? Sure, Dark Ocean would gain a massive boost in protection, but when the Jafari clan treasure completed its task, would it really be necessary? Not at all. In addition, Diane didn't have a vessel large enough to carry even these 12. Well, he did, his life ring that Eli left behind. Its size was even larger than the celestial floors. But the problem was that it didn't have large bodies of water. And it wasn't like Diane could just flood water into it either, or else all of Eli's hard work in adjusting the perfect ecosystems for plant growth would be ruined. Plus, since the whales lacked cultivation, they couldn't fly either,